Chapter 36. The Niu brothers were not normal soldiers in the Sui army but members of the Tabai army. The Tabai army was in charge of scouting and scouting. The meaning of the name was to find out where the enemy was hiding. Scouting, destroying, and spying were all the missions of the Tabai army. To be able to become a member of the Tabai army, one had to be the smartest and strongest among the old soldiers. Li Wangyu thought to himself, these two brothers are like the special forces of the future, kings of soldiers. They were really amazing. In the 11th year of the Sui dynasty, Tujue by Qihan took advantage of the fact that Emperor Yang was patrolling the north and led hundreds of thousands of cavalry to attack, trapping Emperor Yang at Yanmen. The Niu brothers were defending Yanmen Pass and had a huge battle with the Tujue. The Yanmen Pass only had 17,000 men and could only last for 20 days. However, they fought bravely and although they suffered heavy casualties, they still managed to protect the city. At that time, the Niu brothers were under orders to scout the Tujue but were surrounded. When they tried to break out, Niu Wu was shot in the eye and fell off his horse. Niu Yong lost an arm to save his brother. Fortunately, their fellow soldiers risked their lives to save them. Only then were the two of them pulled back from the gates of hell and saved their lives. The Tujue could not take them down and retreated to the north. The Sui army took the chance to chase them to Mai and captured 2,000 Tujue men before retreating. This was the 11th year of the Great War at Yanmen. Hearing that the two brothers were injured in the battle with the Tujue, Li Wangyu gave them a thumbs up. Heroes of the nation. The Niu brothers retired from the army due to their injuries and returned to their fields. They managed to avoid the civil war at the end of the Sui dynasty. However, Li Wangyu only needed to look at the patched clothes on the Niu brothers' bodies to know that these two brothers also lived in poverty. Although he did not know how much skill the Niu brothers still had, since they were recommended by the old village chief, they must be really skilled. Why were they so poor? Although the land in Dingzhou village was barren and the villagers were poor, the Niu brothers should be able to live a carefree life even if they went hunting in the mountains. Behind Dingzhou village was Mount Shouyang, a famous peak on the northern slope of the Qinling Mountains. After King Wu of Zhou destroyed the Shang dynasty, they were ashamed to eat zhou millet and ate wei wei instead. They starved to death on Mount Shouyang. In the Tang dynasty, Mount Shouyang and the entire Qinling Mountains were full of wild beasts and abundant resources. The Niu brothers were two capable members of the Tabai army. How could they be poor? However, the three of them hadn't known each other for long, so Li Wangyu didn't ask too much. He just hid his suspicions in his heart. The three of them chatted along the way. With the Ox brothers' speed, they arrived at the county seat of Huxian County in less than an hour. They were much faster than Li Wangyu's ox cart the day before yesterday. Li Wangyu embarrassedly jumped down from Niu Wu's back. After thanking Niu Wu again, he led the two of them to the county yamen. He was here to borrow a horse from Yang Quan. Hu County was 70 li away from Chang'an City. Even with the Niu brothers' speed, they would have to walk for 6 hours without rest. However, if they rode a horse, an hour would be enough. He asked the yamen runner at the county yamen to go in and report that he wanted to see Yang Quan. Soon, the yamen runner replied and invited Li Wangyu in. The county magistrate was waiting for him in the back of the yamen. Li Wangyu asked the Niu brothers to wait at the county yamen entrance, then followed the yamen runner into the county yamen. In the study, Yang Quan smiled and asked, "Zio, how come you have time to come to the county yamen today? You came at the right time. I was just about to send the yamen runner to Dingzhou village to find you." Li Wangyu was a bit surprised. Why did Yang Quan have something to talk to him about? Ming House. Is there something you want to talk to me about? Yes, there is something. Zio, what brings you to the county yamen? Yang Quan wasn't in a hurry to answer Li Wangyu's question. Instead, he asked for his purpose of coming. I need to go to Chang'an for something. I want to borrow a horse from Ming House. I can borrow a horse, but you have to do something for me, Yang Quan said slowly while twirling his beard. Ming House, please tell me. It's a small matter. It's very simple. Tomorrow, there will be a poetry contest in Chang'an City. Since you are going to Chang'an City, you can go and take part. You can represent the students of Hu County and come back first. What? Take part in a poetry contest? Yang Quan's words stunned Li Wangyu for a long time. He didn't know what to say. Simple? Simple my ass. Yang Quan said it so easily, As if it was as simple as asking Li Wangyu to go to the market and buy a piece of spinach. Well, if he thought about it carefully, it didn't seem difficult. He didn't know how many poems of the Tang and Song dynasties he had in his mind. It wouldn't be difficult to take first place in a poetry contest. But why? Was he so free? If he had the time to take part in a poetry contest, why didn't he go and earn more money? He owed a huge sum of money and had to make money for his family of 4 to survive the locusts. How could he have the time to write poems with a group of idle scholars? Besides, he didn't want to make a name for himself. That was something only scholars who wanted to be an official would do. So what if he took first place in a poetry contest? Could he ask Yang Quan to cancel his debt? Ming House, you are making things difficult for me. I have something to do in Chang'an. I don't have time to take part in a poetry contest. No time? Then I don't have a horse to lend you. You can walk there yourself. Yang Quan was not in a hurry. He looked at the document in his hand calmly. Li Wangyu was almost angered to death by Yang Quan's words. Was he still a county magistrate of the Tang dynasty? How could he be so stingy? He also threw a tantrum. If he didn't want to lend him money, then so be it. He could just spend some money to hire a carriage. Speaking of which, the price of hiring a carriage in the Tang dynasty was more expensive. It was much more expensive than taxis in the future. The price was about 100 caddies. For every 100 li, the fee was 100 copper coins. Damn, he was simply black-hearted. The total weight of himself and the 3 Niu brothers should be at least 400 kilograms. To travel 70 li to Chang'an, it would cost about 400 copper coins. It was equivalent to 1,600 yuan in the future. Well, it was almost enough to buy 10 caddies of pork. But before Li Wangyu could leave in a huff, Yang Quan didn't even lift his eyelids. He lightly threw out a sentence that made Li Wangyu take a step back. If you take first place in the poetry contest, this county magistrate will reward you with 100 strings of coins. Poverty stunts ambition. 100 strings of coins was not a small amount for Li Wangyu now. After moving to the old house in Dingzhou village, the family was only left with 7 or 8 strings of coins. This time, he took away half of the money. Now that Yang Quan said that he would reward him with 100 strings of coins, how could Li Wangyu not be tempted? Li Wangyu spread his hands in front of Yang Quan. Pay half first. This money will not be used to offset the debt. He knew that he still owed the county magistrate 1.62 million yuan, which was about 1,620 strings of coins. If he worked hard to take first place in the poetry contest and Yang Quan said that the debt would be offset, then Li Wangyu could only cry. Li Wangyu's unscrupulous appearance made Yang Quan want to slap him. Pay half first? Do you think I'm doing business with you and giving you a deposit? Get out. Yang Quan was so angry that he didn't even look at the documents and slapped the table. What are you being so fierce for? Fine, I'll get out. Li Wangyu saw that Yang Quan was really angry, so he quickly left this troublesome place. Just as he walked out the door, he heard Yang Quan shouting in the room. Go to the stables and get the horse. If you can't take first place in the poetry contest, be careful or I'll go to your house to collect the debt. Chapter 37. After Li Wangyu left, he saw that Yang Quan was not angry at all. Instead, he laughed while twirling his beard. Joining the poetry meet was actually Yang's idea for Yu Shernan. That day, Yu Shernan was so angry at Li Wangyu's tiredness that he stomped his feet and left. When Yang Quan sent his teacher out, he whispered a few words to him. Teacher, don't be angry. I have a way to deal with Zio's laziness. Yang Quan whispered in Yu Shernan's ear. Shuqing, tell me quickly. What good idea do you have? Zio is indeed talented. At the age of 16, he was able to write poems like To Yang Quan and Ode to the Gallant. In my memory, there is no one as talented as him. If teacher wants him to become an official, it is not difficult. Oh, this kid is stubborn and only wants to make money. If you have a way, tell me quickly. I can't let Zio go astray. Make him famous. Yang Quan whispered. Yu Shernan heard Yang Quan's words and immediately understood. In the Tang dynasty, there were many ways for scholars to become an official. Participating in the imperial examination, self-recommendation, recommendation, favor, enlisting in the army, and being an aide were all ways. However, Li Wangyu obviously would not accept any of these methods. Another way was to make him famous. As long as he was famous enough, even the emperor would take the initiative to recruit him as an official. Yang Quan did not believe that when Pai Lupi gave the order to expel Li Wangyu, this bastard would refuse. Xuqing. Continue. What should we do? Teacher, do you still remember the poetry competition that will be held in Chang'an City in a few days? Yu Shernan immediately understood what he meant. He twirled his beard and smiled. Xuqing, this is a good idea. But are you sure you can let that kid attend the competition? Hee teacher, don't forget that Zio still owes money to the county government. Yang Quan said with a sneaky smile. Teacher, when you return to Chang'an, you will spread the 2 poems of Zio. Why should I worry that I won't be noticed by the saint? Yu Shernan nodded his head in satisfaction. With the help of his old servant, Yu De, he boarded the ox cart and returned to Chang'an. Li Wangyu, who had been secretly plotted against by Yu Shernan and his disciple, knew nothing about it. He went to the county government stables to borrow horses and led the 3 horses out of the county government, which made the Niu brothers' eyes brighten. Dalong, Erlang, can you ride a horse? Li Wangyu didn't get any answer to his question. Instead, he saw the 2 brothers, Niu Yong and Niu Wu, each pick a horse. They stretched out their hands and stroked the neck of the horse a few times. Then, their figures gracefully leaped onto the horse's back. Even Niu Yong, who only had 1 arm, didn't hesitate at all. With a light push from the saddle, he sat firmly on the horse's back. Xiaolang, when us brothers were charging on horseback, you were still drinking milk, haha. Niu Wu laughed loudly. Li Wangyu looked at the brothers' skillful movements and secretly scolded himself for being talkative. These 2 were originally members of the King of Soldier Special Forces. As members of the White Army, they must be skilled in archery and horse riding. As for himself, he was a white-collar worker in his previous life. He had never ridden a horse. However, the original owner of this body knew how to ride a horse. Riding a horse, archery, and sword dancing were all necessary skills for the nobles and literati of this era. This was also the reason why he dared to ask Yang Quan to borrow a horse. However, when he really stepped on the stirrups, Li Wangyu realized that riding a horse wasn't as simple as he thought it was. According to the method in his memory, he stood in front of the horse's left shoulder, held the reins in his left hand, and raised his left foot to step on the stirrups. However, he didn't expect that the horse would struggle uneasily. It almost threw Li Wangyu to the ground, making him look very embarrassed. The Niu brothers sitting on the horse looked at him and couldn't help but laugh. Niu Wu jumped off the horse and walked to Li Wangyu's side. Grab the reins and the horse's mane with your left hand. This way, you can fix the horse's body and not let it move. Jump with your right foot and at the same time, step on the stirrups with your left foot. Turn around and get on the horse. After Niu Wu's instructions, Li Wangyu finally sat on the saddle. Haha, Xiaolang, you still need to practice your horse riding skills more. Niu Yong laughed. Li Wangyu blushed with shame and didn't explain. The 3 of them slowly rode out of the city and trotted towards Chang'an City. On the way, Niu Wu urged the horse to gallop several times. He ran back and forth on the road from Hu County to Chang'an. When the horse was sweating, he pulled back the reins and jogged back. Haha, carefree. I haven't ridden a horse for many years. Li Wangyu could tell that the Niu brothers were also people who loved horses. Thinking about it, they probably didn't have many opportunities to gallop like this after they retired from the army. In Dingzhou village, there wasn't even an inferior horse to pull a carriage. There were only old cows in the village. For elites like the Niu brothers to not have the opportunity to ride a horse for more than 10 years, it was probably very depressing. It was just like how racers in the future didn't have the opportunity to touch the steering wheel. It was a very painful thing. After all, Niu Yong had lost an arm and was older than Niu Wu by 1 or 2 years. He was much calmer. He just rode the horse and followed Li Wangyu at a moderate pace. After a short while, Chang'an City came into sight. In his memory, the previous owner of this body had been to Chang'an before. But when Li Wangyu saw this dreamlike city with his own eyes, the world's most majestic city, the shock still made him speechless for a long time. The 12-meter-high city wall had no end in sight. It was like a barrier that could never be breached. Chang'an City was made up of Weigua City, the Palace City, and the Imperial City. It covered an area of about 87 square kilometers. It was roughly half the size of the third ring of Xi'an in the future. Weiguo City was about 20 miles from east to west. It was equivalent to Li Wangyu walking from Dingzhou village to Hu County. It was about 70 miles from north to south. It was basically the distance from Hu County to Chang'an City. More than 1 million people lived in this majestic city. One had to know that this was during the Tang dynasty. More than 1,000 years ago, there was no city more majestic and magnificent than Chang'an. Chang'an was 7 times larger than Constantinople. Even the most famous ancient city of Rome was only 1/5 the size of Chang'an City. Chang'an City was divided into 14 main streets from east to west and 11 main streets from north to south. The entire city was divided into 108 squares of different sizes. The entire city of Chang'an was horizontal and vertical. It was no different from a chessboard. Li Wangyu was momentarily stunned. A voice echoed in his mind for a long time. Dream of Chang'an. He had traveled to Xi'an in his previous life. But the Chang'an now was not something that the Xi'an of the future could compare to. The outer city wall of Chang'an was divided into 4 directions: north, south, east, and west. Each direction had 3 city gates. There were a total of 12 city gates. They had come to Chang'an from Hu County through the illustrious Virtue Gate in the south of Chang'an City. The illustrious Virtue Gate was also the main gate of Chang'an City. The other city gates had 3 gates, but the illustrious Virtue Gate had 5 gates. The so-called gates were openings in the city walls that were installed with heavy city gates. Although the illustrious Virtue Gate had 5 gates, only the small gates on the left and right sides could be used by people. They had set off from Dingzhou village early in the morning. By the time they reached Chang'an, it was already noon. There was already a long queue at the city gate waiting to enter the city for inspection. Li Wangyu curiously sized up the queue. There were many caravans made up of mules and horses. There were even caravans from the western regions riding camels. Li Wangyu was dazzled by the fair-skinned, yellow-haired, blue-eyed barbarian merchants and the sexy Persian singers. After waiting in line for half a day, the guards finally entered Chang'an City after inspecting the 3 of them for inspection. Xiaolang, where are we going now? Niu Wu asked. They did not know why Li Wangyu had come to Chang'an City. Let's go to Chongren Lane and find a place to stay first. Chapter 38. Entering the city from the illustrious Virtue Gate was the Vermilion Bird Avenue of Chang'an. The Vermilion Bird Avenue, which ran from north to south, was a standard central axis of Chang'an. It connected the Changtian Gate of the Palace, the Vermilion Bird Gate of the Imperial City, and the illustrious Virtue Gate of the Outer City. It divided Chang'an into 2 symmetrical parts: Wanyan County in the east and Chang'an County in the west. The pavement of the avenue was paved with green bricks. There were 3 to 4 meters deep drainage ditches and trees on both sides of the road. Li Wangyu was dumbfounded by the avenue that connected Chang'an. It was too damn wide. Was this King Avenue of Chang'an and not an airplane runway? The 150-meter-wide Vermilion Bird Avenue was beyond Li Wangyu's knowledge. A modern road was 3 meters wide. A 150-meter-wide road was equivalent to a 50-lane road in the future. It was terrifying. The Vermilion Bird Avenue was the widest in Chang'an, followed by the corresponding streets of the other city gates. The standard width was 120 meters, and the ordinary streets were 80 meters wide. It was a spectacular sight. The Vermilion Bird Avenue was different from other streets. There was a 10-meter-wide road in the middle of the road. It was the Imperial Road, used by the Emperor. Ordinary people could cross it, but were not allowed to walk on it. The Tang dynasty was the same as the future. The traffic rules were to use the right side. The 8th volume of Tang Yulan said, "People respect the right side, and the right side is the most respected." Although there was a lot of traffic on the wide street, it was very orderly. The wide Vermilion Bird Avenue was bustling with people. There was an endless stream of diplomatic missions and caravans, as well as various horse and camel caravans and carriages. For a moment, Li Wangyu was mesmerized. When he entered Chang'an, it was drizzling. Li Wangyu looked at everything in front of him and a poem popped up in his mind. The drizzling rain on the heavenly street is as smooth as butter. The color of the grass can be seen from afar but not near. The best thing about spring is that the willows are all over the imperial city. Han Yu's poem, one of the 18 members of the water department in early spring, described the beautiful scenery of the drizzling rain in Chang'an. The heavenly street in the poem was another name for the Vermilion Bird Avenue. Riding on the horse, Li Wangyu was lost in thought. He muttered the poem, and then he heard a man's voice. Good poem. The drizzling rain on the heavenly street is as smooth as butter. This Lang Jun has great literary talent. Li Wangyu turned his head in astonishment. He saw a young man riding a horse beside him. The young man was dressed in luxurious clothes and had a sword at his waist. The young man was looking at him with excitement. Seeing that Li Wangyu was looking at him, the young man on the horse cupped his hands towards Li Wangyu and said, I accidentally heard you reciting a poem and got excited. Sorry for disturbing you. My surname is Fang and my given name is Jun. My courtesy name is Eai. How should I address you? Fang Jun? When Li Wangyu heard this name, his first reaction was that he didn't recognize it. When he heard that this person called himself Ui, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Fang Ju and Fang's love? F***CK. The famous cuckold party of the Tang dynasty. Their grasslands were so green that they could graze. Love is a ray of light, so green that you panic. Fang Eai was the second son of Fang Xianling, a famous official of the Tang dynasty. Later, he married the famous princess Gao Yang. The story of Gao Yang cheating on the monk Bianji was known to everyone. What was even more tragic was that this guy was dragged by Gao Yang to play a game of rebellion. In the end, he was killed by Li Ji, who had just become the emperor. There was a tragedy in life called marrying a princess. Li Wangyu didn't expect his luck to be so good. He had just entered Chang'an and walked onto the Vermilion Bird Avenue when he met such a historical celebrity. Hello, Brother Eai. I am Li Wangyu of Hu County. My courtesy name is Li Wangyu. Holding back the urge to spit out blood, Li Wangyu greeted him. Hu County? Brother Eai. Were you born in the Li clan of Hu County? Fang Eai asked. Fang Eai's words made Li Wangyu smile bitterly. I was born in the Li clan of Hu County. However, my name was removed from the clan a few days ago. Let's not talk about it. What? Removed from the clan? Why is that? Fang Eai's face was full of shock. In his opinion, the young man in front of him had an extraordinary temperament. The poem he had just heard was even more amazing. Shouldn't a young man with such literary talent be greatly nurtured by the clan? How could he be removed from the clan? Li Wangyu didn't know how to answer Fang Eai's question. It was the first time the two had met, so how could they talk about such things? Seeing Li Wangyu's strange expression, Fang Eai slapped his head. Haha, it's my fault. It's my fault for asking about Ziyu's privacy the first time we met. He looked at the sky. Brother Eai, it's already noon. I don't think you've had lunch yet, right? Let's go, I'll be the host today. Let's get drunk. He didn't wait for Li Wangyu's objection and directly reached out to grab Li Wangyu's reins. He wanted to pull Li Wangyu to eat wine. Unable to reject Fang Eai's warm invitation, Li Wangyu could only follow. Speaking of eating in a restaurant, it wasn't an easy thing to do. In Noda's Chang'an city, it wasn't filled with shops like the cities of the future. Li Wangyu looked up and saw that the wide streets were lined with walls on both sides. Chang'an city was divided into 108 squares, and each square was surrounded by walls and doors. In the Tang dynasty, there was a strict distinction between squares and cities. Squares were residential areas, while cities were commercial areas. There were only 2 cities in Chang'an city, and they were where the most prosperous businesses in the world gathered. Merchants from all over the world traveled thousands of miles along the Silk Road to Chang'an city, and could only do business in the 2 cities. Silk and satin clothing stores, jewelry stores, rouge and powder stores, swords and spears, iron hose and pottery bowls, musical instruments, fortune-telling, restaurants and restaurants. Everything was available in the 2 cities. The shopping that the future generations often talked about actually originated from the 2 cities of Chang'an and Xi'an in the Tang dynasty. Fang Eai wanted to treat Li Wangyu to a meal. In Noda's Chang'an city, other than a few restaurants, all the other restaurants were concentrated in the 2 cities. Fang Eai also had 2 attendants on horseback behind him. Together with Li Wangyu and the other 2, the group of 6 rode slowly toward the East Market. Horses were prohibited in Chang'an city, and the journey from the illustrious Virtue Gate to the East Market along the Vermilion Bird Avenue was about 20 miles. Li Wangyu was so hungry that his heart was stuck to his stomach when the group finally arrived at the restaurant. They stopped in front of a two-story restaurant called Drunken Cloud Restaurant. Before Fang Yai got off his horse, a waiter came out to greet them. "Young Master Fang, you haven't been here for a long time. Please come in, come in." Everyone got off their horses. Fang Yai asked the waiter to prepare fodder for the horses and ordered his two attendants and the Niu brothers to prepare food. He then pulled Li Wangyu into the restaurant. Li Wangyu sized up this Tang Dynasty restaurant. The first floor was a spacious hall, and there were already many people sitting inside. It was very lively. However, the walls were really gaudy, densely packed with all kinds of words. Li Wangyu curiously looked over and was almost amused. It turned out that the walls of this restaurant were full of treasures of calligraphy, left behind by all kinds of literati. There were also poems inscribed on the courtyard walls and the walls of the house. Those Tang Dynasty literati with bad hands couldn't bear to see a clean blank space. Those who knew how to compose poems wrote poems, those who knew how to write essays wrote essays, and those who really didn't know how to write anything would write something like, a certain year, a certain month, a certain village, a certain official, a certain person visited this place. Damn, is this not a Cheba forum from the future? There's poison in this. Chapter 39. On the other hand, the second floor was very quiet and the decorations were more elegant. However, the walls were still filled with various treasures of calligraphy. The restaurant's polished wooden floor was covered with thick carpets, and there were short tables and couches on them. Fang Yai found a seat by the window and sat down. The waiter quickly moved a few screens over and an independent VIP box was created. "Doctor, bring the best wine and dishes." Fang Yai sat down and called out. The doctor was referring to the waiter in the restaurant. "Okay, please sit down. The good wine and dishes will be sent right away." Soon, the wine and dishes were served. Fang Yai eagerly poured wine for Li Wangyu. This wine tasted slightly better than the one Li Wangyu drank at home, but for Li Wangyu, it was barely drinkable. After 3 rounds of wine, the two became familiar with each other. When Fang Yai learned that Li Wangyu's father was Li Zhou, he immediately stood up and bowed to Li Wangyu. This made Li Wangyu confused. What was he trying to do? "Brother Zio, so you are Li Gong's son. Please accept a bow from me. Come, come, let me offer you a toast." Fang Yai's words made Li Wangyu even more confused. Fang Xianling was Pai Lupi's confidant, but his own father opposed Pai Lupi's ascension to the throne. Their political views should be different. Why did Fang Yai treat him like this? Seeing Li Wangyu's confusion, Fang Yai raised his head and drank the wine in his cup. He explained, "Li Gong is indebted to my lord." As Pai Lupi's confidant, Fang Xianling was feared by the former crown prince Li Jianqing. In the 6th year of Wuda, Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui were both expelled by the former crown prince Li Jianqing. Fang Xianling happened to be in charge of Hu County. At that time, Li Zhou was in charge of Hu County. He was only loyal to Pai Lupi's father, Li Yuan. He did not have a good impression of the former crown prince Li Jianqing. Therefore, he was very protective of Fang Xianling, and Fang Xianling regarded him as a close friend. After the Black Tortoise Gate incident, Pai Lupi ascended the throne. Li Zhou was demoted and removed from his position in the court. Fang Xianling tried to persuade Li Zhou to work for Pai Lupi, but he was scolded by Li Zhou and cut off all ties with him. After Li Zhou fell ill and died, Fang Xianling was still crying at home, feeling sorry for Li Zhou. After listening to Fang Yai's explanation, Li Wangyu suddenly realized that his dead father actually knew Fang Xianling, a powerful person from the Tang Empire. Now that both sides had the relationship of their fathers, they were even closer. After drinking another cup of wine, Fang Yai asked curiously, "Brother Ziyu, why were you expelled from the clan?" "Humph, it's all because those leeches were too greedy." Li Wangyu didn't hide anything from him and told him about his experience. After listening to Li Wangyu's words, Fang Yai was so angry that he slammed the wine cup on the floor. "Old man, how dare you? I'm so angry. Ziyu, don't worry. Today I'll go home and report to the Lord. I'll definitely give you justice." "Brother Zai, no need. I don't care about the clan. It's better to leave the vampire clan. Who knows who he will regret in the future. Ziyu is ambitious. Come, let's drink." Fang Yai didn't say much. He picked up the wine pot and filled Li Wangyu's cup. The two drank for a full hour. Even if the alcohol content of the Tang dynasty wine wasn't high, Li Wangyu still felt a little tipsy. As for Fang Yi, this historical celebrity that he met today, Li Wangyu felt that he was quite a good and interesting person. Later generations had different opinions about Fang Yi. In the new Tang book, it was said that Fang Xianling's second son, Fang Yi, was uneducated and had martial strength. However, after today's meeting, Li Wangyu felt that Fang Yi wasn't as bad as the history book said. What uneducated and uneducated? It was said that Fang Yi was absurd and uneducated. However, Li Wangyu found that Fang Yi's talent was quite good, and his personality was very straightforward. He was very much to Li Wangyu's liking. Thinking about it, Fang Xianling was the prime minister of the Tang dynasty and one of the 24 meritorious officials of the Lingyan Pavilion. How could he have a son who neglected to educate him? However, when he thought about the famous cuckold between Fang Yi and Princess Gao Yang, he felt that if there was a chance in the future, he must persuade Fang Yi to stay away from Gao Yang. At this time, the two had only known each other for half a day. Naturally, it wasn't the time to talk about this. However, Li Wangyu still remembered this in his heart. Fang Yi's alcohol tolerance was not good. When Li Wangyu only felt a little tipsy, he was already drunk. He called Fang Yi's attendants and asked them to carefully send Fang Yi back to the mansion. This banquet, including the expenses of the Niu brothers, cost a lot of money. If Fang Yi hadn't paid the bill, Li Wangyu would have been distressed for a long time. After sending Fang Yi away, Li Wangyu asked the waiter where the shop selling paper was. He led the Niu brothers to buy a stack of mulberry paper. Not far from the East Market, the Chongren Square of Chong, and was northwest. Chongren Square gathered all kinds of inns of different sizes. It was a place where inns gathered. Li Wangyu casually found a hostel and booked 2 rooms to stay in. After letting the Niu brothers go to rest, Li Wangyu closed the door, took out the mulberry paper he bought, and found a charcoal pencil from the bag he carried with him. Li Wangyu busied himself in his room for the entire afternoon. It was only in the evening that Li Wangyu snuck out of his room. "Sir, are you going out? The drum of dusk is about to sound. After the drum stops, the gate will be closed. You must not go out." Seeing that Li Wangyu was going out, the waiter of the hostel hurriedly reminded him. In Chang'an, the drum would be sounded sooner or later. The drum in the morning and drum in the evening was the signal for work and rest in the city. After the drum in the morning was sounded 3,000 times, the gate opened. After the drum in the evening was sounded 800 times, the gate closed. After the drum in the evening was sounded, those who were still on the street and did not enter the square would be arrested by the patrolling marquis for violating the night curfew. After the gate was closed, in principle, people were not allowed to walk around freely. However, in a place where inns like Chongren Square gathered, there was no taboo in the square. Most of the scholars from other places who came to Chang'an to select officials and participate in the imperial examination would live here. Therefore, even after the curfew, the restaurants attached to Chongren Square were noisy day and night. The lights were endless, just like the nightlife center of Chang'an. Li Wangyu thanked the waiter with a smile, walked out of the hostel, and walked straight to the gate. The old guard guarding the gate also reminded him that the drum of dusk was about to be sounded. If he was late, the gate would be closed. Li Wangyu just smiled and thanked the old guard. After that, he walked to the gate of Ping Kong Square across the street. Seeing that he was going to Ping Kong Square, the old guard did not say anything more. He just looked envious. Ping Kong Square was the most special square in Chong'an of the Tang dynasty. The reason why the old guard looked envious was that it was, the legendary red light district. The second volume of the Legacy of the Heavenly Treasure of Kai Yuan said, Chong'an has Ping Kong Square, a place where prostitutes live. The young heroes of the capital gather here. People call this square a romantic place. Ping Kong Square was not only a red light district, but also the location of the famous office in the capital. Just like in the future, each province had an office in the capital, Chong'an, called the Memorial Office. There were 15 memorial offices in Chong'an, and all of them were located in Ping Kong Square. It was convenient for the officials from other places to drink wine and have fun at night. Moreover, in the Tang dynasty, officials were not allowed to visit prostitutes. Scholars and officials in the imperial court were proud to come here for pleasure. Li Wangyu didn't come to Peace Lane because he was unable to endure his hunger and thirst, and wanted to have some fun. He was here to make money. Chapter 40. The reason why Li Wangyu came all the way from Dingzhou village to Chang'an was to come to Pingkong Square and earn his first bucket of gold in the Tang dynasty. Outside a brothel, Li Wangyu saw a young fatty dressed in black struggling to dismount from the back of a strong horse with the help of a servant. Li Wangyu's eyes couldn't help but light up. Looking around and seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Li Wangyu sneaked over like a street vendor who sold pornography in the future and asked in a low voice, "Brother, do you want to buy a picture?" Li Wangyu's sneaky appearance gave the fair-skinned fatty a fright. "What do you want?" "Hee, brother. I'm asking you if you want to buy a picture." "Buy what picture?" The fatty blinked his eyes twice, not understanding Li Wangyu's meaning. Li Wangyu didn't answer him and looked around. "Brother, there are too many people here, it's not convenient. Can we talk somewhere else?" The fatty looked at him with a bit of vigilance, as if he didn't want to rashly come into contact with Li Wangyu. Seeing the fatty's vigilant look, Li Wangyu carefully took out a scroll of paper from his bosom, opened it, and showed it to the fatty, then immediately put it away. But with just a glance, the young fatty's eyes immediately widened. His nostrils flared, and his face was full of disbelief. "You want to sell this picture? Quick, let me take a closer look at it. There are too many people here, it's inconvenient." Li Wangyu's face showed that he was in a difficult position. The fatty immediately looked around, then pointed to an empty alley and said, "Brother, how about you and I talk there?" Li Wangyu nodded, and the fatty also refused the servant's offer to follow him. The two of them walked into the alley, one in front and one behind. Quick, let me take a closer look at the picture." As soon as they walked into the alley, the fatty couldn't wait to urge Li Wangyu to give him the picture. Li Wangyu chuckled. He reached into his bosom and took out the mulberry paper again. He spread it open and handed it to the fat man. This time, Fatty looked at it even more carefully. His eyes were almost on fire. He couldn't pull his eyes away from the painting in his hands. What painting is this? Why was it so realistic? Who is this woman?" Li Wangyu didn't answer. He just smiled and asked, "Does brother like it?" "Of course. Didn't you say you wanted to sell this map? I'll buy it. How much?" Fatty couldn't wait to answer. Li Wangyu raised a finger. 100 taels of gold. Hiss. Even though he was mentally prepared, the fatty was still shocked by Li Wangyu's price and sucked in a breath of cold air. How is this possible? It was too expensive. It's not like your painting was made by a famous master. Even if it was, it wouldn't be that expensive. Fatty shook his head. "Brother, this painting is a rare treasure in this world. Have you seen such a painting before? If you can take out one, I'll give it to you for free." This. Fatty was at a loss for words. He still felt that the price was too expensive. "How about this? Since you and I are fated to meet today, brother, name a price. If it's suitable, I'll sell it to you at a lower price." Li Wangyu was just asking for an exorbitant price. He was waiting for Fatty to bargain. "How about 10 strings of cash?" Fatty didn't hold back and cut Li Wangyu's price to a cabbage. Li Wangyu pretended to be angry. He reached out to take back his painting. "Give it back to me. Since brother doesn't want to buy it, don't waste our time." Don't. We can talk about it." Fatty was afraid that Li Wangyu would take the painting back. He retracted his hand and hid the painting behind him. "Brother, make it cheaper. 100 taels of gold is too expensive. You won't be able to find anyone in Chang, and who can buy this painting at this price?" Li Wangyu rolled his eyes and replied, 80 taels. 20 strings of cash. 60 taels. 30 strings of cash. After a battle of words, Li Wangyu's painting was sold at the price of 60 strings of cash and 10 taels of gold. Fatty reached out to summon his servant. "Give me 10 taels of gold." "What? 10 taels of gold?" When the servant heard Fatty's words, he quickly covered the pouch on his back with his hands. At the same time, he looked at Li Wangyu with vigilance. Obviously, in the servant's eyes, Li Wangyu was a swindler. It was a big deal to cheat 10 taels of gold from his Lang Jun. "Stop talking nonsense. Give me the money." "No, Lang Jun. Master said that you can only come to Peace Square to watch the singing and dancing. You're not allowed to do anything else. Otherwise, I'll be questioned." The servant still shook his head. "Nonsense. I'm here to buy something. I'll explain it to master when I get back. Give me the money quickly. The servant still shook his head and refused. His Lang Jun had been tricked more than once. That was why the master had repeatedly told him to keep a close eye on him and not be tricked again. Spending money was a small matter. The most important thing was to lose face after being tricked. Fatty's family was a famous merchant in Chang'an City. However, he was often tricked into spending a lot of money. He didn't care about spending money. His father didn't care either. However, because Fatty was always tricked, he would often spend money to buy a pile of junk and take it home as a treasure. He had almost become a joke in Chang'an City. That was why he told his son's servant to keep a close eye on the money. He could go out to drink and give tips. However, he couldn't just buy junk back. Fatty was forced into a corner. He held the painting tightly in his hand and showed it to the servant. Look carefully. I want to buy this painting. Give me the money quickly. With just one look, the servant was stunned. He stared at the painting in Fatty's hand. A line of bright red blood flowed from his nostrils unconsciously. Fatty's face was full of disdain. Useless thing. Quickly wipe the blood off your nose. I won't bring you to Peace Lane in the future. It's so embarrassing. Only then did the servant react. His face was full of shame. He wiped the blood from his nose with his sleeve and then took out 2 ingots of gold from his pouch and handed them to Fatty. Fatty handed the gold to Li Wangyu. Brother, we are done with the goods and the money. This painting belongs to me now. Of course. Li Wangyu heard that the drum of dusk had been beaten. He saluted to Fatty and said, Brother, we'll meet again. The two parted ways. Fatty didn't go to the brothel to watch the singing and dancing. He climbed onto the horse and called for the servant to return home immediately. Li Wangyu walked out of Peace Lane unhurriedly and returned to Chongren Lane. Li Wangyu's departure and return caused the old guard to misunderstand. He shook his head at Li Wangyu's back. He muttered softly, So he's just for show. Nice to look at but useless. He came back in less than the time it takes for a joss stick to burn. His body is so weak. Fortunately, Li Wangyu didn't know that the old guard thought of him like this. Otherwise he would have vomited blood. You're the weak one. After returning to the hostel, Li Wangyu went back to his room and closed the door. He immediately took out the 2 ingots of gold and looked at them excitedly. Haha, I'm really a genius. I can even think of such a method. TSK, it can actually be sold for 10 taels of gold. The spending power of this Tang dynasty's otaku is really terrifying. Li Wangyu talked to himself happily for a long time. Then, he carefully put the gold ingots into his bag. He lit the oil lamp, took a piece of mulberry paper and started to work again. He held a charcoal pencil in his hand and kept drawing on the mulberry paper. Soon, the outline of a pattern appeared on the mulberry paper. It was a sketch of a naked woman. Chapter 41. Yesterday, when Su Chongqing said that he could sell paintings for money, Li Wangyu suddenly had an idea. Of course, he couldn't sell ordinary paintings for money, but what if it was a nude sketch? 4 men in the Tang dynasty who had only seen exaggerated and secretive erotic paintings, a completely realistic and 3-dimensional human body sketch would have an impact on them no less than a mental bomb, right? Li Wangyu studied sketching in high school. Because of the restless hormones of young people, he had a special liking for human body sketches. At that time, he had copied many human body sketches and could be said to be the best at it. Therefore, Li Wangyu immediately thought of the idea of selling human body sketches in the Tang dynasty. However, ordinary rice paper was too thin and not suitable for sketches, so he thought of using mulberry paper to draw. As for coming to Chang'an to sell paintings, it was completely because of Ping Kong Fong, a consumer market with huge potential. Of course, many people in Wuxia knew him, so he was embarrassed to sell the human body sketch. If this matter was spread out, it would not be good for his reputation. Even if Li Wangyu's skin was thick enough, he did not want to become a dissolute man like Tang Yin and Tang Bohu. In the Ming dynasty, Tang Bohu was famous for his erotic paintings and called himself Jiangnan's #1 dissolute scholar. However, because he was short of money, he drew many erotic paintings. Wang Shu Palace Courtesan, Tao Gu's Poem, and Mandarin Duck Secret Score were all erotic paintings drawn by Tang Bohu. Moreover, if Su Chongqing knew that he was making money by drawing human body sketches, wouldn't he lose face? Therefore he ran to Chang'an and even carried the Niu brothers behind his back, afraid that they would find out. After the human body sketch he drew in the afternoon was sold for 10 taels of gold, Li Wangyu was even more excited. He did not care that it was late and lit a lamp to start painting in the middle of the night. He did not expect to become rich by drawing human body sketches, let alone pay off the more than 1 million yuan he owed. Being able to sell it for 10 taels of gold today was completely because he met a fool. Li Wangyu estimated that his painting could be sold for 20 or 30 strings of coins, which was already amazing. He hoped to rely on the money from selling the paintings to solve his current emergency. Thinking about the plague of locusts that would start to spread through Guangzhou in a month, Li Wangyu felt anxious. This money was the survival money for him, Su Chongqing, Li Hang, and Perrin. 10 taels of gold could be exchanged for 60 strings of cash, which was 60,000 yuan. The current price of rice was 360 copper coins per bushel. With this money, they could buy more than 100 bushels of grain, which was enough for their family of 4 to tide over this difficult time. But what about the villagers of Dingzhou village? Not to mention the distant ones. Where were the Niu brothers who accompanied him out this time? How could he watch them starve to death? Li Wangyu let out a long sigh. I'll take it one step at a time. I'll do my best and leave the rest to fate. When the time comes, I'll save as many as I can. Under the flickering light, Li Wangyu began to draw again. In his eyes, this black and white human sketch was a life-saving food. While Li Wangyu was engrossed in drawing, the fat man who bought the painting sat in a carriage and returned to his own residence in the sound of the evening drum. Shenyang Lane, where his family lived, was south of Ping Kong Lane. It was separated from Chongren Lane, where Li Wangyu temporarily lived, by Ping Kong Lane. In Chong'an City, different groups of people lived in different houses. The 108 lanes could be understood as 108 small towns, somewhat similar to the well-equipped communities of the future. Each lane was surrounded by walls of different heights. The walls of the lanes in the south of the city were piled up with yellow soil. Most of the people who lived here were commoners. The population was sparse, and many of the lanes were farmland. The north of Chong'an was where the imperial palace and the government resided. The east of the city was where the residences of the high officials and nobles were located. Especially the northeast of the city, because it was close to the imperial palace, the residences of the officials were densely packed. The west of the city was where Shi City was located. The trade in Shi City was extremely prosperous. Merchants from various countries and regions lived in the lanes near Shi City. Therefore, some people jokingly called it the place where the rich gathered. Chong'an thus formed a situation of the rich in the east. Although the fat man's family was a merchant, they bought property in Shenyang Lane in the east of the city. Shenyang Lane was also Wanyan County in the east of Chong'an, where the county magistrate was located. The fat man rode the horse directly back to a mansion in Shenyang Lane. The 2 words, Cho Mansion, were written on the door. "Father, I'm back." Back in the mansion, the fat man jumped off the horse with the help of the servant. He took the sketch that Li Wangyu sold to him and ran to his father's study. "Kuan heir, why are you back? Aren't you going to spend the night in Ping Kong Lane?" In the study, a middle-aged man with a kind face and a rather plump body was sitting cross-legged on the couch looking at the account book. He was quite surprised to see his son suddenly come back. When he looked at the drawing in his son's hand, his face turned black. "Kuan heir, you bought something again?" "Hee, I found a treasure today. How much did you buy it for?" "It's cheap, only 10 taels of gold." The fat man Cho Kuan sat on the soft couch and said proudly. Cho Yuanliang's temple suddenly jumped, and he stared angrily at his son Cho Kuan's personal servant. How could the servant not understand his master's meaning? He hurriedly bowed and said, "Master, I really bought a treasure today." "What treasure? Let me see." Cho Yuanliang reached out to his son. Cho Kuan carefully unfolded the mulberry paper and spread it on the table as if he was presenting a treasure. Cho Yuanliang looked at it and couldn't help but gasp. This painting." "Hee, father, how is it? Is the painting I bought today a treasure? Is it worth 10 taels of gold?" On the mulberry paper, an enchanting woman was half lying on the bed. It was vivid and lifelike, and the graceful figure was like a real person. In just a moment, Cho Yuanliang even felt that his body had some reaction. He quickly coughed to cover it up. The next moment, Cho Yuanliang stood up excitedly and grabbed his son's sleeve. "Where did you buy this painting? In Ping Kong Fong, I met a young man who sold it to me. He asked for 100 taels of gold, and I cut the price to 10 taels of gold. Cho Kuan smiled proudly. Cho Yuanliang asked, "Do you know where the young man lives?" Cho Kuan was dumbfounded. "How would I know? It's a transaction of money and goods. Do you want to ask him for a refund?" "That won't do. I want to keep this painting for my own collection." "Nonsense. Do you know that this painting can save the lives of our Cho family?" Cho Kuan looked at his father and blinked. "The painting technique is very unique. How can it save lives? What danger is there for my Cho family? Why don't I know?" "Sigh, it's useless to tell you before, so I didn't let you know." Cho Yuanliang sighed. "Tomorrow, I will go to Ping Kong Fong with you. Whether we can find the young man or not is related to the survival of our Cho family." Cho Yuanliang's words made Cho Kuan stunned. He just casually bought a pornographic painting. How is it related to the survival of the family? Chapter 42. The Cho family of Chong wanted to find Li Wangyu to save their lives. Of course, Li Wangyu did not know about this. That night, he finished another sketch of a nude woman, carefully put it away, and then went to bed. However, he tossed and turned all night and did not sleep well. It was not that Li Wangyu did not like the bed, but there was no such thing as a bed in this damn Tang dynasty. When the Tangs slept, the poor slept directly on the ground. A straw mat was the bed. The Dongying people followed suit. The tatami of later generations was the same. Those who were more particular slept on a couch, which was a low bed made of hardwood. The feeling was so good that Li Wangyu missed Simmons very much. Li Wangyu had always thought that there should be a bed in the Tang dynasty because Li Bai's famous poem, Quiet Night Thoughts, said, "The bright moonlight before the bed is suspected to be the frost on the ground." However, after traveling through time, he realized that the bed referred to the Hu bed, which was similar to the folding stool of later generations. After traveling to the Tang dynasty for more than a week, Li Wangyu still could not get used to the hard couch. Every day when he woke up, his back was aching and his legs were cramping. He urgently needed to use the blue bottle cap to nourish his body. It was not easy for the sun to rise. Just as Li Wangyu was sleeping soundly, he was disturbed by the sound of the morning drum that resounded throughout the city. Taking out the watch he borrowed from Su Chongqing and looking at the time, Li Wangyu could not help but want to curse. "Knock your ass." It was not even 5 o'clock in the morning. What was worse was that the morning drum was not finished yet. Did he not think about the 3,000 beats of the morning drum in Chang'an City? Was that something that could be finished in a short time? In short, Li Wangyu could not sleep anymore. At dawn, he got up with dark circles under his eyes and yawned. Li Wangyu pushed the door open and told the Niu brothers to wash up and go out. Today was the day of Yang Quan's poetry meet in Lake Tsujiang. Since Li Wangyu had promised Yang Quan, he had to accept his fate and participate. Although he had no idea what the poetry gathering was for, from Yang Quan's words, it should be a competition. Otherwise, why would he want him to win first place? There was no point in thinking too much about it. He would know when he went there today. If it was just a simple competition of poems, it would be much simpler. Li Wangyu didn't believe that during the Zhengguan period of the Tang dynasty, there was anyone who could be more awesome than the poems of the Tang and Song dynasties in his head. Together with the Niu brothers, they found a snack shop in the square that sold breakfast. The fire under the stove was burning brightly, and a bare-chested who was making sesame seed cakes. Steam was rising from the steamer, and the sesame seed cakes that had just come out of the oven were golden, crisp, fragrant, and crispy. Li Wangyu's appetite was greatly stimulated. "Waiter, give me 10 steamed cakes and sesame seed cakes each, and 3 bowls of steamed soup." Li Wangyu asked the Niu brothers to sit down, and then asked the waiter to bring the food. In the Tang dynasty, steamed buns, steamed rolls, steamed dumplings, and steamed dumplings were all called steamed cakes. The only difference was whether there was any stuffing or not, and how it looked. The steamed cakes with stuffing flowed with oil as soon as they bit into them, and the big bowl of steamed noodles and steamed soup made Li Wangyu and the Niu brothers cry out in satisfaction. However, the Niu brothers were big enough, and their appetites were even bigger. The 10 steamed cakes and sesame seed cakes were almost completely devoured by the two of them, and they didn't seem to be full. Li Wangyu had just made a fortune last night, so how could he be stingy with these things? He hurriedly asked the waiter to bring 10 steamed cakes and sesame seed cakes each, and 2 bowls of steamed soup. Only then did the Niu brothers finally shake off their arms and eat to their heart's content. After drinking up the steamed soup, Niu Wu's only eye flashed with satisfaction. I haven't eaten so much for a long time, Xiaolang. Thank you very much. Don't say that, brothers. Why do you say that? Are you going to accompany me to Chang'an City and protect me? Do you think I'll let you go hungry? Niu Yong didn't say anything, and just patted Li Wangyou's shoulder with his only arm. Brothers, I have a question, but I don't know if it's appropriate to ask. Xiaolang, if you have something to say, just say it. I see that you two brothers are strong and powerful, so why don't you have enough to eat? Li Wangyu wanted to ask this question since he came out of Dingzhou village, but he was too embarrassed to ask. Today they were more familiar with each other, so he finally asked the question in his heart. Niu Yong was silent for a while, and then answered, In the village, there are 37 families of my brothers who died in battle, and 9 families who are disabled and can't make a living. He didn't finish his sentence, but Li Wangyu immediately understood what he meant. It turned out that the Niu brothers didn't just have to feed themselves, they also had to help the families of their brothers who died in battle, and the families of their brothers who were disabled and couldn't make a living. Li Wangyu stood up and respectfully bowed to the Niu brothers. Brothers, I'm sorry for being rash. Xiaolang, don't say that, this has nothing to do with you. May I ask, brothers, were those who died or were injured in the battle with the Turks? Niu Wu nodded. That's right, our Dingzhou village recruited 60 soldiers, and they were all stationed in the Wei Mansion to guard Yanmen Pass. In the 11th year of Day, after the battle with the Turks, 37 of them died, and 23 of them were disabled. Among them, 9 lost their arms and legs, and the remaining 14 were all injured. Damn it! Damn it! I hate that I can't kill all those barbarians. Li Wangyu slammed his fist on the table. He wanted to vent his frustration, but he ended up hurting his fist instead. He couldn't help but hold his hand and grimace in pain. This made the Niu brothers laugh inexplicably, but they were also touched. Li Jia Xiaolang, you're loyal. Li Wangyu felt sullen, as if a stone was pressing down on his chest, but he didn't know how to vent it. There were 127 families in the village, and 60 soldiers were sent to battle. That was 60 families, half of the village. More than half of the 60 soldiers were killed, and almost none of them were in good condition. These soldiers of the previous dynasty fought against the hungry wolves of the grassland and the Turks, and they protected the Chinese people. But now the Tang dynasty government had almost completely forgotten about them. How hateful! He remembered the song Serving the Country with Loyalty from the future, and couldn't help but beat the table to the beat, and sang at the top of his voice. The smoke of war rises, and the mountains look to the north, the dragon rises, and the horse neighs, and the sword is like frost, the heart is like the yellow river, and the water is boundless. Who can resist 20 years of unhindered rule where the long saber of hatred goes? How many brothers and sisters are buried in other villages? After he finished shouting, he only felt happy, and the sullenness in his heart was released along with the song. But Niu Yong and Niu Wu were stunned, as if they were struck by lightning. Where the long saber of hatred goes, how many brothers and sisters are buried in other villages? Niu Yong murmured, but he couldn't stop the tears in his eyes from falling. Niu Wu roared like a beast. Big brother, I hate it so much. Many people around the snack bar were stunned by Li Wangyou's shout, as they had never heard such a strange song before. However, the lyrics were so passionate and unrestrained. Everyone's blood surged when they heard it. Good. What a great Tang dynasty that makes people come to congratulate. Someone suddenly clapped and cheered. The original lyrics were the great China that makes people come to congratulate, but Li Wangyu changed it to the Tang dynasty. Li Wangyu looked at the source of the sound, but it was an unfamiliar man in fine clothes, about 30 years old. Xiaolang, does this song have a name? Serving the Country with Loyalty. Chapter 43. The finely dressed man nodded. What a good song, Serve the Country with Loyalty. Little Lang, you are too considerate. You flatter me. Li Wangyu did not recognize this person, but seeing his extraordinary bearing, he politely replied. He originally thought that the finely dressed man was just a passerby, but he did not expect that the man would not be courteous and directly sit at Li Wangyou's table. He even called for the waiter to bring him food. Waiter, 2 steamed cakes, a sesame seed cake, and a bowl of soup. Xiaolang, you don't mind treating me to breakfast, right? The last sentence was said to Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu was also helpless against this man who acted so familiar, but he could still afford to treat him to breakfast, so he immediately smiled and expressed that it was fine. How should I address Xiao Lang? Li Wangyu of Hu County. My courtesy name is Zio. Zio? Moreover, Zilli has the worry of hunger and cold. Good. I wonder which erudite scholar came up with this courtesy name for Zio? The finely dressed man kept asking. Li Wangyu's forehead was filled with black lines. Who is this guy? Are you here to check my household registration? However, it was not good for him to not answer, so he could only helplessly reply, It's Yu Gongyu, the secret supervisor. The finely dressed man was stunned when he heard this. Then he laughed loudly. So it's Yu Gongyu. No wonder, no wonder. Is Zio going to Crooked River Lake to participate in the poetry competition? Yes. Killing a man in 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. Was that chivalrous journey also written by Zio? When Li Wangyu heard this, he could not help but be stunned. How did this man know? It's just a game. It's not presentable. Sorry for the ridicule. Li Wangyu politely replied. The finely dressed man laughed. It seems that Zio will be the winner of this year's Crooked River Lake poetry competition. Ha! You flatter me. Li Wangyu wanted to ask the man's name, but the man didn't say anything else. He finished his food in 2 or 3 bites and cupped his hands towards Li Wangyu. Many thanks for Xiao Lang's hospitality. I will take my leave now. After saying that, he stood up and left in a carefree manner. Li Wangyu felt his balls ache as he watched. F***CK. Do you have to be so straightforward? After asking him for such a long time without rhyme or reason, was he going to leave after eating breakfast for free? Anyway, this person should be an important figure in the imperial court of the Tang dynasty. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known about my Ode to Chivalry from Yu Shernan. Do the math. After breakfast, Li Wangyu felt his heart ache again when he paid the bill. Steamed biscuits and Hu biscuits cost 2 copper coins each, so they ate 40 of them. 5 bowls of mengu soup cost a total of 95 copper coins. Adding on the money they paid to the well-dressed man, they had a total of 104 copper coins. It was equivalent to more than 400 yuan in the future. It was just breakfast. Li Wangyu now understood why rice was said to be expensive in Chang'an. It was not easy to live in Chang'an. The prices here were really F***king expensive. After breakfast, the morning drum was beaten 3,000 times, and the gate was opened to go out. Li Wangyu and the other 2 led their horses out of the hostel and slowly went to Xiujiang Pond. After Li Wangyu's insistence, the Niu brothers finally didn't carry bows and short spears on their backs. They only carried long sabers on their waists. What a joke. If he brought the Niu brothers to participate in the poetry contest, those who didn't know would think that they were going to rob. Xiujiang Pond was located in the southeast corner of the outer city of Chang'an. It was a distance of about 20 miles from Chongren Square. Li Wangyu could only sigh that Chang'an was really too big. If the civilians in the city didn't have horses or oxen to ride, they would have to walk for several hours to cross the city. When they arrived at Xiujiang Pond, it was still early. Xiujiang Pond was popular in the Qin and Han dynasties, and flourished in the Sui and Tang dynasties. The Tang dynasty rebuilt Xiujiang, dug the Yellow Canal, built the Imperial Garden, built the Great Wild Goose Pagoda, and built the new gate. The Crooked River Pond became the most famous tourist attraction in the capital city. The noble ladies of the Tang dynasty were used to bringing carriages and horses to drink wine in Xiujiang Pond. They sang and painted boats, and enjoyed leisurely banquets. After the new Jinshi passed the examination, they would often go to Xiujiang Pond in groups to hold big banquets and drink wine. The so-called Xiujiang Pond flowing wine was known as one of the 8 sights of Chang'an. The Imperial Garden in Crooked River Pond was the famous Hibiscus Garden. Li Wangyu didn't know where the poetry contest was held, so he led the Niu brothers to stroll around Xiujiang Pond, admiring the beautiful scenery of the Tang dynasty's Imperial Garden. But not long after, Li Wangyu felt discomfort in his stomach. Li Wangyu asked the Niu brothers to wait for him by the Crooked River Pond for a moment before he ran off to relieve himself. When Li Wangyu finished relieving himself, he walked back to look for the Niu brothers. But he was shocked to find that the Niu brothers were surrounded by a group of scholars, making a lot of noise. Is this Xiujiang Pond a place for people like you to come? What a disgrace to the educated. Why aren't you scramming? A scholar dressed like a scholar pointed at the Niu brothers and scolded loudly. Are the vulgar Tian Shilang worthy of coming to Tsujiang Pond? Two ugly people like charcoal, aren't you afraid of scaring the noble ladies? That's right, although Tsujiang Pond doesn't prohibit entry. Is this a place for Tian Shilang? A group of scholars surrounded the Niu brothers and scolded them. The Niu brothers didn't say a word. Niu Yong used his only arm to hold Niu Wu back, not letting him be impulsive. But Li Wangyu could clearly see that Niu Wu had already clenched his fists, with his veins popping out. He was clearly trying to control his anger. Tian Shilang, the Tang dynasty's swear words were similar to the modern era's swear words. But from Li Wangyu's point of view, these scholars of the Tang dynasty really didn't know how to swear. The words used to swear were too simple and boring. Basically, it was just bastard and go to hell. It wasn't popular to ask about the other party's female relatives, and they wouldn't talk about various organs. Tian Shilang, Tian Shihin, and Tian Shilang were the most popular swear words used by the scholars. If not, they would scold people as animals. That was basically it. Seeing that the Niu brothers were being bullied, Li Wangyu quickly walked over and opened his mouth to scold the group of scholars. Oh my, it's so early in the morning and you haven't eaten breakfast? Are you hungry and came here to ask for dog food? When you say that others are ugly, find a bronze mirror and wash your face. Then look at yourself and see if those wrinkles on your face are mocking you. The world is big, but it can't be bigger than your lack of heart. Li Wangyu's words, which were full of sarcasm, stunned the group of scholars and Confucian scholars. After pondering the meaning of Li Wangyu's words for a long time, the group of people finally reacted. He was calling them dogs, ugly and lacking in heart. After understanding the meaning of Li Wangyu's words, the group of scholars immediately jumped up. Tian Shilang. Tian Shilang, how dare you? You what? You shut up. Without waiting for them to speak, Li Wangyu interrupted again. You lack calcium since you were young and lack love when you grew up. Your grandmother doesn't love you and your uncle doesn't love you. Your left face is asking for a slap and your right face is asking for a kick. Donkeys kick donkeys and pigs trample on pigs. You! Li Wangyu continued to scold. The Tang dynasty had so many weapons, but you didn't learn them. You only learned the sword. You didn't learn the upper sword and learned the lower sword. The lower sword had so many moves, but you learned the drunken sword. You didn't learn the bronze sword and iron sword, but learned the silver sword. Congratulations! You have finally mastered the Wulin's lost art, the drunken silver sword. You have reached the realm of becoming one with the sword man. His series of carefree scoldings directly caused the group of scholars to have their brains shut down. They looked at him in a daze, not knowing what they were thinking. Li Wangyu was scolding happily, but he didn't notice that there was a group of people dressed in luxurious clothes watching them from the side. In the middle of the crowd, a man in his 30s with a curly beard pointed at Li Wangyu and said with a smile, "This kid's mouth is too mean." Chapter 44. Beside the man was the young man who had freeloaded Li Wangyu's breakfast this morning. He laughed and said, "Your Majesty, I know this man. Haha, I even freeloaded his breakfast this morning." The man surrounded by the crowd was the great emperor of the Tang dynasty, Pai Lupi's husband, Li Shimin. In the second year of Zhenguan, Li Shimin was 30 years old. Moreover, Li Shimin, Li Erlang, was a handsome man in the eyes of the Tangs. That curly beard on his face was praised by Du Fu in a poem. Curly beard like Taizong, beauty reflected in the spring beyond the Great Wall. Oh, Wuji, you know this man? The man who had freeloaded Li Wangyu's breakfast was actually the imperial uncle, Zhang Sun Wuji, the great Yin's Duke of Zhao. Your Majesty, you know that my residence is at Chongren Lane. Early this morning I met this boy in the square. At that time he was singing the song, Serving the Country with Loyalty. Although the tune was strange, it made my blood boil and I wished I could take my saber and mount the horse to fight the Tujue again. So I went up to him and asked. Only then did I know that he was the genius Li Wangyu, Li Ziyo. This man is Li Ziyo? Duque, gallantry, and On Yang Quan were written by this man? Haha, that's him. In the crowd, Yu Shernan smiled and replied while twirling his beard. Pai Lupi nodded, but then shook his head. This man's mouth is really sarcastic. It's not like what Duque said. Were those 2 poems really written by him? Before Yu Shernan could answer, another official walked out from the crowd and cupped his hands towards Pai Lupi. Your Majesty, although Li Zio's words are sharp and he doesn't care about trifles, he is a real talent. I also have a new poem written by him here. Would Your Majesty like to hear it? A new poem? Xianling also knows this man? Pai Lupi asked curiously. No, this is the first time we've met. My second son met Li Zio yesterday when he entered Chang'an. They were reciting poems on Vermilion Bird Avenue outside the illustrious Virtue Gate. This poem was told to me by Erlang after he returned home. The speaker was Feng Xianling, the head of the Secretariat of the Tang Dynasty, the Duke of Liang, and the father of Feng Yai whom Li Wangyu met yesterday. Read it to me. Feng Xianling twirled his beard and smiled. The drizzle on the heavenly street is as smooth as butter. The color of the grass can be seen from afar but not near. The most beneficial thing about spring is that it absolutely surpasses the willows that fill the entire imperial capital. What does Your Majesty think of this poem? Pai Lupi smiled and nodded as he praised. Not bad, it's a good poem. This Li Ziyu was indeed a talent. What was his family background? Where are you from? Pai Lupi's question made Feng Xianling hesitate. After a long time he finally replied, Your Majesty, Li Zio was originally from the Li clan of Huxian. The Li clan of Hu County? Isn't that a relative of the royal family? Who is his father? Pai Lupi asked curiously. The emperors of the Tang dynasty called themselves I, except for formal occasions. Li Zhou. Feng Xianling answered honestly and immediately looked at Pai Lupi's face. Sure enough, after hearing the name Li Zhou, Pai Lupi's face stiffened and his smile became a little uncertain. Feng Xianling was a little uneasy. Did His Majesty still remember Li Zhou's nonsense in the imperial court? After Feng Yai woke up yesterday, he immediately went to find his father and reported Li Wangyu's matter, which made him very happy. It was a good thing that the son of his old friend had grown up and was overflowing with talent. He wanted to invite Li Wangyu to his mansion as a guest, but Feng Yai was so drunk that he didn't know where Li Wangyu lived in Chang'an. Feng Xianling was so angry that he scolded his son, but he didn't expect to meet Li Wangyu at Xujiang Lake today. Feng Xianling was now worried that because of Li Zhou's matter, Pai Lupi's impression of Li Wangyu would be affected. That would be very bad. After a long while, Pai Lupi asked coldly, Xianling, why did you say that he was originally from the Li clan of Hu County? Did something happen? Your Majesty, you may not know, but a few days ago, the Li clan of Hu County removed Li Zio and his father Li Zhou from the clan. Yu Shernan answered for Feng Xianling. Why was this so? Did Li Zio commit a crime? Or did he commit murder and arson? Pai Lupi asked in confusion. Yu Shernan shook his head. No, it's because the Li clan of Hu County's elders were insatiable. He told Pai Lupi what had happened, but Pai Lupi's face became colder and colder. Humph! Pai Lupi snorted coldly, but no one knew whether he was dissatisfied with the Li clan of Hu County or Li Wangyu himself. While Pai Lupi was talking to the ministers, Li Wangyu pointed at the group of scholars and scolded them to his heart's content. Then he turned his head and asked the Niu brothers. Brothers, why did you have a conflict with this group of Qo-da? The term, Qo-da, was used to scold scholars in the Tang dynasty. Niu Wu was stunned by Li Wangyu's string of wonderful words. He never knew that scolding people could be so eloquent and brilliant. For a moment, he was amazed by Li Wangyu. He carefully swallowed a mouthful of saliva and replied, My brother and I were waiting for you here, but then this group of scholars came. They thought we were blocking their way and wanted to drive us away. They also mocked my brother's physical disability. I couldn't help but scold them back, saying that they were poor and had a conflict with them. If it wasn't for my brother holding me back, I would have let them know the power of my fists. Humph! You are all so mighty. Even the current saint doesn't allow commoners to visit Noda's Crooked River Lake. What right do you have to drive my brothers away? Li Wangyu said coldly. Niu Yong's broken arm was lost during the battle with the Turks. In Li Wangyu's eyes, it wasn't a physical disability, but a medal of merit. This group of scholars used Niu Yong's physical disability to mock him. They deserve to die. Bah, today's Crooked River Lake is a literary event. Everyone in Noda's Chong and city knows this. Where did these Qiu-ba come from to pollute the environment? Not to mention scolding you, even if they beat you, so what? Li Wangyou's words caused the scholars to fiercely refute. Haha, what a good Qiuba. Do all of you know that it was these Qiuba who protected all of you, allowing all of you to spout nonsense here today? Li Wangyou sneered. Nonsense. How can these two Qiuba protect us? Just because they are missing arms and legs? Haha, what a joke. Tian Shalang, you have the nerve to talk big and protect us. Ridiculous. We are scholars who study the literature of the saints. In the future, we will be officials, patrolling the heavens and educating the people. That is protecting the people. Tu Qiuba, you have the nerve to talk about protecting us. Ridiculous. The people who were stunned by Li Wangyou's scolding just now jumped up and down after hearing his words. However, the group of Confucian scholars, who lacked the strength to truss up a chicken, did not dare to do anything to the Niu brothers, who were physically handicapped but had strong bodies and long sabers. They could only continue to insult them verbally. Shut up! Li Wangyou roared and pointed at the Niu brothers. My two brothers were loyal to the country and fought a bloody battle with the Turks at Yanmen Pass. Their village had 60 government soldiers and 37 of them died. The rest were all injured. How dare you insult them? Based on what? Just because you have a mouth? Without the Qiuba fighting to the death with the foreign tribes, would you defend against the foreign tribes with your mouths? Li Wangyou's scolding stunned the group of scholars. The warriors who were injured in the bloody battle with the Turks were indeed not people they should insult. The scholars were ashamed by Li Wangyou's words. Suddenly, someone exclaimed and asked in confusion, since the establishment of the Tang dynasty, we have never fought with the Turks at Yanmen Pass? Li Wangyou straightened his neck. In the 11th year of the Great Cause, the Battle of Yanmen Pass. Everyone was stunned. The previous dynasty? What about the previous dynasty? The previous dynasty did not fight the Turks? Chapter 45. Pai Lupi and his ministers, who were eavesdropping not too far away, almost sprained their backs when they heard Li Wangyou's words. They didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. They thought that those two were soldiers of the Tang dynasty, but they didn't expect them to be soldiers of the previous dynasty. Someone beside Pai Lupi suddenly laughed. This brat scolded well. Delightful, delightful. Lu Guogong, be careful with your words. This brat is obviously talking nonsense. How can he say that the soldiers of the previous Sui dynasty are protecting the scholars of the Tang dynasty? Someone among the ministers was dissatisfied with Li Wangyou's words and retorted. Lu Guogong was the #1 troublemaker of the Tang dynasty, Cheng Yaojin, Cheng Jijia. When Cheng Yaojin heard this, he glared at the minister who spoke with his bell-sized eyes. What, do you have a problem with my words? Why don't you tell my fists what you have a problem with? You. Seeing that Cheng Yaojin was about to make a move, the minister could only fling his robe and ignore this troublemaker. A disgrace to the educated. A disgrace to the educated. Hey! Cheng Yaojin spat a mouthful of thick phlegm on the ground. That brat is right. Do you think you can rely on your mouth? All right, Jijia, stop talking. Seeing that the two of them were getting out of hand, Pai Lupi spoke up to stop them, but his tone was obviously biased towards Cheng Yaojin. At this moment, beside Zhang Sun Wuji, Du Ruhui, Feng Xianling, Wei Zhang, and the other ministers, there was also Lu Guogong, Zhao Junwang, Wei Xiaogong, Yi Country Duke Wei Qi, Wei Country Duke Li Jing, Chao Country Duke Chai Shao, Chen Country Duke Ho Junji, Yi Country Duke Qin Shubao, and the other founding ministers. Li Wangyou's words just now had struck a chord with these generals. Although they didn't praise Li Wangyou directly like Cheng Yaojin, they all nodded in their hearts, thinking that Li Wangyou was indeed not bad. Li Wangyou had no idea that his words on behalf of the Niu brothers had left him with an extremely good impression in the hearts of the military bigwigs and founding dukes of the Great Tang. It could be said that he had unintentionally planted a willow in the shade. Pai Lupi looked at the Niu brothers who were dressed in tattered clothes and said quietly, the soldiers of the previous dynasty are also the people of the Tang dynasty. They are soldiers who protect the land of the country, and I owe them too much. The Turks, I wish I could break their bones and suck their marrow. The Turks were not only enemies of the Sui, they were also enemies of the Tang dynasty. After Li, the Tang's Khan led his troops to the south to kill all the way from the grassland to Chang'an. 200,000 Tujue soldiers lined up at the north bank of the Wei River. In the end, Pai Lupi had no choice but to promise gold and money. On the Wei River Bridge, he killed the White Horse and formed an alliance with Khan Xieli. Khan Xieli brought a large amount of gold and silver and returned with satisfaction. However, the Wei River alliance was seen by Pai Lupi as the humiliation of his life, and he hated the Turks to the bone. Now that he saw the two soldiers of the previous dynasty who participated in the Battle of Yanmen, Pai Lupi felt respect for them. He also felt that Li Wangyu's words were to his liking. Your Majesty, you don't have to blame yourself. The Tang dynasty has just been established, but our country is getting stronger day by day. I believe that we will be able to repay the humiliation of the Turks. Zhang Sun Wuji consoled. Pai Lupi didn't say anything, only looking at Li Wangyu not far away. The group of Confucian scholars were choked by Li Wangyu's words, but they didn't know how to refute. However, just as Li Wangyu said, even the soldiers of the previous dynasty fought against the Turks. They were also Chinese heroes. They didn't know what to say, but they couldn't win against Li Wangyu. They felt a little embarrassed, so they turned around and left. Everyone, don't bother with this person. Today's Lake Xiujiang poetry gathering is the most important thing. Let's go quickly. That's right. I heard that the important officials of the court will participate in today's poetry gathering. Even Prime Minister Du, Prime Minister Fang, Secret Supervisor Yu, and Chancellor Kong will participate. This is a great opportunity for us to show off our talents. Let's go quickly. Many of the 18 scholars will participate in today's poetry gathering. It's really a grand occasion for our literary circle. Let's go, why bother with this young man? The Confucian scholars acted as if they didn't want to lower themselves to the same level as Li Wangyu. They clustered around each other and quickly left. However, their words stunned Li Wangyu for quite a while. Today's poetry gathering seemed to be different from what he had imagined. Originally, Li Wangyu thought that the so-called poetry gathering was just a group of scholars who had nothing to do after eating and had nothing better to do. So they gathered together to recite poems and make couplets. But why was it that from the words of this group of Confucian scholars, even great Confucian scholars like the 18 scholars were going to participate? Li Wangyu knew about the 18 scholars from the beginning of the Tang dynasty. When Pai Lupi was still the emperor of Qin, he built the literature hall and recruited the talented scholars of that time. Du Ruhui, Feng Xianling, Yu Jining, Su Shizhong, Yao Xilian, Xue Shou, Chu Liang, Lu Deming, Kong Ingda, Li Xiandao, Li Shaosu, Yu Shernan, Kai Yungong, Yan Xiangshi, Su Jingzong, Shui Yuanjing, Gai Wenda, and Su Sun were all scholars. Pai Lupi also asked Yan Liben to draw portraits of the 18 scholars, which was called the 18 Scholars Ascending Yingzhou. Among the 18 scholars, there was no need to mention Du Ruhui and Feng Xianling. Yu Shernan, Kong Ingda, and Yao Xilian were all great scholars. There was even Su Jingzong, who was later listed as the #1 treacherous official. With such a group of big shots participating in the poetry gathering, no matter how he thought about it, he felt that he had been tricked by that bastard Yang Quan. For a moment, Li Wangyu had the urge to turn around and leave. He didn't want to become famous. Making a fortune in silence was the way of the king. If he really took first place in such an eye-catching poetry gathering, he was afraid that there would be a lot of trouble in the future. As the saying goes, there is no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. If he took first place in the poetry gathering, a group of scholars would come to him every 2 to 3 days to compare their essays. Wouldn't he be depressed to death? Li Wangyu rolled his eyes. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. He called the Niu brothers and was about to leave. He didn't care about Yang Quan's reward of 100 strings of coins. At most, he would draw a few more nude sketches in the next 2 days. As for Yang Quan, he would find a way to fool him later. In any case, Yang Quan didn't know what happened in Chang'an City. Who knew that when Li Wangyu was about to turn around and leave, he was blocked by someone. Zio, where are you going? The poetry gathering is over there. Yu Shernan smiled and pointed in the direction that the scholars had left. Looking at Yu Shernan's wrinkled face, Li Wangyu felt a toothache. He was even more certain that he had fallen into Yang Quan's trap. It would be strange if Yu Shernan didn't know that Yang Quan had asked him to come to Chang and to participate in the poetry gathering at Xiujiang Pond. Duke, are you also going to participate in the poetry gathering? I suddenly remembered that I have something to do at home. It's a pity that I can't participate in today's poetry gathering. Duke, take care. I'll take my leave first. Zio actually has something to do. That's a pity. I heard from Xuqing that he was going to find someone to collect a debt. I wonder if Zio is going because of this? Yu Shernan smiled like an old fox. The only thing missing was his tail wagging behind him. Damn it! Using debt to threaten him again. Did Yang Bailao have no human rights? Li Wangyou's expression changed. He immediately smiled at Yu Shernan and said, Duke Yu, what are you talking about? No matter how important something is, I still have to participate in the poetry gathering. I'm going now. If I don't get first place, I swear I won't give up. He didn't wait for Yu Shernan to speak. He cupped his hands and turned around, leading the Niu brothers in the direction that the scholars had left in. Chapter 46. After Li Wangyu left, Pai Lupi led a group of officials over. Elder Yu, this Li Zio's temperament is very lazy. In the crowd, an old man looked at Li Wangyou's back and said with a smile. The one who spoke was one of the 18 scholars, the Chancellor of the Imperial College, the 31st grandson of the late Confucius, Kong Ingda. You're right, Master Kong. Ziyu is a rare talent, but he has a lazy personality. He still needs to be polished. Yu Shernan smiled. After Yu Shernan returned to Chang'an from Hu County, he spread Li Wangyou's 2 poems far and wide. Li Wangyu had left a deep impression on a group of court officials and great scholars. Today, they unexpectedly saw Li Wangyou's eloquence, which made them feel funny and even more curious about Li Wangyu. Du Ruhui was not stingy with his praise. Just by looking at his 3 poems, I know that he is not a fish in a pond. In the future, he will be a capable official of His Majesty. Everyone knew how to carry a sedan chair, especially the other officials. Seeing that Fang Xianling, Zhang Sun Wuji, and Yu Shernan were thinking highly of Li Wangyu, many officials also spoke up and praised Li Wangyu. Pai Lupi did not comment on this, and the officials and generals could not guess what he thought of Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu did not know that the reason why so many officials were participating in the poetry gathering was because Pai Lupi's first imperial examination after ascending the throne was imminent. The imperial examination of the Tang dynasty was divided into more than 50 subjects such as Xiaocai, Ming Jing, Jinshi, Ming Fa, Ming Zi, and Ming Shu. Jinshi was the most important subject, and many of the prime ministers of the Tang dynasty were Jinshi. Jinshi mainly tested current affairs, poetry, and essays. The imperial examination was held by the Ministry of Ministers, and because it was usually held in the spring, it was also called the Spring Imperial Examination. In the Tang dynasty, not only did they look at exam results, but they also needed the recommendation of famous people. As a result, the examinees would rush to the noble family's door before the exam and present their representative works to them. This was called handing in the exam papers. Handing in the examination papers was a serious detriment to the original intention of the imperial examination. Originally, they wanted to give the commoners a path to promotion, but because of the scroll, the commoners had all become disciples of the aristocratic families. This was the reason why people said that there were no poor families in the upper class and no noble families in the lower class. In Pai Lupi's view, the aristocratic families were actually the cancer of the Tang dynasty. Although Emperor Li's imperial family was one of the most influential families in the Tang dynasty, the Longxi Li clan, one of the most influential families in the world, the Li clan was one of the most influential families in the world. However, the aristocratic families controlled culture and knowledge. In the imperial court, the aristocratic families controlled most of the positions. Pai Lupi was naturally afraid of the aristocratic families that threatened the imperial rule. Pai Lupi wanted to use the imperial examinations to weaken the aristocratic families, but he didn't expect that just a system of submitting papers would almost cause his efforts to go down the drain. Therefore, Pai Lupi simply held this poetry gathering before the spring imperial examination. He wanted to let the students from all over the country who came to Chang'an to participate in the imperial examination to show their talents in public, hoping to kill off the matter of submitting papers. On the grass on both sides of a winding stream beside Sujiang Pond, there were many mats laid out with a few tables on them. All the students who participated in the poetry gathering could occupy a mat and a few tables by themselves. When Li Wangyu led the Niu brothers here, there were already hundreds of students sitting beside Sujiang Pond. It stretched for hundreds of meters, and it was very lively. In the Tang dynasty, there were 2 kinds of people who were qualified to participate in the imperial examination of Chang'an. One was from the capital and the county academies, and they were called students. The second kind was those who first passed the county examination and then sent to the imperial examination, and they were called juren. The Niu brothers were not scholars, so they couldn't sit at the table and could only watch from the outside. Li Wangyu casually found an empty mat downstream of the stream and sat down cross-legged. Until now, he was still confused and didn't understand the rules of this poetry gathering. It looked like there was going to be a winding water winder. Winding water winder was a game that the scholars of the Tang dynasty liked to play. They used it to compose poems and compete in poems. Winder was a kind of wine vessel, mostly made of wood, that could float. Whoever the winder flowed from upstream or stopped in front of would drink and compose a poem, and the others would sing a poem. In Li Wangyu's view, this poetry gathering was just something that the scholars of the Tang dynasty had nothing better to do. If they had the time, wouldn't it be better for him to spend a few more sketches? While he was silently cursing, he did not notice that Li Er had led a group of important officials to the side of the crooked river pool and entered a waterside pavilion beside the pool. Soon, there was a crisp sound from the waterside pavilion, and the people who were talking loudly by Xiujiang Pond immediately quieted down. Li Wangyu saw a skinny old man come out from the waterside pavilion and said loudly, "Wine!" As his voice fell, countless servants began to weave through the grass, bringing a pot of wine, some dried fruits, and writing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone to each table. Li Wangyu immediately understood that they were going to compose a poem, but he didn't know how to judge. "Everyone, raise your cups and drink." The old man spoke again and raised his cup. The hundreds of students present, including Li Wangyu, all raised their cups and drank the wine in their cups. After drinking a cup of wine, the old man said loudly, "Everyone, please compose a poem with the theme of spring as the theme." Li Wangyu was stunned. Why did it feel like this poetry gathering was like an exam? In addition to the beautiful environment, wasn't this method of composing a poem a kind of imperial examination in the Tang dynasty? But since he was sitting here, he had to show some ability and copy it properly. Otherwise, it would be really bad if Yang Quan really pulled down his face and asked him to pay for it. With the theme of spring as the theme, the ancient poems with this theme in his mind were simply too common. Li Wangyu felt that he could copy 10 of them in one breath without any pressure. Looking around, Li Wangyu prepared to pick the most suitable poem to copy. But he saw many wild ducks frolicking in the Xiujiang Pond not far away. Li Wangyu immediately thought of which powerful poem he should copy. Su Shi Su Dongpa's Hui Chong Chun Jiang Shaojing was most suitable for this Xiujiang Pond. Li Wangyu picked up the brush and wrote, changing the title of the poem. Xiujiang Shaojing in Xiujiang Pond, outside the bamboo, there are 2 or 3 peach blossoms. The duck knows when the spring water is warm. The artemisia is full of short reed buds. It is the time when the pufferfish is about to rise. 2 or 3 minutes later, when the other students were still thinking hard about how to compose a poem with the theme of spring, Li Wangyu had already finished writing the whole poem on the rice paper with beautiful thin gold characters. When the servant at the side saw him finish the poem so quickly, his eyes lit up and he immediately jogged over to take away the rice paper. Not long later, Li Wangyu's poem was delivered to the waterside pavilion by the Xiujiang Pond. "Who finished the poem so quickly?" Pai Lupi asked curiously. "Your Majesty, it was Li Wangyu from Hu County." When Pai Lupi heard this, he frowned slightly. "It's this kid again. Let me hear it." "Yes, Xiujiang Shaojing in Xiujiang Pond. Outside the bamboo, there are 2 or 3 peach blossoms. The duck knows when the spring water is warm." After the poem was recited, before the civil officials could say anything, a group of generals and dukes clamored. "Good poem. This poem is well written. Even a boor like me can understand it. Naturally, it is a good poem. The truth is, the spring water is warm. Don't the duck know first?" Ha! Because the dukes had a good impression of Li Wangyu before, when they heard that it was Li Wangyu's poem, they didn't care about anything else and praised it first. Their words made Pai Lupi and the civil officials not know whether to laugh or cry, but they couldn't deny that Li Wangyu's poem was really good. Chapter 47. The group of civil officials naturally couldn't evaluate Li Wangyu's poem like Cheng Yaojin and the others. Yu Shernan twirled his beard and smiled. "The poem is like seeing a painting, overflowing with spring light, harmonious and warm, good. Out of the ordinary, naturally superior." Zhang Sun Wuji nodded and praised. "True and false, diverse and interesting. What a good duck foresight. Li Zio really has talent." Kong Yingda clapped his hands and cheered. While everyone was praising him, a discordant voice was heard. "Geese also foresight. Why only ducks?" Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and many of them burst out laughing. Cheng Yaojin was immediately unhappy and jumped out, pointing at Su Jingzong's nose and scolding, "Su Jingzong, do you know how to speak human language?" The one speaking was one of the 18 scholars, Su Jingzong. Su Jingzong was only 36 years old this year. Although he was appreciated by Pai Lupi, his official life wasn't good. Now that he saw everyone praising Li Wangyou's poem, he was jealous and couldn't help but come over to nitpick. Yu Shernan was also unhappy with his words. According to the Yen family, this poem doesn't even need to be written. Guan Guan Ju Jiu, in the continent of the river. In the continent of the river, Banjiu or Mingjiu is fine. Why write Ju Jiu? Yen family was Su Jingzong's courtesy name. Su Jingzong could ignore Chang Yaojin's scolding, but he couldn't pretend he didn't hear Yu Shernan's words. He could only awkwardly cup his hands towards Yu Shernan, indicating that he had said something wrong. Being slapped in the face by Yu Shernan in public made Su Jingzong very embarrassed. Although he asked for it, this person held the grudge against Li Wangyu and became more jealous of Li Wangyu. If Li Wangyu knew that he had such an undeserved calamity and took the blame for no reason, he would probably cry until he fainted in the toilet. Being targeted by the #1 scoundrel of the Wu Zhou dynasty, #1 on the list of traitorous officials, wasn't this considered sitting at home while disaster came from the sky? Luckily, Li Wangyu did not know what had happened in the waterside pavilion. At this moment, he was drinking wine calmly and in a good mood, looking at the scholars around him scratching their heads and scratching their cheeks as they racked their brains to write poems. However, the old man from before did not give them too much time. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the servants took away the rice paper on the tables and sent them into the waterside pavilion. Not long after, servants came out and asked those scholars who didn't write anything, or those who didn't know anything to leave their seats according to the name list. These scholars who were chased away knew that they had exposed their cowardice and didn't dare to say much. Each of them covered their faces with their sleeves and left in fear. Soon, less than half of the 100 people who had been sitting by the stream were left. The old man shouted again, "Everyone, let's raise our cups again and drink to victory. Students, please use the frontier fortress as the theme and compose a poem." F***CK, again? Li Wangyu looked at the remaining 40 to 50 people around him and thought to himself, could it be that this poetry meet is still an elimination system? Alright, let's cut the crap and continue to copy poems. It was just nice that the bunch of scholars had looked down on the Niu brothers and he was still unhappy about it. He could copy a poem to vent his anger. Before Li Wangyu put down the wine cup in his left hand, his right hand picked up the brush and started to write. This time around, his speed was even faster. The other scholars were still thinking about the words of the old man when Li Wangyu had already laughed out loud and threw the brush down. The servant who took away Li Wangyu's poem had learned to be smart and stood not too far away from him. When he saw Li Wangyu throwing the brush down, he immediately ran forward and rolled up the paper and took it away. On the tables around Li Wangyu, a few scholars cursed in their hearts when they saw this scene. Who exactly was this young man? Are you sure you're composing a poem? Chao Ji, who was reputed to be extremely talented, had to walk 7 steps to compose a poem. This fellow in front of them didn't even need to think about it? Many scholars snorted coldly in their hearts. This person was obviously trying to please the crowd with claptrap. In the waterside pavilion, Kong Yingda had just announced the topic of the poem to everyone. He had just walked back when the servant brought in Li Wangyou's poem. Pai Lupi couldn't help but stare. Is this fellow playing with us? How can he compose a poem so quickly? Nonsense. For something like composing a poem, other than needing quick thinking and outstanding literary talent, it also needed inspiration. Even so, most of the masterpieces that had been handed down from ancient times were actually a long process of deliberation. The poem had to fit the mood of the author, be catchy, have to have rhyme, etc. For a sentence of a poem or a word in the poem, scholars didn't hesitate to spend their effort and time. The Tang dynasty poet Jia Dao once used a few years to compose a poem. A sentence: birds sleep in the trees by the pond, monks push the door under the moon. He racked his brains over whether to use the word knock or push, and offended Hanyu, causing a beautiful story. From then on, deliberation became a popular and commonly used word. It was used to describe repeatedly pondering and deliberating when writing an article or doing something. From this, one could see that composing a poem wasn't something that could be done casually. That was why Chao Ji's poem in 7 steps became a beautiful story. The group of officials were also dumbfounded by Li Wangyou's speed. Su Jingzong jumped out again. "Your Majesty, this fellow is clearly disrupting the poem gathering. He should be punished as a warning to others." "Bastard, it's you again? If I don't let you know the power of my fist today, you won't be able to learn how to speak properly." Chang Yaojin also went against Su Jingzong today. He was a founding duke. If he really wanted to beat Su Jingzong up, then so be it. Su Jingzong would be beaten up for nothing, and wouldn't be able to find a place to cry. Pai Lupi shouted in dissatisfaction, "Jijia, have you caused enough trouble?" "Your Majesty, it's not that I want to cause trouble. It's clearly this fellow who is deliberately causing trouble time and time again." "Humph, you're a duke, and you have the nerve to cause trouble for others." Pai Lupi glared at him. Chang Yaojin was Pai Lupi's most trusted general. How could Pai Lupi really reprimand him for Su Jingzong? He was just using this as an excuse to vent his dissatisfaction with Li Wangyu. Pai Lupi was depressed because he had a good impression of Li Wangyu just now. He had even personally come up with a poem about the frontier fortress. He wanted to see what kind of poem Li Wangyu, who had passionately lectured the group of scholars, could write about the frontier fortress. In the end, Li Wangyu didn't give him any face at all. Kong Ingda had just announced the topic and he had already finished writing. Other than scribbling, what other explanation could there be? Yu Shernan was also somewhat embarrassed. He had just praised Li Wangyu. Why did this fellow drop the ball? Pai Lupi was able to propose a second poem about the frontier fortress. Everyone present was shrewd. How could they not see that this had something to do with the small argument by the Crooked River pool? It was clear that Pai Lupi was already interested in Li Wangyu and wanted to see his talent one step further. "Your Majesty, let me go and warn that weary fellow to write another poem." Yu Shernan could only speak up. He hoped that Pai Lupi would give him face and give Li Wangyu another chance. Humph. Pai Lupi didn't express any opinion. He let out a cold snort from his nostrils, tacitly agreeing with Yu Shernan's words. Yu Shernan didn't care about his old age. He turned around and wanted to leave the waterside pavilion to beat up Li Wangyu. However, he heard Kong Ingda let out a soft cry. "Hey, this poem is amazing. Good, leaving the fortress." Kong Ingda held the paper in his hand. He was so excited that his beard trembled. His words attracted the attention of everyone in the waterside pavilion. Pai Lupi didn't understand and asked, "Kong Ingda, what poem did that fellow write? What made you lose your composure like this?" "This poem is vigorous and open-minded, with a majestic momentum, and stirring one's heart. It can be said to be the best of the 7 absolutes." "Oh?" For Kong Ingda to praise it so much, could it be that the fellow wrote some amazing poem? "Quickly, read it for us." Yu Shernan was also excited. He thought that Li Wangyu had made a mess. Now it seemed that it wasn't what the officials in the waterside pavilion thought. The poem is called, "Leaving the Fortress." The bright moon of the Qin and Han dynasties, the long march of 10,000 li has not yet ended. But with Long Qingfei, the general, there will be no horse to cross the Yin Mountains. Kong Ingda used a yin and yang tone to recite Li Wangyu's poem. The waterside pavilion was completely silent. Everyone stared at Kong Ingda in disbelief. "Are you playing with us?" Such a magnificent poem was written by that tired kid without any hesitation? Chapter 48. When everyone was still shocked by Li Wangyu's leaving the fortress, and didn't know what to think, they heard a person in the waterside pavilion laugh loudly. "Haha, I already said that this kid is amazing. Su Jingzong, what else do you have to say?" Chang Yaojin's laughter made the frozen atmosphere in the waterside pavilion loosen up. Su Jingzong's face twitched a few times and he shut his mouth. He jumped out twice to criticize Li Wangyu, but he didn't expect to be slapped in the face. This made Su Jingzong sullen and depressed, feeling that he lost face in front of Pai Lupi today. Li Wangyu copied Wang Chongling's Leaving the Fortress, and it was hailed as the head of the Tang dynasty's 7 absolutes in the future. Needless to say, the group of dukes and generals in the waterside pavilion were all extremely excited by Li Wangyu's poem. Even the civil officials fell for it. Many of the civil officials in the beginning of the Tang dynasty had also experienced war. Take the Wei River Alliance in the 9th year of Wuda as an example. Pai Lupi led Gao Shilian, Fang Xianling and 6 others to the Wei River to negotiate with Sheli Khan. The civil officials in the beginning of the Tang dynasty couldn't be compared to the weak scholars in the later generations. Pai Lupi himself was an emperor on horseback. More than half of the Tang dynasty's rivers and mountains were conquered by him personally. Therefore, Li Wangyou's leaving the fortress could be said to have written in the hearts of everyone present. Zhang Sun Wuji couldn't help but sigh. Xieling Yun said that the world's geniuses only have one stone. Chao Zijian alone has 8 stones. He has 1 stone. Since ancient times, they have shared 1 stone. I think he said it wrongly. This Li Zio is clearly the Qilin's son who has 8 stones. No one in the waterside pavilion felt that Zhang Sun Wuji's words were exaggerated. They all nodded in agreement. Li Wangyou's 2 poems were also passed around in the hands of everyone. Li Wangyou's words are so strange. Someone immediately discovered Li Wangyou's unique thin gold body. Haha, this old man knows this character. It's Zio's original thin muscle body. This lean muscle body's handwriting is thin and strong, yet it doesn't lose its meat. It's really good handwriting. Yu Shernan explained with a smile. The more Li Wangyou shone in this poetry competition, the happier Yu Shernan was. He didn't want a hidden gem like Li Wangyou to be buried among the common folk. If Pai Lupi didn't want to use Li Wangyou because of Li Zhou, Yu Shernan didn't mind taking advantage of his seniority and making a scene. In any case, he was already 70 years old. Confucius had once said, "At 70 years of age, follow your heart's desires and do not overstep the rules." Such a great scholar. Even Li Er had to be respectful when facing Yu Shernan. Yu Shernan had been a loyal and upright person all his life. When his brother Yu Shiji was captured by Yuan Huaji and was about to be executed, Yu Shernan knelt on the ground and begged to be executed for his brother. He was praised by the world. In contrast, Su Jingzong was a shameless villain. His father Su Shanshin was killed by Yuan Huaji. In order to survive, Su Jingzong danced with joy. It could be seen how bad his character was. Your Majesty, what do you think of this poem? Yu Shernan asked Pai Lupi with a smile. In fact, these words didn't give Pai Lupi any face. Just now, Pai Lupi had questioned Li Wangyou's ability to write a poem so quickly. Now that he heard the poem, Leaving the Fortress, it was an awkward moment. As a result, Yu Shernan went to ask the emperor about Li Wangyou's poem. It was simply a slap in the face. Pai Lupi also felt his face heat up. He coughed to hide his embarrassment and said, "It's not bad, not bad." If this poem, Leaving the Fortress, was not bad, would there still be people who could write poems in the Tang dynasty? However, Pai Lupi was the emperor of the Tang dynasty after all. He had to leave some face for himself. Yu Shernan didn't expose him. He just twirled his beard and chuckled. Pai Lupi was thick-skinned. He just took Li Wangyou's poem and looked at it carefully. He also liked calligraphy. He especially liked Wang Shi's Wang Youjuan's Fei by script. His calligraphy was also excellent. Later generations had many Pai Lupi's original works, which were all priceless treasures. Now that he saw the unique thin gold script, Pai Lupi was also excited. He liked it very much. The civil officials present were also the same. They all admired the thin gold script. As for Li Wangyou, who was only 16 years old and had created an original font, they were even more shocked. They also felt that Zhang Sun Wuji's words were not wrong. In this world, Li Wangyou had 80% of the talent. Li Wangyou naturally didn't know what was happening in the pavilion. He was already a little drunk. Beside the stream of Chujiang pool, everyone was thinking hard. However, he was happily drinking cup after cup of wine and eating a plate of fruit. He was very relaxed and content. The wine provided for today's poetry gathering tasted the best he had ever tasted since he came to the Tang dynasty. It was slightly sweet, like the rice wine of later generations. Li Wangyou didn't know that these wines were all imperial wine from Pai Lupi's palace. Naturally, they tasted good. There was good wine and beautiful scenery. Looking at the vast waves of Chujiang pool and listening to the clear chirping of birds in the forest, Li Wangyou became more and more greedy. He quickly finished the jug of wine on the table. He asked the attendant to bring him another jug of wine. The other scholars were busy composing poems. Almost no one touched the wine on the table. Only Li Wangyou was bored. He just minded his own business and drank to pass the time. Li Wangyou's small body of 16 years old was not good at drinking. In a daze, he drank a lot after drinking a few jugs of wine. After getting drunk, Li Wangyu became more excited. He shook his head and muttered all kinds of strange words. Something like posting on WeChat moments, or wearing a seatbelt when driving when your phone is out of battery. The attendant beside him shook his head. He felt that this Xiao Lang's drinking capacity was too low. He was still talking nonsense after drinking too much. When Li Wangyu was drunk, the poetry gathering at Chujiang Pool was also coming to an end. In this poetry recital, Li Er had indeed discovered quite a number of talents. Many scholars had created masterpieces that made people's eyes light up with the two named poems. However, with Li Wangyu in front of them, the others could only accompany the crown prince in his studies. Pai Lupi was now extremely satisfied with Li Wangyu. The bad impression that Li Zhou had given him had long been thrown to the back of his mind. Without any discussion, Pai Lupi and a group of important officials decided that Li Wangyu would be the champion of the poetry gathering. Pai Lupi was just about to have someone summon Li Wangyu to the waterside pavilion, preparing to personally meet this Qilin son of the Li family. However, he heard a god reporting to your Imperial Majesty. Her Imperial Highness the Empress has brought Princess Chang'e to Chujiang Pool. Why has Maid Guanyin come? Hearing that his Empress had arrived, Pai Lupi was astonished. He saw a pleasure boat rowing over from Chujiang Pool, slowly coming to a stop beside the waterside pavilion. Empress Zhang's son, accompanied by a 7 or 8-year-old adorable loli, disembarked from the boat and ascended to the waterside pavilion. The group of important officials promptly bowed to Empress Zhang's son. Empress Zhang's son asked the officials to dispense with the formalities. She then curtsied to Pai Lupi. Erlang, Chang'e wishes to come on a boat today. I have made the decision to bring her here for sightseeing. At the same time, I want to see what kind of young talents your Imperial Majesty has unearthed at this poetry gathering. Pai Lupi hurriedly extended his hand to support Empress Zhang's son. Maid Guanyin, you are pregnant. You must be careful. At this time, Empress Zhang's son was already 5 months pregnant. Her body was beginning to show signs of pregnancy. She had already given birth to 2 sons and a daughter for Pai Lupi. However, the 2 of them were still young husband and wife. They were very loving. Pai Lupi was very distressed for Empress Zhang's son. Maid Guanyin, you have truly come at the right time. Come, how about taking a look at these 2 poems? Pai Lupi carefully supported Empress Zhang's son to sit down. As if presenting a treasure, he handed over Li Wangyu's 2 poems to Empress Zhang's son. He then picked up Princess Chang'e and began to tease her. Princess Chang'e was the eldest daughter of Li Shimin and Empress Zhang's son. Her name was Li Lizzie, and she was 8 years old this year. She was of noble birth. Since childhood, she had been doted on by her parents. She grew up under the gazes and doting of tens of thousands of people. Chang'e, do you miss father? In the Tang dynasty, there was actually no such title as imperial father. In the imperial palace, the title was the same as that of a commoner. Father or daddy were acceptable. I do. After father is done with his work today, can you accompany Chang'e to play? Okay. In a moment, father will accompany you on the boat. As father and daughter whispered to each other, Empress Zhang's son finished reading the 2 poems. She could not help but exclaim in admiration, Erlang, who composed these 2 poems? Truly a talent for worldly affairs. Chapter 49. In a trance, the already drunk Li Wangyu only felt that he was being supported by someone. He swayed as he walked, and it was only because of the support of his attendants that he didn't fall. Seeing him so drunk, Empress Zhang's son couldn't help but cover her laughter. Erlang, this is Li Wangyu? How did he get so drunk? Li Wangyu was dizzy and couldn't see clearly who was in front of him. He thought that the people supporting him were the Niu brothers. Because Niu Yong was missing an arm, Li Wangyu thought that it was Niu Wu who was supporting him. Erlang, I'm fine. Haha, today's wine is very very good. Come, let us brothers drink another cup. Pai Lupi ordered people to summon Li Wangyu. He wanted Empress Zhang's son to see this young talent, but he didn't expect to bring in a drunk cat. What made him even angrier was that as soon as this guy entered the pavilion, he began to talk nonsense and shouted something about Erlang. Wasn't he Pai Lupi Erlang Pai Lupi? Empress Zhang's son had always been used to calling him Erlang. The ministers in the pavilion didn't know that Li Wangyu was calling Niu Erlang. They only thought that this guy had drunk too much and directly called His Majesty Erlang. Everyone was stunned. Did this guy go crazy? Drink another cup? Who do you want to drink with? Su Jingzong had been hiding behind the crowd for a long time, afraid that Duke Lu would beat him up. Now that he saw Li Wangyu being rude in front of His Majesty, he immediately jumped out. Your Majesty, this guy is talking nonsense. Being rude in front of His Majesty after drinking is the same as disobedience. He deserves 10,000 deaths. I ask that you send him out and punish him with 20 strokes of the cane as a warning to others. Su Jingzong's words could be said to be vicious, directly putting Li Wangyu in a bad light. If Pai Lupi nodded slightly, Li Wangyu wouldn't be able to keep his butt. Yu Shernan hurriedly bowed. Your Majesty, Ziyu is young and greedy for alcohol. I beg for your Majesty's forgiveness. Empress Zhang Sun also chuckled and said, Erlang, forget it. Children talk nonsense when they drink too much. Don't take it seriously. From the side, Princess Changle let out a bell-like laughter. Father, why is this elder brother like a drunken cat? Look, he can't even stand steadily. How amusing. With Empress Zhang Sun and Yu Shernan pleading for leniency, Pai Lupi naturally couldn't bring himself to punish Li Wangyu. He could only wave his hand, planning to have Li Wangyu brought out. But unexpectedly, although Li Wangyu was drunk, his mouth was unforgiving. In a daze, he heard Su Jingzong's words. He pointed at Su Jingzong and said, Who the hell are you? Zio, don't mess around. Yu Shernan hurriedly reprimanded Li Wangyu, wanting him to stop talking. If he truly angered Pai Lupi, it would be troublesome. However, Su Jingzong would not let Li Wangyu off. Today, he had lost face several times because of Li Wangyu. With great difficulty, he had finally found an opportunity. How could he be willing to let it go? Your Majesty, I see that this Li Wangyu is only as a... Those two poems from before might have been written in advance by someone. Otherwise, how could he have written such a masterpiece so quickly? Why don't Your Majesty set a topic and have him compose a poem in front of you? Seeing that Li Wangyu was unable to stand steadily, Su Jingzong wanted him to compose a poem on the spot. He wanted to see Li Wangyu make a fool of himself. Your Majesty, Ziyu is already drunk. I'm afraid that this poem cannot be composed. Yu Shernan hurriedly helped Li Wangyu evade. The drunken cat Li Wangyu did not hear anything else clearly, only hearing the word, compose a poem. He did not wave his hand. Who said that I can't compose a poem? I have countless poems in my stomach. Speak, what kind of poem do you want me to compose? I have everything you need. Yu Shernan was angered by Li Wangyu's words. How could he not know that this fellow was so talkative after drinking? Before Yu Shernan had time to speak up for Li Wangyu, Su Jingzong had already seized the opportunity. Facing Pai Lupi, Su Jingzong bowed. Your Majesty, since Li Wangyu has said so, why don't you give him an opportunity to display his talent and let us admire his masterpiece? Pai Lupi was speechless. This fellow is still composing poems? I think it's more like a dream. His words caused all of the important officials in the pavilion to burst into laughter. Princess Changle giggled. Hee, dreaming is good. Changle loves to dream the most. All of the officials knew that Pai Lupi was joking. Who knew that Su Jingzong, with a deadpan expression, bowed again. Yes, Your Majesty has ordered that Li Wangyu compose a poem on the topic of dreaming. Once these words left his mouth, all of the officials were stunned. Everyone could tell that Pai Lupi was clearly joking. How could this Su Jingzong be so despicable? Pai Lupi frowned. Su Qing, I was only speaking without thinking. Your Majesty, a monarch does not speak lightly. Su Jingzong's mind was currently filled with thoughts of how to make Li Wangyu lose face and make a fool of himself. In a moment of anger, he rebutted Pai Lupi. Su Jingzong's words caused Pai Lupi to choke and be unable to say anything for a long time. It was Cheng Yaojin who jumped out from the side, grabbing Su Jingzong by the collar. You scoundrel! I see that you're itching for a beating today. The Tang dynasty has so many weapons, yet you insist on learning the sword. You swordsman! Previously, Cheng Yaojin had heard Li Wangyu's brilliant curses by the side of the crooked river pond. He had been greatly satisfied and had been silently memorizing it. Now that he finally had the opportunity to use it, he opened his mouth and began to spew. Su Jingzong was able to endure. Faced with Chang Yaojin's humiliation, he did not say a word. Even as Chang Yaojin's saliva sprayed on his face, he did not try to defend himself. Everyone could tell that Lu Guogong was learning from Li Wangyou's previous curses. None of them could restrain themselves from laughing. Even Pai Lupi was so angry that he began to laugh. However, this was the first time that Empress Chang's son and Princess Changle had heard such curses. They were both dumbfounded. Second young master, when did Lu Guogong become so eloquent? Empress Chang's son asked Pai Lupi in a low voice. Pai Lupi chuckled mischievously. Leaning close, he repeated Li Wangyou's curses to the group of Confucian scholars. Empress Chang's son could not help but roll her beautiful eyes. The reason why Chang Yaojin had jumped out was because Li Wangyou was to his liking today. Regardless of whether it was the cursing of the Confucian scholars at the edge of Lake Chu or the stunning, leaving the fortress, Chang Yaojin had a favorable impression of Li Wangyou. As a result, he had deliberately pestered Su Jingzong endlessly in order to fool Pai Lupi over with his earlier joke. However, no one had expected that drunken cat Li Wangyou would suddenly shout, "If you want to compose a poem, then compose a poem." Simple, very simple. Dreaming is also simple. Shaking off the attendant who was supporting him, Lu Guogong staggered towards the seating area in the waterside pavilion. As he neared, Li Wangyou swayed his body and shouted to Su Jingzong, "You, help me take off my boots." As previously mentioned, the Tangs had to take off their boots when they sat. Li Wangyou was so drunk that he actually remembered to take off his shoes. This was quite rare. Su Jingzong's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Although his official position was not high, he was still one of the 18 scholars. Li Wangyou actually yelled at him to take off his boots. This was simply a naked humiliation. However, without waiting for him to speak, Pai Lupi's light words floated over. "Since Su Qing wants Li Zio to compose a poem while drunk, it is only right that you help him take off his boots." Pai Lupi, the emperor of the ages, was definitely a narrow-minded fellow. He was taking revenge on Su Jingzong for embarrassing him earlier. Now he was forcing Su Jingzong to take off Li Wangyou's boots. Chapter 50. The moment Pai Lupi opened his mouth, Su Jingzong was placed in a difficult position. Su Jingzong began to regret his actions. Why did he provoke this drunken cat for no reason? He cast a pleading gaze towards the crowd, hoping that someone would speak up and help him out of this predicament. However, all of the important officials in the pavilion felt that Su Jingzong had gone too far just now. Right now, they were just watching a good show. No one spoke up for Su Jingzong. Left with no other choice, Su Jingzong could only grieve without tears, pinch his nose and accept the situation. He, the Grand 18th scholar, actually had to take off his boots for Li Wangyou, a fledgling. What kind of humiliation was this? Trembling, Su Jingzong squatted down, using all his strength to remove Li Wangyou's boots. Thank you. Li Wangyou did not forget to pat Su Jingzong on the shoulder, expressing his thanks. It would have been better if he had not said anything. After he finished speaking, Su Jingzong's face flushed red. "Thank you, my ass. Do you really think I'm your servant?" "Li Wangyou, from now on, the two of us cannot exist under the same sky." Ignoring how Su Jingzong was roaring in his heart, Li Wangyou leisurely walked over to the banquet table, plopping his butt on the table. Picking up a brush, he licked the ink twice. Discovering that the ink had already dried, he pointed the brush at a figure by the table. You grind the ink for me." As soon as he spoke, the gathered officials were in an uproar. This fellow was truly crazy. He actually had Princess Changle grind the ink for him. Originally, when Princess Changle saw that Li Wangyou wanted to compose a poem, she had curiously run over, wanting to see how he would compose a poem. Unfortunately, she had been pointed at by Li Wangyou, having her grind the ink. Li Er's face, which had been smiling and watching the show, immediately darkened. He reached out and patted the table beside him. He stood up and said, "How dare you ask my princess to grind ink for you? Li Wangyou, do you want to die? What's all this noise about? It's just grinding the ink. It's not like I'm going to publish it. Hee, princess. How are you? Big brother will give you a tip later." Li Wangyou spoke incoherently. He thought that he was in a nightclub in the future, but he didn't know that the princess he was talking about was not the princess he was talking about. No one understood what Li Wangyou was talking about, but they knew that Li Wangyou wasn't talking about anything good. Moreover, this guy actually dared to call himself Big Brother. He was simply asking for death. In the Tang dynasty, the term elder brother referred to the father as well as the elder brother. According to the old Tang book, Wang Ju's biography, Emperor Xuanzong wept and said, "Fourth brother is benevolent and filial." The fourth brother he was talking about was his father, Tang Ruizong. Because Tang Ruizong was the fourth son, Tang Xuanzong called him fourth brother. In the future, there was also a letter written by Pai Lupi to his son. At the end of the letter, he also addressed himself as his brother. When Su Jingzong heard this, he was secretly delighted. Li Wangyu actually dared to flirt with Princess Changle, claiming to be her older brother. He was simply seeking death. Pai Lupi flew into a rage. Just as he was about to call for the imperial bodyguards to drag Li Wangyu out, Empress Zhang's son gently tugged on his sleeve. "Erlang, I just heard that this Li Jia Shaolang is also a relative of our imperial family. Is there such a thing?" Pai Lupi was in a fit of anger. In a low, muffled voice he replied. He was born in the Li clan of Hu County. His father is Li Zhou. Li Zhou? If I recall correctly, he is Erlang's older cousin, right? Correct. Then, isn't this Li Wangyu Changle's older cousin? There's nothing wrong with calling him Big Brother, right? Empress Zhang's son laughed. Bah! How could my Changle be this scoundrel's younger cousin? Don't even think about it. Moreover, this brat has already been expelled from the Li clan of Hu County. Right now, he is no longer a relative of our Tang dynasty. Pai Lupi was still in a fit of anger, speaking fiercely. Empress Zhangxuan's beautiful eyes flickered. Softly she whispered into Pai Lupi's ear. How could Erlang be so muddle-headed? Such a talent, and also a relative of the imperial family, is precisely a talent that can be used. How could we push him out the door because of that group of old fools from the Li clan of Hu County? Could it be that Erlang wants to push this child to the side of those aristocratic families? His wife's words caused Pai Lupi to immediately calm down. However, as Empress Zhang's son had said, he was currently desperately trying to weaken the influence of the aristocratic families. How could he push out such a talent like Li Wangyu? Although Pai Lupi was a man of great talent and bold vision, and could be said to be an emperor throughout the ages, he had a problem that could not be considered a problem. He liked to appoint people by favoritism. Just look at the list of 24 meritorious officials that he had established in the Lingyan Pavilion. Ranked first was Empress Zhangxuan's elder brother, Zhang's son Wuji. Ranked second was the Prince of Hejian, Li Shaogong, a relative of the Tang dynasty. Ranked 15th was Zhang's son Shund, Duke of Pai State, who was Empress Zhangxuan's maternal uncle. Of course, the relatives that Pai Lupi placed in important positions were truly talented and learned. Li Shimin would not place those without talent or virtue in important positions. As a relative of the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu was also talented. How could Pai Lupi not be tempted? His eyes flickered. Suddenly he laughed and said to Princess Changle, "Changle, why haven't you ground ink for your brother?" With these words, the entire audience was shocked. Was Li Wangyu trying to reach the heavens in a single bound? As soon as Li Shimin opened his mouth, he would have Princess Changle, who was doted on by countless people, recognize Li Wangyu as her brother? Su Jingzong felt as if his head was buzzing, and his vision darkened. The little girl, Changle, did not think so much. She only felt that Li Wangyu was interesting. Since her father had instructed her to grind ink, she obediently helped Li Wangyu grind ink. Li Wangyu grinned widely. "Thank you." Reaching out, he picked up the brush, licked the ink, and stood up. Seeing that Li Wangyu was about to write a poem, an attendant immediately rushed forward. Reaching out, he held up the paper for Li Wangyu to write. Just now, these attendants had been frightened witless by Li Wangyu, fearing that the noble would blame them for not being discerning. At this moment, if they did not hurry up and hold up the paper, if this drunken cat pointed at the emperor and had them hold up the paper for him, would they still be alive? Li Wangyu did not pay attention to these things. Shaking his head, he recited while his brush moved like a swimming dragon, writing a poem in cursive. In a dream, Tian Lao sings a farewell. Seafarers talk about Ing Zhou, the smoke billows are faint, and faith is hard to find. You people talk about Tian Lao, perhaps the rosy clouds can be seen. This guy began to plagiarize Li Bai's poem again. In a dream, Tian Lao sings a farewell to the officials of Donglu, was Li Bai's dream poem, and also a poem about traveling immortals. At this moment, Li Wangyu was 80 to 90% drunk, but there was still some sobriety in his mind. He did not write farewell to the officials of Donglu. In the waterside pavilion, Pai Lupi, Empress Zhang's son, and a group of important officials could not help but gather around to watch Li Wangyu compose a poem. Li Bai's poem could be said to have a magnificent artistic conception, unpredictable changes, and colorful colors. Everyone was fascinated and intoxicated by it. His spirit traveled to the fairyland on heaven, and his heart felt that the pleasure of the world was the same. In a long poem, Li Wangyu finally wrote, "The pleasure of the world is the same. Since ancient times, all things have flowed in the east. Farewell to the emperor. When will it return? Between the white deer and the green cliff. Must ride and visit the famous mountains." At this moment, everyone began to clap and cheer. Ziyu's poem is natural and unrestrained. It's a great poem about traveling immortals. Yu Shernan praised. Pai Lupi nodded in satisfaction, and his face was full of smiles. He did not expect this guy to be able to compose a poem about dreaming when he was drunk. He was indeed a talent. He and Empress Zhang's son looked at each other excitedly. Pai Lupi was already determined to order Li Wangyu to enter the imperial court as an official. At this moment, everyone thought that the poem was finished. Li Wangyu picked up the brush shakily, licked the ink, and wrote again. "How can you lower your eyebrows and bend your waist to serve the nobles, making me unhappy?" Li Wangyu recited loudly as he wrote. After he finished, the waterside pavilion was completely silent. At this moment, Li Wangyu was completely drunk. He thought of himself as the immortal poet Li Bai. He threw the brush in his hand and laughed loudly. "Delightful, delightful! I am a banished immortal. The Son of Heaven asked me to come, but I did not get on board. I called myself an immortal in wine. Haha, delightful!" After he finished speaking, he fell to the ground and soon began to snore softly. Li Wangyu fell asleep. Chapter 51. Li Wangyu fell asleep, but none of the officials said anything. Pai Lupi's old face was as black as the bottom of a pot. His face was ashen, and he didn't say a word. How can you lower your eyebrows and bend your waist to serve the powerful? What does this mean? How can Li Wangyu lower his eyebrows and bend his waist to serve the powerful? How can he not smile? In this world he, Pai Lupi, is the most powerful person. The words Li Wangyu just wrote were simply a look of contempt for Pai Lupi. What do you want the narrow-minded Pai Lupi to think? It was simply pointing at a monk and cursing a bald donkey. He didn't leave any face for Pai Lupi. Moreover, he shouted something like, "The Son of Heaven calls for you, but you don't come on board. You call yourself a wine immortal. How arrogant!" Pai Lupi didn't immediately have the guards come in to drag Li Wangyu away and chop him to death. This was already very magnanimous. The officials present were also thunderstruck by the last two lines of Li Wangyu's poem. Yu Shernan sighed in his heart. Ziyu has caused a disaster. Only Su Jingzong felt that the originally cloudy sky seemed to have suddenly become clear. He felt very carefree. Li Wangyu, Li Wangyu, you're seeking your own death. Looking at Li Wangyu, who had fallen to the ground and was sound asleep, Su Jingzong couldn't help but smile. Erlang. Empress Zhang's son wanted to comfort him, but Pai Lupi reached out to stop her. "Guanin's servant, there's no need to say more. Since this child isn't willing to lower his eyebrows and bend his waist, we naturally won't force him. Let him be happy." After Pai Lupi finished speaking, he ignored the others. With a sullen face, he picked up Chonglu and turned to leave. Empress Zhang's son sighed helplessly. She turned to the officials and dukes and said, "His Majesty is in a fit of anger. We can't say much. I'll have to trouble you all to take care of the Li family's young man. No matter what, you have just heard His Majesty's order to let Chang'e call Li Jia Shaolang brother. There are some things that His Majesty can do, but you can't. You must not act on your own initiative." All the officials present understood her meaning and hurriedly bowed to Empress Zhang's son. "Your Highness the Empress is too serious. This official naturally will not meddle." Empress Zhangxuan's words were a warning to the officials, telling them not to deal with Li Wangyu just because Pai Lupi left in a fit of anger. Empress Zhang's son was both angry and happy about this Li Jia Shaolang. She was angry that he didn't know what was good for him, but she was happy that he was talented. Pai Lupi was angered by Li Wangyu's poem and left. She didn't want to refute Li Shimin's face. But out of love and care, it was only right to warn the officials and have them protect Li Wangyu a little. Empress Zhongxuan's words did indeed make many people who had other thoughts give up, but it was as the Empress said. Even if Pai Lupi was angered by Li Wangyu and left, their surname was Li. It was said that one stroke couldn't write two Li characters. If he thought he was clever and killed Li Wangyu, and Pai Lupi thought of this Li family's Qilin son, then he would be the unlucky one. Even Su Jingzong restrained some of his thoughts. At least, he wouldn't put the idea of dealing with Li Wangyu on the surface. I heard that this child's parents are both dead. He is very pitiful. Empress Zhong's son looked at Li Wangyu, who was sleeping soundly on the ground, and touched the child in her belly. She couldn't help but feel motherly love. Okay, let people send this child away. Everyone, please keep this child a secret. Let's wait for His Majesty to make a decision about what happened today. Yu Shernan shook his head and sighed. He could only let the attendants take Li Wangyu, who was sleeping soundly, out. He found the Niu brothers and told them to take good care of him. The poetry gathering in Chu, Jiang, and Qi ended unhappily, but the name of Li Wangyu spread among the aristocratic families, nobles, and powerful officials in Chang'an. For the first time, Li Wangyu left a deep impression on the prosperous Tang dynasty more than 1,000 years ago. But at this time, Li Wangyu only felt a splitting headache, his mouth was dry, and his throat was sore. Water, is there any water? His voice was hoarse, and he moaned softly on the bed. Hearing his voice, Niu Wu quickly poured a bowl of water from the kettle on the low table and handed it to Li Wangyu's mouth. Like a dried-up traveler in the desert, Li Wangyu greedily drank the water in the bowl in one gulp. Only then did he feel that his throat was slightly soothed. Where am I? The hostel. Niu Wu laughed and said, Xiaolang, you can't hold your liquor well. You're so drunk that you're completely unconscious. Li Wangyu was completely drunk. In his mind, he only remembered that he seemed to be drinking by the stream in Chu, Jiang, Qi. He had no idea what happened after that and how he came back. Erlang, is the poetry gathering over? He thought of the poetry gathering and quickly asked. Yang Quan had told him that he had to be the champion of the poetry gathering. But he was so drunk that he completely forgot about it. It's over. Xiaolang, you're really talented. You're the champion of the poetry gathering. Niu Wu grinned and said, Really? Are you sure I'm the champion? How can it be fake? An old man came out and said it to everyone in person. The champion of the poetry gathering, Li Wangyu from Huxian. Who else could it be other than you? Xiaolang, you didn't see the faces of those scholars. Haha, it was really wonderful. A group of scholars in their 20s or even 30s, losing to a 10-year-old teenager, wouldn't they be ashamed to death? Li Wangyu had a headache. He patted his head hard. The after-effects of this Tang dynasty wine were quite strong. And then, you brought me back? Li Wangyu asked. How could that be? When my brother and I were happy for you, we saw you being carried away by 2 attendants. It was said that there was a noble who wanted to see you. Xiaolang, what noble person did you see? Tell me about it. A noble person wanted to see him? Li Wangyu's mind was in a mess. There were only a few vague figures. There seemed to be a princess? Didn't he say that he would give a tip? Princess. Li Wangyu's mind buzzed. Damn it. Could it be a real princess of the Tang dynasty? When he was talking nonsense at that time, he seemed to be a princess in the nightclub of the future. There was a princess. Then, were there also Li Shimin and Empress Zhong's son? Li Wangyu tried hard to recall. He remembered that he seemed to have written a poem. What did he write? It seemed to be a sailor or something. Yes, a sailor talking about Yingzhou. He copied Li Bai's Farewell in Dream poem. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed through his mind. Li Wangyu froze on the spot. He almost cried. He couldn't be so Chunibyu, right? In front of Pai Lupi and Empress Zhong's son, he wrote the sentence, How can I bow to the powerful and make me unhappy? It's over. Isn't it F***ing over? Li Wangyu muttered. He slapped himself. Why did he drink wine for no reason? Wasn't this a mess? In front of the emperor of the Tang dynasty, how could he bow to the powerful and make him happy? Did he have nothing better to do? Li Wangyu didn't care whether Pai Lupi appreciated him or not. He was afraid that if he offended Pai Lupi, he would lose his life. Li Wangyu had died once. He didn't believe that he could die again and travel again. Xiaolang, what did you say? Niu Wu didn't hear clearly and asked in confusion. No, nothing. Erlang, what happened after that? What happened after that? He asked nervously and looked up at the door from time to time. He was afraid that a group of soldiers would rush in and take him away to prison. After that, someone sent you out and told me and my brother to take good care of you. We brought you back to the hostel. Really? That's it? Didn't he say anything else? Li Wangyu couldn't believe it. He even asked the Niu brothers to take good care of him. Didn't he write the last sentence? Really? How can it be fake? That's good. That's good. By the way, what time is it now? Shen Shi. It's almost Yushi. Xiaolang, you slept for the whole afternoon, Niu Wu replied. That was 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. There was still some time before the evening drum was sounded and the door was closed. Li Wangyu quickly got up from the bed, tidied up his clothes, took out the sketch he drew last night from the package, told Niu Wu and went out. He planned to sell another painting and buy food to go back to Zhou village tomorrow. Chang'an was too scary. He couldn't stay here for long. Chapter 52. Under the strange gaze of the old guard, Li Wangyu walked to Peace Square on the opposite side of the street. Peace Square was still crowded with people. Li Wangyu carefully shuttled through the crowd, looking for a suitable target. He saw a young scholar with a jade pendant on him. He must be a noble and was a suitable target. Just as he was about to walk over to sell his sketch, his arm was grabbed by someone. Xiaolang, where are you going? I've been looking for you so hard. Li Wangyu was stunned. He turned his head and saw that it was the fat man who spent 10 taels of gold to buy his drawing yesterday evening. Brother, what's the matter? You still want to buy my drawing? Li Wangyu didn't understand why the fat man was looking for him. Could it be that he wanted a refund? The fat man didn't answer. He turned his head and shouted behind him. Father, I found Xiaolang. Li Wangyu saw a middle-aged man with a kind face walk over from the crowd. He looked similar to the fat man. What was going on? Did he bring his parents to find trouble with him? Li Wangyu was speechless. He had a ridiculous feeling that he sold a pornographic book to a child and then his parents came to denounce him. The middle-aged man was full of smiles. He walked closer to Li Wangyu and cupped his hands. My surname is Cho and my name is Yuan Liang. How should I address Xiaolang? What's the matter, Mr. Cho? Li Wangyu was vigilant and didn't rush to introduce himself. Xiaolang, don't worry. We don't have any bad intentions. We just want to invite Xiaolang to our house. That's not necessary. I still have things to do. Li Wangyu quickly found an excuse. Inviting him to be a guest was most likely an excuse. He had never met this father and son before. They probably had ulterior motives for inviting him. This banquet was definitely not a good one. Xiaolang, we really don't have any bad intentions. I'm a famous grain merchant in Chang'an City. Xiaolang, if you're worried, you can ask someone. My Qiu family has been pure and kind for generations. They have a good reputation in Chang'an. Today, I took the liberty to invite Xiaolang to my residence as a guest because I have something to ask of you. That's why I shamelessly invited Xiaolang. Excuse me, Mr. Cho. Why did you ask me to go? Cho Yuanliang hesitated for a moment and replied softly, Xiaolang, please draw a picture for me. Drawing? Li Wangyu seemed to understand. He looked at Cho Yuanliang with a playful look. This guy's son was already so old, but he was still so interested in Chang'an too? From the looks of it, he even wanted to customize a pornographic image? Li Wangyu somewhat believed Cho Yuanliang's words. He thought that since his enemy was a famous grain merchant, he shouldn't be able to deceive a poor kid like him, right? It couldn't be that they wanted to trick him into going to their residence and then put him under house arrest to draw Chang'an too for them, right? Li Wangyu was about to nod and agree, but he still had an idea. I can go to your residence, but I still have 2 brothers waiting for me in the hostel. I wonder if it's convenient for my brothers to go with me? Of course. I wonder where Xiaolang's brother is? Let's go and pick them up together. Li Wangyu nodded. They went back to Chongren Lane to find the Niu brothers. He was also afraid that if the Qiu family had any bad intentions, at least their safety would be guaranteed with the 2 brothers guarding them. In the hostel, He also secretly inquired about the Qiu family from the waiter. As Zhou Yuanliang said, the Qiu family was a famous grain merchant in Chang'an City with a good reputation. He was relieved. He rode out with the Niu brothers and walked into the Qiu mansion in Shenyang Lane in the evening drum. Zhou Yuanliang arranged for the servants in the mansion to arrange food and accommodation for the Niu brothers. He also invited Li Wangyu into the central room and ordered the servants to bring wine. After sitting down and talking, Li Wangyu knew that the fat man was called Zhou Kuan, the only son of the Qiu family. He also had several sisters who had already been married. When Li Wangyu heard Zhou Kuan's name, he was surprised for a moment and then secretly laughed. This name was so domineering. The Tang dynasty wrote from top to bottom. Could Zhou Kuan be read as Zhou Ribai? After carefully thinking about Zhou Yuanliang's name, Li Wangyu snickered even more. The surname Zhou sounded the same as beg. The father and son, one begged for forgiveness, the other begged for re-ex. Li Wangyu secretly ridiculed the Qiu family's ability to give names. He almost spat out the wine in his mouth. It was so hard for him to hold back his smile with a strange expression. After 3 rounds of wine, the conversation started. Li Wangyu finally figured out why the father and son of the Qiu family were so anxious to find him. The Qiu family had been merchants for generations. Zhou Yuanliang was honest and kind, but he had 2 small shortcomings. First, he liked to drink wine. Second, he liked to pretend to be cultured. It was not a bad thing to pretend to be cultured. Although the status of merchants in the Tang dynasty was not low, they were not as good as scholars. In order to put up a facade and raise their status, it was understandable to make friends with some scholars. For this reason, the Qiu family did not even settle down in the west of the city. Instead, they bought property in the east of the city in Shenyang Fang, with the purpose of being closer to Pingkong Fang. Although Pingkong Fang was a red-light district in Chang'an, the Little Sisters, there were not low-class prostitutes who only sold their looks. They could still recite poems, paint, and write poems. They could dance, ride, shoot, and play with swords. They were most loved by the nobles and scholars. Therefore, the scholars and even the bureaucrats of the Tang dynasty liked to go to Pingkong Fang to drink and chat, enjoy singing and dancing, recite poems, and talk about life with beautiful women. Zhou Yuanliang moved here to make it easier to make friends with the scholars. However, the bad thing was that he was greedy for good wine. A few days ago, Zhou Yuanliang invited a group of scholars to a banquet in Pingkong Fang. Although he was a patron, he was often humiliated by those poor and stinky scholars. During the banquet that day, everyone talked about the precious paintings of the past generations and mocked Zhou Yuanliang intentionally or unintentionally. They said that although he was rich, he should collect some ancient paintings and classics to dilute the smell of money of the Qiu family. Zhou Yuanliang drank a few more cups and was angry when he heard this. He was kind enough to spend a lot of money to treat them to wine, but they still mocked him. Feeling indignant, he opened his mouth and boasted. Who said that I don't have ancient paintings in my house? I have a goddess Luo's painting in my house. That's a great treasure, Zhou Yuanliang said with a big tongue. His words caused everyone to be stunned for a moment before they burst into laughter. We only know Gu Kaiji's Ode to Goddess Luo, from the East Jin dynasty. What is Master Chou's Ode to Goddess Luo? Haha, that's right. Master Chou, did you make a mistake? Zhou Yuanliang was indeed wrong. He remembered Ode to Goddess Luo as Ode to Goddess Luo. However, under the influence of alcohol, for his own face, Zhou Yuanliang's neck stiffened and he refused to admit that he was wrong. No, it's the Ode to Goddess Luo. No one knows when or who made this painting, but it's a great painting. In the painting, Goddess Luo has no makeup, her clothes are plain, her body is light, and she looks like she's on the river. The most important thing is that the Goddess Luo in this painting is vivid and lifelike. She's the size of a real person, as if she's going to walk out of the painting at any time. It's very magical. That's the heirloom of my Qiu family. It's a treasure that can't be easily shown to others. Zhou Yuanliang was purely bragging. He drank too much and spoke nonsense. However, he was usually honest, so his words made everyone believe it. Is there really such a magical painting? Master Zhou, can you let us take a look and broaden our horizons? Everyone asked to see the painting, which made Zhou Yuanliang sober up a little. He quickly found an excuse to dodge it. Originally, this matter was over. He was just bragging in front of everyone because he drank too much. However, he didn't expect that this casual bragging would be taxed. Zhou Yuanliang's unintentional words caused a huge trouble and crisis for himself and the Qiu family. Chapter 53. The Duke of Chongping, Zhang Liang, was Pai Lupi's trusted general. Zhang Liang was born poor. At the end of the Sui dynasty, the world was in chaos. Zhang Liang first joined Li Mi of Wagong village. Later, he followed Su Shiji to the Tang Empire and was recommended by Feng Xianling to join the Qin king's mansion, becoming Pai Lupi's confidant. After the incident at the Black Tortoise Gate, Zhang Liang was appointed by Pai Lupi as general of the Right Guard, supervisor of the Huai province, and prefectural Duke Chongping. Zhang Liang looked honest on the outside, but he was deceitful on the inside. He became even more arrogant because of his merit. He wantonly recruited young and strong men to be his fake sons. The so-called false son was the same as an adopted son. In the Tang dynasty, especially in the military, the fake son system was very popular. Those who could be recorded as fake sons were, of course, brave, courageous, and outstanding talents. Zhang Liang took in 500 fake sons, but he relied on his power to commit crimes. The Old Book of Tang described Zhang Liang's 500 fake sons as, adopted sons are beasts, and their evil deeds are obvious. It meant that his fake son was a beast and had committed many evil deeds. In the later generations, there was only one person who dared to shout, "My father is Li Gang." However, Zhang Liang had 500 fake sons who could shout, "My father is Zhang Liang," at any time and run amok in Chong, and Zhou Yuanliang's boasting at the banquet had somehow reached the ears of Zhang Liang, the Duke of Chongping. Not long after Zhang Liang learned that his enemy had such a treasure, his fake son came knocking on his door. He said that in a few days, Zhang Liang, the Commandery Duke of Chongping, would be celebrating his 40th birthday. He invited the Zhou family to bring the goddess of Luo's painting to the banquet to celebrate the Commandery Duke of Chongping's birthday. This actually meant that the enemy family wanted to give the ancient painting Luo Shen to Zhang Liang as a congratulatory gift. However, the aristocrats of the Tang dynasty still paid attention to face. It was not good to come forward and snatch it, but they used this method to force the enemy family to hand over the ancient painting. If Zhou Yuanliang really did have this ancient painting, then so be it. As a merchant, he could not afford to offend the Duke of Chongping. But where was the goddess Luo's scripture? That was simply made up by Zhou Yuanliang when he was drunk. But no matter how he explained, Zhang Liang's fake son only thought that he couldn't bear to part with it and used this excuse to dodge. As a result, he angrily spread the word that if the Zhou clan did not bring a painting to the Commandery Duke Chongping's birthday celebration to liven things up, then they were not giving the Commandery Duke Chongping any face. If he angered the Commandery Duke Chongping, he might lose his head. At this point, Zhou Yuanliang could only lower his head and admit defeat. He promised that on the day of Duke Chongping's birthday, he would bring the goddess of Luo's painting to celebrate and liven things up for the Duke. After Zhang Liang left with satisfaction, Zhou Yuanliang looked around for a brilliant painter, wanting to draw a Luo Shen painting to deal with it. However, he had boasted so much back then. How could he find an artist to draw a painting that was exactly the same as a real person in such a short time? He spent a lot of money and found several painters to draw the so-called goddess Luo painting, but he was not satisfied with any of them. Seeing that Zhang Liang's birthday was approaching, the Qiu family was about to face a disaster. When Zhou Yuanliang saw the sketch of a naked woman bought by Qiu Kuan, he saw hope at once. That was why Zhou Yuanliang dragged Qiu Kuan to look for Li Wangyu all over Ping Kong Fong. Finally, with the blessings of the heavens, he found it. After explaining all this to Li Wangyu, Zhou Yuanliang looked hopefully at Li Wangyu. "Xiaolang, may I ask if this painting was made by you?" The reason why Zhou Yuanliang guessed that the sketch was made by Li Wangyu was because the paper was very new. It was obviously a newly completed painting. Secondly, he had heard Qiu Kuan describe the process of buying the painting. He guessed that the painting was made by the person who sold it. Otherwise, the price would not have been so easily negotiated. Li Wangyu thought for a moment and then nodded slightly. "That's great. It really was made by Xiaolang. Then may I ask Xiaolang to draw a goddess of Luo's painting for me? Don't worry, I will buy it for 100 taels of gold." Li Wangyu naturally would not refuse this condition. He immediately nodded and agreed. He was currently in a panic because of the lack of money. Anything that could earn money was a good thing. Duke Cho, can you exchange the gold for food? What? Xiao Lang's family is also in the food business? Qiu Yuanliang was puzzled. Li Wangyu shook his head. The villagers in the village where I live are poor. He could not say that it was to prepare for the locust plague a month later. He could only say that Dingzhou village was poor. Xiao Lang is really righteous. How about this? I will exchange 200 stones of food with you. How about it? Li Wangyu was overjoyed. He quickly stood up and bowed. Thank you for your kindness, Duke Cho. For an adult, eating a caddy of food a day was enough to sustain his life. 1 stone of food was 250 caddies, which could feed an adult for 8 or 9 months. 200 stones of food was enough for the 563 people of Dingzhou village to eat for 3 months. With the small amount of food in the village, it could support them for a while. 100 taels of gold could only buy 160 stones of food. However, Qiu Yuanliang was willing to give him 200 stones. This was naturally a good thing. It also showed that the Qiu family was really a kind person. For this, Li Wangyu was grateful. The two sides had a pleasant conversation. Qiu Yuanliang immediately asked people to bring a pile of blank scrolls that had been mounted. All of them were large scrolls that were taller than a person. However, Li Wangyu only glanced at them and shook his head with a wry smile. Duke Cho, these scrolls are not good. Why is that? Qiu Yuanliang was puzzled. These blank scrolls that had been mounted were all bought by him. They were all good paper and scrolls. Duke Cho, I remember you said that the painting was old? Qiu Yuanliang blushed and nodded. He was just bragging. But as long as you are not blind, you can see that these scrolls are new at a glance. How can you deceive those people? Li Wangyu felt that the father and son of the Qiu family were good people. In addition, he hated the arrogance and despotism of Zhang Liang's fake son, so he was sincerely willing to help. This. Qiu Yuanliang and Qiu Kuan were both dumbfounded. Both of them had overlooked such an important point. However, as Li Wangyu said, even a blind person would know that these scrolls were new. How could they deceive Zhang Liang's fake son? What should we do? Is my Qiu family really doomed? Qiu Yuanliang let out a long sigh. Li Wangyu smiled. Duke Cho, don't panic. I have a way to make these scrolls old. Xiao Lang can make them old? If you need anything, just say it. My Qiu family will not hesitate. Qiu Yuanliang was overjoyed. Hee, it's very simple. Yellow cedar, honey locust, and tea leaves. That's it. Yes. Li Wangyu smiled and nodded. This was what he got from Baidu in his previous life. It was not to fake, but to pick up girls. That's right, to pick up girls. To put it simply, in order to deceive the girl, Li Wangyu shamelessly lied that he had been secretly in love with her for many years. He had written many love letters but did not dare to send them out. Originally, he just wanted to win the girl's favor. However, the girl asked him for the love letters that he had not sent out. He had never written any love letters before, so he wrote a few new ones overnight. Then, he found the method of making old ones from the internet and deceived the girl. Although the girl finally gave Li Wangyu a good person card, Li Wangyu remembered the method of making old calligraphy and paintings. However, he did not expect that it could be used in the Tang dynasty. Yellow cedar was a traditional Chinese medicine. Qiu Yuanliang immediately sent the servant to the medicine shop in the square to buy the medicine. As for honey locust and tea leaves, the Qiu family had them. There was no need to go out and look for them. Not long after, the servant ran back with a lot of yellow cedar. Honey locust and tea leaves were ready. Chapter 54. Qiu Yuanliang and Qiu Kuan looked at Li Wangyu expectantly. Xiao Lang, do you still need anything? Is this enough? It's enough. Ask someone to boil the yellow cypress and Chinese honey locust. Soak the tea leaves in the water alone. Also, prepare a few ovens to dry the painting later. When the yellow cypress and Chinese honey locust were boiled, Li Wangyu asked someone to bring a brush. He carefully dipped the brush in the yellow-brown liquid and brushed it on the painting several times. Then, he asked someone to take it to dry. After that, he brushed it several times with tea water, dried it, and then brushed the yellow cypress and Chinese honey locust water. After repeating it several times, the original brand-new painting became like an ancient painting that had been through thousands of years. It was very old. As for the scroll of the painting, It didn't matter. If he was asked, he would answer that the original one was rotten and replaced it with a new one. Li Wangyu made 7 or 8 scrolls old in one breath. He was afraid that he didn't draw well and needed to redraw for backup. After all, he hadn't drawn such a big sketch of a person before, so he wasn't very confident. He asked Zhou Yuanliang to prepare charcoal and steamed biscuits for him. Hearing that Li Wangyu wanted steamed biscuits, Zhou Yuanliang thought that Li Wangyu was hungry again and planned to prepare another table for him. Li Wangyu could only explain with a smile that he wasn't hungry. The steamed biscuits were used as a tool for drawing. Those who had learned to sketch knew that wiping with a steamed bun could replace an eraser, and it could gradually soften the sketch. It was a very convenient tool. There was no place to find an eraser in the Tang dynasty, so steamed biscuits were just right to replace it. When everything was ready, Li Wangyu suddenly slapped his forehead. He had forgotten the most important thing. He was still short of a model. Li Wangyu had never drawn a portrait of a beautiful woman in ancient clothes before. Without a model as a reference, he couldn't draw it. When Zhou Yuanliang and his son said this, they were dumbfounded. Although they didn't understand what Li Wangyu meant by model, they understood that Li Wangyu needed to draw this picture according to a woman. Zhou Yuanliang was straightforward. He immediately ordered the servants in the mansion to find all his concubines and let Li Wangyu choose who was suitable to be the model. This guy's straightforwardness was a bit beyond Li Wangyu's expectation. This was the Tang dynasty. How could he let his concubines come out to see him, an outsider, and let them be his models? However, Li Wangyu felt that this was the Tang dynasty. A concubine was not a wife at all, let alone have any status. And a wife, a concubine and a guest's wife, a wife's wife, for a year and a half. A man who had concubines but no wife was still an unmarried, golden bachelor. And if his wife died, even if the husband had a house full of concubines, he would still be a widower without a wife. He would have to find another good family to marry his wife. Scholars like Bai Juyi and Su Dongpa often gave their concubines to others. It was normal to give concubines to confidants and meritorious officials. In the Tang dynasty, there were hundreds of concubines at most and dozens of concubines at least. From the nobles to the common people, taking in concubines was a common phenomenon. Moreover, when the master of the Tang dynasty invited guests, these concubines had to come out and dance to liven things up. It was even common for the guests to directly ask these concubines to serve them or even give them as gifts. Bai Juyi had a poem, 12 Beauties Before the 9 Candlesticks, the master keeps them drunk for entertainment. Zhou Yuanliang only kept a dozen concubines. With his wealth, he could be considered diligent and thrifty. However, when these young and beautiful concubines stood in front of Li Wangyu in light silk and satin, letting him choose, Li Wangyu had an illusion. How was this similar to when he accompanied clients to nightclubs in the future, and the mothers brought a group of princesses for the guests to choose from? Zhou Yuanliang's concubines even included Hu Ji, who had blonde hair, blue eyes, fair skin, and towering breasts. These concubines wore thin clothes, and a large white mountain range was exposed under their tube tops. Li Wangyu felt that he had misunderstood old Mao. He had ridiculed the countless big buns squeezed out of Curse of the Golden Flower, but he did not expect that what he saw now was true. Li Wangyu swallowed a mouthful of saliva and calmed his mind. He chose a concubine with an outstanding figure and appearance from the many concubines and let her be his model. Xiao Lang. Do you like this concubine? Why don't you give her to Xiao Lang to warm his bed? Zhou Yuanliang saw Li Wangyu choose a concubine and hesitated for a moment before offering to give her away. The concubine that Li Wangyu chose was tall and had an outstanding appearance. She was his type. However, Li Wangyu immediately shook his head and refused Zhou Yuanliang's words. The native of the Tang dynasty had such a strong taste. He wanted to give away his concubines at every turn. How about giving them money instead? In his opinion, a concubine was also one of his wives. How could he give her away like this? Was he afraid that he was not green enough? Li Wangyu was not an innocent little virgin, nor was he obsessed with mental cleanliness. In his previous life, he often accompanied clients to some brothels. This group of beautiful women had already made his mouth dry up. The reason why he gritted his teeth and refused was that he did not dare to take them home for fear of being hunted down by his beautiful boss. Secondly, he was resistant to sending people back and forth like goods. Zhou Yuanliang thought that Li Wangyu was young and shy, So he enthusiastically persuaded him again with an attitude that if he did not accept his wife, he was looking down on him. Li Wangyu could not stand it. In the end, Li Wangyu was forced to use his trump card. He claimed that he wanted to cut off his decline and observe filial piety for his father. Only then did Chou Yuanliang embarrassedly give up the idea of giving him a concubine. There were only 3 days until Zhang Liang's birthday banquet. In other words, Li Wangyu had to draw this Goddess Luo painting within 3 days. Time was tight and the task was urgent. Li Wangyu planned to work through the night and strive to draw this Goddess Luo painting as soon as possible. He was also afraid that Su Chongqing and the others would be worried about him at home, so he asked Niu Wu to make a trip. The next morning, he rode back to Dingzhou village to report that he was safe. He plunged into the studio that Chou Yuanliang had prepared for him and began to paint in peace. 3 days later, on the day of Zhang Liang's birthday. Today, the door of the studio was still closed. Chou Yuanliang and Chou Kuan were anxiously pacing back and forth in front of the door. "Father, it's almost 9 o'clock. In 4 hours, it will be Duke Chongping's birthday banquet. Is Li Jia Xiaolang in a hurry?" Fatty Chou Kuan anxiously asked his father in a low voice. "He's in a hurry, he's definitely in a hurry." In reality, Chou Yuanliang was also not sure. Rather than saying these words to comfort his son, it was better to say that he was comforting himself. In these 3 days, Li Wangyu practically did not take half a step out of the studio. The food was all sent to the studio by the food servants. He painted almost without rest or sleep. When he was truly too tired, he would put on his clothes and lie down for a while. Even the model concubine was nearly paralyzed from exhaustion. Regarding this, the Chou father and son saw it and were moved to tears. Previously, he had ruined 5 or 6 paintings. After all, to draw a life-sized sketch was something that Li Wangyu had never tried before. In order to draw this Goddess Luo painting, he could be considered to have given it his all. Just as the Chou father and son were anxiously waiting, the door of the studio creaked open. Li Wangyu's face was filled with exhaustion. He held a painting scroll in his hand as he stood at the door and smiled at them. Under the sunlight, Li Wangyu's body seemed to be covered in a golden glow, revealing 8 spotlessly white teeth. Fortunately, I did not disappoint. Chapter 55. Chou Yuanliang and Chou Kuan were both excited. They reached out with trembling hands to take the picture in Li Wangyu's hand, which was related to the life and death of the whole family. The old and yellow picture scroll was slowly unfolded. A beautiful and dignified woman in plain clothes seemed to be standing in front of them, smiling at them without saying a word. Her facial features were delicate, with willow leaf eyebrows, red phoenix eyes, a hanging nose, cherry mouth, and ears without accessories. Her appearance was somewhat similar to Chou Yuanliang's beautiful concubine, but she had a bit more of an otherworldly immortal aura. Goddess Luo, was Mi Fei, the spouse of Hebo, the god of the Yellow River in China's pre-Qin mythology. She was the local water god in charge of the Luo River. Li Wangyu's sketch, Luo Shen Tu, was based on Chou Yuanliang's concubine. Her fluttering clothes accentuated the fact that she was riding the clouds and walking slowly on the vast waves. For a moment, Chou Yuanliang and Chou Kuan were stunned. In fact, Li Wangyu's sketching level was at most the level of the students in the ordinary art schools of later generations. If it was given to those professional teachers, he would be criticized. However, in the Tang dynasty more than 1,000 years ago, Li Wangyu's sketching skills were already amazing. Even in Europe, during the Renaissance of the 15th century, 700 or 800 years later, Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and others invented and used the principles of perspective, anatomy, and composition, which provided a scientific basis for the three-dimensional and spatial sense of the sketching performance and gradually perfected the sketching skills. In the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu's Goddess Luo's painting was unique and unparalleled. The huge three-dimensional sketch of a person, which was no different from a real person, completely subverted the understanding of the Chou father and son. Although both of them had seen the sketch of a naked woman, they did not expect that the life-size portrait would be so shocking when it appeared in front of them. Is this really Goddess Luo? Chou Kuan, the fat man, put his hands together and almost knelt down. Chou Yuanliang was no better than his son. His hands trembled and his lips trembled. Just as he looked up to say something to Li Wangyu, an accident happened. He was too excited. Just as he was about to speak, he felt his heartbeat quicken. Then, everything went black and he fainted. Chou Yuanliang suddenly fainted and fell to the ground, which shocked Chou Kuan and Li Wangyu. They quickly stepped forward to support him. Chou Kuan frantically called for the manor's servant to immediately invite the medical workers from the square over. That's right, a medical worker, not a doctor. The medical conditions in the Tang dynasty were not that good. Just look at the lifespan of the royal family. In addition to the Imperial Medical Bureau, the Tang dynasty also had a professional official medical institution, the Imperial Medical Bureau. The Imperial Physician Department not only provided medical services for the ministers and nobles in Chang'an, but also for ordinary officials, soldiers, and officials. The doctors in the Imperial Medical Department were divided into physician, and worker according to their medical skills. As for the civilian doctors, they were called Luyan worker. They were doctors who worked in the pharmacy and their medical skills were quite reliable. The other was the Jianghu traveling doctor, who basically treated patients according to fate. It all depended on whether the patient's life was tough or not. There was a pharmacy in Shenyang Square, so naturally, there were doctors who worked there. The Chou family's servant trotted out to invite the doctor. The others hurriedly carried Chou Yuanliang into the room and onto the bed. Not long after, a white-bearded doctor rushed in under the lead of the Chou family's servant. After a diagnosis, acupuncture, and massage, Chou Yuanliang finally woke up. Dr. Zhang, how is my master? Why did he suddenly faint? Chou Kuan was a filial son. At this moment, he was so anxious that he was about to get angry. It's nothing serious. He suffered from internal injuries of the 7 emotions, dizziness due to the wind, lack of upper qi, lack of qi and blood, and dizziness due to lack of qi and blood. I have already performed acupuncture on Master Chou. Take a few decoctions and he will be fine after a few days of recuperation. Li Wangyu only understood half of Dr. Zhang's words. The gist of it was that Chou Yuanliang was too emotional. Coupled with the lack of qi and blood, he fainted. Thinking about it, it was probably due to the excitement of seeing Li Wangyu's Luo Shen's painting. Coupled with the recent depression in his heart, the sudden excitement caused him to faint due to insufficient blood flow to his brain. After Chou Yuanliang woke up, he struggled to get up. It's getting late. I have to rush to Duke Chongping's manor. Kuan help me up. Dr. Zhang hurriedly stopped him. Master Chou, don't be rash. You have to stay in bed and rest for a few days. Otherwise, your condition will relapse. No, today concerns the life and death of my Chou family. I have to go. How could Chou Yuanliang listen to the doctor? Chou Kuan hurriedly stopped him. Father, you rest well. I will go to Duke Chongping's manor. You? You can't. Chou Yuanliang immediately refused. Even though Chou Kuan was 20 years old, he was spoiled and had never come into contact with the family's business or affairs. The Chou family did not lack money. Therefore, Chou Kuan spent his days either drinking and making merry or staying in Peace Square. Furthermore, Chou Kuan had a problem. He liked to meddle in other people's business. Even though he was a dandy, he was not a bad person. However, he had a one-track mind. Chou Yuanliang knew his son's personality. How could he let him go to Zhang Liang's manor? What if this guy was humiliated and said something he should not say? Wouldn't that harm the entire Chou family? Being looked down upon by his father, Chou Kuan's chubby face flushed red. He opened his mouth but did not know what to say. Actually, even Li Wangyu had long since noticed that this Chou Kuan could be considered to be a straightforward fatty without any schemes. He could guess why Chou Yuanliang did not allow him to go to Zhang Liang's manor to present the painting. Seeing this, Li Wangyu shook his head and sighed. Master Chou, if you trust me, why don't I go to Duke Chongping's manor on behalf of the Chou family? Xiao Lang is willing to present the painting on behalf of my Chou family? How can that be? Chou Yuanliang hurriedly refused. It was not that he did not trust Li Wangyu, but he was afraid that this Xiao Lang Jun would be wronged. Even though he had only known Li Wangyu for 3 days, Chou Yuanliang's eyes, honed from many years of business, had already seen that he was not ordinary. He was not old but he spoke well. His words and actions were mature and shrewd. Seeing that day in Ping Kong Fong, Li Jia Xiaolang insisted on bringing his 2 elder brothers to the Chou family. Chou Yuanliang knew that he was meticulous. This was to prevent the Chou family from harming him. Even though he was guarding against the Chou family, Chou Yuanliang thought highly of Li Wangyu. It was not easy to be so careful at such a young age. After entering the Chou family, Li Wangyou's actions made Chou Yuanliang sigh in admiration. For the livelihood of the villagers, he did not want gold but only food. This was benevolence. For the Chou family to draw the goddess of Luo's painting, he did not rest or sleep for 3 days. This was righteousness. He did not trust others easily and was careful to seek confirmation. This was wisdom. With such benevolence, righteousness, and wisdom, Xiaolang, Jun, Chou Yuanliang naturally had nothing to worry about. He could not bear to see Li Wangyu suffer on behalf of the Chou family. Since ancient times, the status of a merchant's family was low. Even the Chou family, who was a wealthy grain merchant in Chong'an, had a far cry from the status of a normal aristocrat. Not to mention a marquis like Duke Chongping. Zhang Liang's reputation was not good. If Li Wangyu presented the painting on behalf of the Chou family, who knew how much humiliation he would suffer? How could he be at ease? Li Wangyu saw Chou Yuanliang's worry and smiled. Master Chou, don't worry. Leave the matter of presenting the painting to me. Chapter 56. Chou Yuanliang naturally knew Li Wangyou's good intentions. He hesitated for a while and sighed on the sickbed. In that case, I'll leave it to Xiaolang. After this matter is over, my Chou family will definitely repay you generously. He looked at his son on the side. I'm afraid it's not enough for Xiaolang to go alone. Kun, you go with Li Jia Xiaolang. But listen to Xiaolang. You must not act on your own. Fatty, who was originally depressed, was overjoyed when he heard his father's words. He nodded repeatedly and said yes. Chou Kun, this fatty, did not have any other abilities, but he was very filial and listened to his father. Although he was a few years older than Li Wangyu, since his father asked him to listen to Li Wangyu, he would never say anything. Xiaolang, I'll leave it to you. Chou Yuanliang lay on the sickbed and cupped his hands toward Li Wangyu. Mr. Chou, you're too serious. You have a good rest. Brother Chou and I will be back soon. It was getting late. After finding a good gold-rimmed Phoebe box to put the picture scroll, Li Wangyu and Chou Kun rode the Chou family's strong horses to Zhang Liang's mansion. The Tang dynasty advocated riding horses. If one did not have money, one could also ride a donkey. It was rare to see people riding in sedan chairs in later TV series. The Tangs thought that sedan chairs were too effeminate. If one was not 70 or 80 years old or physically disabled, no one would want to ride in a sedan chair. They would be laughed at. The most important thing was that Pai Lupi was the emperor of horses. When he went out, those golden and silver carriages were just decorations. He always rode horses. If the top was good, the bottom would be even better. In the Tang dynasty, riding horses was the right way to go. The tall and handsome horses were comparable to the luxury cars of the later generations. Even the women went out on horseback, just like the men. At most, he would wear a conical hat with a black veil hanging from the edge of the hat, covering his face and body. Li Wangyu looked at Chou Kun, this fatty, riding a horse. He was worried about the horse under him. Would it be crushed by Chou Kun's huge body? That would be a sin. He felt that if the horse carrying Chou Kun on its back had something to say, it must be because of the bitterness in the baby's heart. But the baby did not say anything. Zhang Liang's mansion was located in Anqing Lane, northeast of Chongren Lane. Because Chong'an was too big, it was nearly 4 kilometers away from the Chou mansion. The two of them chatted along the way. Before the banquet started, they arrived in front of Duke Chongping's manor, which was located on the side street of the Gate of Heaven Influence. In the city of Chong'an of the Tang dynasty, only the third-grade officials of the royal family and above could open their doors to the street. Ordinary people could only open their doors in the square. Zhang Liang was the founding prefectural duke and was a primary grade 2 prefectural duke. Naturally, he had the right to open the gate of his residence to the main street. At this time, the 80-meter-wide side street of the Gate of Heaven Influence was already filled with horses. The attendants of the various officials who came to attend the banquet were all chatting outside Duke Chongping's manor, waiting for the banquet to end to pick up their masters. Li Wangyu and Chou Kun had just arrived in front of Duke Chongping's manor when they heard someone shout before they even got off their horses. Where did this merchant come from? Don't you know the rules? Is this a place where you can stop? Get lost. Li Wangyu was stunned. Why were they being chased away when they had just arrived at the entrance? Looking up, they saw a middle-aged man standing at the entrance of Zhang Liang's manor. He looked like a steward and was shouting at them. The reason why this steward could tell that Cho Kuan was a merchant, including how Li Wangyu could tell that Cho Kuan was selling the map at a glance, was not because of his sharp eyes, but because of the color of Cho Kuan's clothes. One of the main characteristics of the Sui and Tang dynasties was the color of clothes, which mainly referred to men's clothes. Women did not matter. Regardless of whether they were noble women or commoners, they all wore colorful clothes as long as you could afford them. In the Tang dynasty, the color of one's clothes could not be casually worn. Bright yellow was used exclusively by the imperial family. This went without saying. Civil and military officials of the 3rd rank and above wore purple. 4th rank officials wore dark red, 5th rank officials wore light red, 6th rank officials wore dark green, 7th rank officials wore light green, 8th rank officials wore dark green, and 9th rank officials wore light green. Officials wore light green, while merchants could only wear black. Thus, regardless of whether Fatty Cho Kuan's black clothes were made of silk or coarse cloth, others could tell his identity at a glance. As for commoners like Li Wangyu, they could only wear white. The so-called white body was a commoner without an official position or title. They could only wear white. Li Wangyu smiled and explained, "We are from Chang'an's Cho Manor. We were invited by your manor to participate in the birthday banquet. Get lost and enter the manor through the side door." Tian Shalang, you don't know the rules at all. Is this gate something that merchants and white bodies like you can walk through? Don't you have eyes? Are there any officials of the 3rd rank and below who can walk through the gate? The steward's words caused the surrounding troops and servants who were waiting for their masters to burst into laughter. Haha, Steward Zhang is right. Merchants dressed in black want to walk through the front door of the Duke Chongping's manor. They are truly audacious. They must be drunk from drinking at home. Haha, it's been a long time since I've seen someone so ignorant. Interesting. A merchant in white wants to walk through the front door of the Duke Chongping's manor? Are they dreaming? Steward Zhang, why would the Duke Chongping invite a merchant to his birthday banquet? Steward Zhang, who had loudly berated the Cho Manor's carriage, was pleased. He cupped his hands and replied loudly, "Bullshit invitation. This Cho family is a grain merchant in Chang'an. My master heard that they have the goddess Luo's painting, and asked them to come and present it for entertainment." Steward Zhang's words caused the troops and servants who were waiting for their masters to laugh even louder. In reality, their status was not higher than that of Li Wangyu and Cho Kuan, and their pockets were not as rich as the two of them. But at this moment, these troops and servants felt that they were superior and could freely laugh at the two who wanted to walk through the front door of the Duke Chongping's manor. Originally, Li Wangyu did not care about walking through the front door. He was only here to help the Cho manor present the painting and did not want to cause trouble. But the bad thing was ruined by the fatty Cho Kuan. This fellow had lived a life of luxury since childhood and had never suffered such humiliation. His head heated up. He forgot his promise to his father that he would not speak carelessly, and that he would listen to Li Wangyu in everything. Cho Kuan pointed the horsewhip in his hand at Steward Zhang. "Dog slave, my Cho manor came with good intentions to celebrate the Duke Chongping's birthday. You dare to humiliate me?" His words caused an uproar in front of the Duke Chongping's manor. Although Steward Zhang was only a steward in the outer courtyard of the Duke Chongping's manor, he was used to being fawned upon by others. Being scolded by Cho Kuan, he was stunned. After a long time, Steward Zhang finally reacted. He was so angry that his lips were trembling. Pointing at Cho Kuan, he shouted at the troops of the Duke Chongping's manor on duty, "Beat him! Beat this Tian Shenu to death!" Before Cho Kuan could react, he was pulled off his horse by the troops of Zhang Liang's manor. Then, with a flurry of punches and kicks, he was knocked to the ground. By the time Li Wangyu realized that the fatty Cho Kuan had caused trouble, Cho Kuan had already been beaten black and blue and was clutching his head with both hands, crying for help. "Stop! Quickly stop!" Li Wangyu panicked and hurriedly jumped off his horse, wanting to stop the troops from beating Cho Kuan. It would have been better if he had not shouted. After he shouted, not only did he not stop the troops of Zhang Liang's manor from beating Cho Kuan, a few of the troops even surrounded him with sinister smiles. Clearly, they were also prepared to teach Li Wangyu a lesson. Chapter 57. The nobles of the Tang dynasty all had their own troops, and this troop was both a servant and a private army. Zhang Liang was a general born in a marquee, so his troops were mostly private soldiers. Almost all of them fought in the military, but this was permitted by the laws of the Tang dynasty. These warriors were large and their arms were thicker than Li Wangyu's thighs. Seeing that the troops wanted to attack him, Li Wangyu became anxious. He didn't want to be beaten up with this fatty. In a moment of desperation, Li Wangyu grabbed the painting scroll from the gold-threaded Phoebe Jinnan wood box and raised it high in the air as he roared. "All of you stop! Otherwise, I'll tear apart the ancient painting that the prefectural Duke Chongping wants to see." It was no wonder that Li Wangyu was terrified. With his 16-year-old body, don't even talk about fighting with these troops, he reckoned that they could throw him to the ground with just a flick of their little finger. Not wanting to be beaten up for no reason, Li Wangyu could only use the kidnapping tactic. He wanted to use the ancient painting as a hostage to ensure his and Cho Kuan's safety. Hearing his roar, Steward Zhang's face couldn't help but twitch a few times. "Bastard! You dare to break the prefectural duke's ancient painting? Let's see how many heads you have to chop off." Li Wangyu couldn't help but curl his lips. In his heart, he thought that this Zhang Liang was indeed arrogant and despotic. Just look at the steward in his residence. No wonder Zhang Liang was ordered to be executed by Pai Lupi in the 20th year of Zhan Guan. It wasn't without reason. The goddess of Luo's painting, that he painstakingly drew for 3 days, became the prefectural duke's ancient painting from this guy's mouth. It was truly abominable to the extreme. However, this was only the 2nd year of Zhan Guan. Li Wangyu couldn't wait for Zhang Liang to be executed 18 years later. He was surrounded by several of Zhang Liang's troops and was about to be beaten up. When this scene landed in front of the prefectural Duke Chongping's residence, the troops and servants who were attending the birthday banquet couldn't help but make a ruckus. As the saying goes, one doesn't mind watching a good show. Tisk. TSK. Using the painting that prefectural Duke Chongping wants to threaten the people of the prefectural Duke Chongping's estate, this guy is really courting death. Isn't it? Originally, they would only suffer some physical pain at most. But now, this matter can't be settled peacefully. I'm afraid these two untactful things will at least lose a layer of skin. Peeling off a layer of skin is already considered good. If Commandery Duke Chongping is angered, I'm afraid this enemy of his will be finished. While everyone was laughing and talking about Li Wangyu and Cho Kuan, they saw Li Wangyu holding the scroll in his hand. He wanted to use it as an amulet, but he didn't expect that the surrounding troops would grab the scroll in his hand and snatch it away. Li Wangyu was dumbfounded. The only protective talisman he could think of was gone just like that? Shouldn't we all have a good talk? They were all civilized people, so why did they have to fight? Seeing that the fists of Zhang Liang's troops were about to come crashing down, Li Wangyu could only prepare to use the life-saving move he learned from his school days. He hugged his head with both hands and squatted on the ground, trying his best to reduce the area of his body that would be hit. At this moment, a sudden shout came from outside the crowd. "You be asterisk cheese, stop right there." Hearing this, Steward Zhang was furious. Who the hell is meddling in other people's business? You dare to meddle in the affairs of our prefectural Duke Chongping's estate? How many heads do you have? When he saw the appearance of the person who had come, he almost fainted from fright. "Alulu. I don't know. Please forgive me." Steward Zhang was so scared that he couldn't speak clearly. The shout came from 2 large men on horseback. One was a large man with a yellow face, the other was a dark-skinned man with sideburns. It was obvious that the 2 of them were also nobles of Chang'an. Behind them followed a group of valiant troops. Seeing that Zhang Liang's troops had no intention of stopping, the troops behind the 2 men immediately rolled up their sleeves and rushed forward. Like hungry tigers charging into a flock of sheep, Zhang Liang's troops, who had just beaten Cho Kuan to the point of crying for his parents, instantly changed their roles. There were only 7 or 8 troops at the entrance of the prefectural Duke Chongping's estate, but they were beaten to a pulp by the iron fists of more than 10 people. One of the 2 men, a dark-skinned man, dismounted from his horse and walked in front of Steward Zhang. He grabbed Steward Zhang's collar and lifted him up in front of him. "B** cheese. You want to chop off my head? Even your prefectural Duke Chongping doesn't dare to say such things to me. You've got guts." Without waiting for Steward Zhang to beg for mercy, he swung his hand and slapped him across the face. With a paw sound, the arrogant and despotic Steward Zhang fainted from the slap. Who knew how many of his teeth were knocked out and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth? The troops and servants of the guests in front of the prefectural Duke Chongping's estate had been chatting and laughing as they watched Li Wangyu and the others. Now they were as silent as cicadas in winter, afraid that they would get into trouble. The two men who had beaten up Zhang Liang's steward and his troops were naturally recognized by the servants of the Chang'an city's nobles. Many people were muttering in their hearts. What exactly was the matter with these two throwing tantrums today? Could it be that they were standing up for the merchant who had been beaten? Or was it that white-robed Xiao Lang? Li Wangyu had originally thought that they would not be able to avoid physical pain, but he hadn't expected that someone would step in and save them. Fortunately, someone had appeared out of nowhere. Otherwise, he and Cho Kuan would have been in big trouble, Li Wangyu thought to himself. He hurriedly helped the wailing fatty Cho Kuan up. This fatty had thick skin and flesh. Although he had been beaten until he was screaming, there were no obvious injuries on his body. Seeing that Cho Kuan was fine, Li Wangyu bowed deeply to the two burly men. Many thanks to the two Langjuns for helping us. How should I address you? The fatty Cho Kuan had been beaten senseless. He knew that he had said something wrong and had almost caused a disaster. Ignoring the pain on his body, he hurriedly bowed to the two men and lowered his head, not daring to speak. Waha, you're not bad, little child. To save your friend, you dare to go against these bastards. I like it. The burly man with a curly beard extended his hand and patted Li Wangyu's shoulder twice, laughing loudly. It would have been better if he hadn't patted him, but when he did, Li Wangyu felt as if he could hear the bones in his shoulder breaking. A huge force slapped Li Wangyu's body, causing him to stagger and almost fall. Little child, why is your body so weak? The burly man with a curly beard frowned and said, not feeling that there was anything wrong with him. Li Wangyu wanted to cry but had no tears. What kind of person was this? We don't have any grudges, right? Did he have to pat me so hard? He even blamed me for being weak. How could he be so unreasonable? He didn't dare to say more and could only bow again. May I know the names of the two Langjuns? Li. The burly man with a black face was just about to speak when he was pulled by the other man beside him. He thought of something and quickly changed his words. Li. You little child, why are you speaking so sour? I am Cheng Jijia, and this is Qin Shubao. When Li Wangyu heard this, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The #1 troublemaker of the Tang dynasty, the devil incarnate. Duke Lu, Cheng Yaojin, Cheng Jijia, Duke Yi, Qin Qiong, Qin Shubao. Damn it! Just now, he was still thinking that Cheng Yaojin would appear out of nowhere, but he didn't expect it to be Cheng Yaojin, the devil incarnate. His mouth was really effective. Unfortunately, there was no lottery in the Tang dynasty. Otherwise, he would have bought a few lottery tickets. Chapter 58. Cheng Yaojin and Qin Qiong were also here to attend Zhang Liang's birthday banquet. Although their relationship with Zhang Liang was normal, they were both in the army and were old acquaintances of the Qin king's manor. They were comrades who helped Pai Lupi to the dragon throne during the bloody battle at the Xuanwu Gate. Naturally, they had to attend Zhang Liang's birthday banquet. Of all the famous generals in the early Tang dynasty, Cheng Yaojin and Qin Qiong had the best relationship. They knew each other since childhood and met at Wagong village to fight together. The two left Wang Shichong and joined the Tang army, becoming Pai Lupi's disciples. As a result, their relationship was much deeper than other people's. Today, Cheng Yaojin and Qin Qiong had agreed to attend Zhang Liang's birthday banquet together. When they arrived at Zhang Liang's manor, they saw Li Wangyu and Cho Kuan arguing with the housekeeper. Brother Shubao, it's the Li family kid. Cheng Yaojin's eyes were sharp, and he immediately saw Li Wangyu. Qin Qiong also frowned. Zhang Liang's subordinates were really overbearing, attacking without a word. Li Wangyu was not a normal person. How could he be beaten up by this group of people? 3 days ago, Cheng Yaojin, Qin Qiong, and Zhang Liang were all present at the Tsiujiang Lake Poetry Banquet. They had a deep impression of Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu's literary talent that day was astounding, especially the poem Leaving the Fortress, which made the two veteran generals, who had been on the battlefield for a long time, raise their eyebrows. It's a pity that this fellow's line, "How can you lower your eyebrows and bend your waist to serve the rich and powerful, so that I can't be happy?" angered Li Er. Because of this, many of the ministers that day wrung their hands and sighed for Li Wangyu. In addition, Empress Zhongxuan's words that day made Cheng Yaojin and Qin Qiong want to protect Li Wangyu. Seeing that Zhang Liang's subordinates wanted to beat up Li Wangyu, they immediately stood up. Just now, Cheng Yaojin almost blurted out the words, "Li family's little doll," but was pulled back by Qin Qiong. Only then did she remember that Empress Zhang's son had ordered her to keep what happened that day a secret, so she quickly changed her words. Li Wangyu was already drunk when he entered the waterside pavilion that day. How would he know that the two Grand Dukes knew him? He was still wondering why the two Grand Dukes would step forward to save him. He bowed again respectfully and said, Li Wangyu greets High Duke Lu and High Duke Yi. Thank you for saving both of them. Xiao Lang, there's no need to be so polite. Qin Qiong smiled. Cheng Yaojin said casually, why are you being so polite? Just call us uncle. Li Wangyu was speechless. Was he already so lovable? Or were all the famous generals of the Tang dynasty so unassuming? They had just met, and he wanted her to call him uncle? The Tang dynasty wasn't like the modern era, where people called people uncle. This kind of relative address wasn't used casually in the Tang dynasty. Usually, only relatives would call each other that way. Li Wangyu began to wonder if he had been taken advantage of by this guy. Nephew, what are you doing here at Zhang Liang's residence? Cheng Yaojin didn't hold back and directly called him nephew. Replying to High Duke Lu, I'm here to deliver a painting to Duke Chongping. As soon as he finished speaking, Cheng Yaojin slapped him on the shoulder and said, Call me uncle. Li Wangyu felt his body go numb. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and could only obediently say, Yes, yes. Greetings to Uncle Cheng and Uncle Qin. Why aren't you going back to Huxian? Why did you come to Zhang Liang's residence to deliver a painting? Li Wangyu was stunned. Uncle Cheng, how do you know that I live in Huxian? His words also made Cheng Yaojin stunned. He knew he had said the wrong thing. Qin Shubao couldn't help but roll his eyes. He looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle, not wanting to know this idiot. Cheng Yaojin glared at him and said shamelessly, Why are you saying so much nonsense? Do you believe that I won't beat you up? Li Wangyu, encountering an unreasonable High Duke, he could only accept it. Pinching his nose, he explained, Chong'an's Chou family has the ancient painting Goddess Luo. Today is Duke Chongping's birthday banquet, so he asked the Chou family to borrow the painting to liven things up. Because the head of the Chou family is seriously ill, he asked me to deliver the painting on his behalf. Cheng Yaojin and Qin Qiong immediately understood what was going on. The two of them looked at each other, thinking that Zhang Liang was trying to snatch someone else's painting. They didn't know what he would think when he saw that it was Li Wangyu who had come to deliver the painting. The conversation between the three of them at the entrance of Zhang Liang's residence was also heard by the guests and servants waiting at the entrance. Just a moment ago, they were still mocking this young man. In the end, in the blink of an eye, this Xiao Lang was actually addressing the founding High Duke as his nephew. The people who had been talking nonsense earlier shrank back. They now regretted that they had spoken so harshly, afraid that Li Wangyu would hold a grudge against them. As they spoke, the housekeeper of Zhang Liang's residence received the news and came out to greet them. Looking at the unconscious housekeeper at the entrance and the groaning troops on the ground, he couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. How did they provoke these two fiends without rhyme or reason? He hurriedly ran over to greet Cheng Yaojin and Qin Qiong. Greetings to the two High Dukes. How did these bastards offend the two High Dukes? I'll take care of them later. No need. I've already helped your Duke Chongping take care of them. A bunch of blind fools. Yes, yes. High Dukes, please come in. The housekeeper didn't dare to say more. Did the two High Dukes need a reason to take care of people? Even Zhang Liang himself couldn't say anything. He bowed and invited Cheng Yaojin and Qin Qiong in. At the same time, he added in a small voice, The sage also came today, but he told people not to make a fuss. Hearing this, Cheng Yaojin and Qin Qiong couldn't help but laugh. They looked meaningfully at Li Wangyu. 3 days ago, Li Wangyu was drunk and recited poetry, angering Pai Lupi. Today, they actually met again at Zhang Liang's residence. There was going to be a good show to watch. Cheng Yaojin and Qin Qiong looked at Li Wangyu. It was obvious that he didn't remember what happened that day. This was even more interesting. Zhang Liang's housekeeper looked at Li Wangyu and Chou Kuan, who were standing to the side. He found it strange that a commoner and a merchant would be with Cheng Yaojin and Qin Qiong. These two are? The housekeeper asked carefully. They're here to deliver a painting to your duke. All right. Enough nonsense. Lead the way. Cheng Yaojin waved his hand impatiently. When the housekeeper heard that they were here to deliver a painting, he understood what was going on. But that Cho family was clearly just a merchant's family. How did they have a relationship with two dukes? He didn't dare to say more. He ordered the servants in the residence to help Steward Zhang and the troops into the residence. He led Chang Yaojin and Qin Qiong to the main hall. Li Wangyu held the painting scroll and hesitated. He didn't know if he should go in with them. After all, he and Cho Kuan were commoners and merchants. They didn't have the qualifications to go to the main hall of Zhang Liang's banquet. Should he just give the painting to the housekeeper and he and Cho Kuan would have completed their mission? While he was hesitating, Chang Yaojin walked over and stretched out his hand without saying anything. Like a captive in a military battle, he stretched out his long arm and clamped Li Wangyu under his armpit. "Nephew, why aren't you leaving? Why are you dilly-dallying?" After saying that, Chang Yaojin didn't wait for Li Wangyu to resist. He clamped him under his armpit and strode into Zhang Liang's residence as if he was weightless. Li Wangyu was completely dumbfounded by Chang Yaojin's actions. What was going on? "I'm here to deliver a gift, not a gift." Chapter 59. Li Wangyu still wanted to struggle, but Chang Yaojin's arm was like an iron hoop, clamping him so tightly that he could not move at all. Qin Qiong did not stop him. He stroked his beard and laughed, then stroked his beard and strode towards the main hall. Cho Kuan was dumbfounded. What kind of situation is this? Just now, in front of Chang Yaojin and Duke Cheng. He was so scared that he did not even dare to raise his head. Hearing Chang Yaojin ask Li Wangyu to call them uncle, Cho Kuan was even more shocked. He secretly looked up at Li Wangyu, then quickly lowered his head. He did not recognize this Xiao Lang who sold him erotic paintings at Ping Kong Fong. Now that he saw Li Wangyu being taken away by Chang Yaojin in such a way, he was even more confused. The small eyes on his fat face blinked hard, trying to see if he was hallucinating. Cho Kuan hesitated for a moment, then shouted at Chang Yaojin, "Lu, Duke Lu, quickly put down Li Jia Xiaolang." "Little kid, what did you say?" Chang Yaojin glared at Cho Kuan fiercely. Cho Kuan was so scared that he swallowed his saliva, but he still looked straight at Chang Yaojin. "Lu, Duke Lu, can you put down Li Jia Xiaolang?" "Wahahaha, you're not bad, little kid. Come in with us," Chang Yaojin said. Then he ignored Cho Kuan and walked into the residence with Li Wangyu. Cho Kuan hesitated for a moment, then quickly ran to catch up, following closely behind Chang Yaojin. Li Wangyu's eyes flashed, and he turned to look at Cho Kuan. He felt that this fatty was a good person, and that he did not take the risk of being beaten in vain to save him. At this time, the main hall of Zhang Liang's residence was full of guests, and it was very lively. Servants were shuttling back and forth, serving all kinds of wine and food to the guests. Zhang Liang's family's singers were dancing in front of the hall, entertaining the public. Li Wangyu was full of humiliation, and was carried into the main hall by Chang Yaojin. Seeing everyone looking at him, he could not help but cover his face with his hands. It was too damn embarrassing. Why didn't the heavens send down lightning to strike this bastard Chang Yaojin to death? At this moment, the banquet had not officially started yet. Pai Lupi, dressed in casual clothes, was playing chess with Fang Xianling, surrounded by a group of civil and military officials. The game they played was called Elephant Play, which meant symbolic play. It was the predecessor of Chinese chess. During the Tang dynasty, there were already horses, generals, chariots, pawns, and other types of soldiers in the elephant opera. The way in which the horses moved diagonally and the chariots moved straight was very similar to the way in modern Chinese chess. The chessboard was also arranged vertically and horizontally. 10 horizontal and 9 vertical. There were a total of 64 squares. However, the chessboard in the Tang dynasty's elephant show was made of metal, and the chess pieces were three-dimensional. It was a bit similar to modern chess. Pai Lupi was also a Go fan. According to the old Tang book, biography of Lu Kai, Emperor Taizong Li Shimin often read the elephant scripture. Chang Yaojin walked into the main hall with Li Wangyu under his arm, which naturally attracted the attention of all the civil and military officials, including Pai Lupi. "Jijia, what are you doing? Whose Xiao Lang is this? Did you catch him alive?" Pai Lupi laughed. He thought Chang Yaojin was teasing some rich kid. When Chang Yaojin put Li Wangyu down, Li Wangyu stood up straight. Pai Lupi could not help but be surprised. Many of the civil and military officials in the central room had participated in the Chu River Lake poetry gathering 3 days ago. Seeing that the person Chang Yaojin had brought in was Li Wangyu, everyone's expression became strange. Their eyes could not help but steal glances at Li Er. Pai Lupi's face, which was full of smiles, suddenly became as black as the bottom of a pot. When he saw Li Wangyu, he was angry. This scoundrel kid actually dared to write in front of him. "How can I lower my eyebrows and bend my waist to serve the rich and powerful?" and even arrogantly said, "When the Son of Heaven calls, I will not board the boat." He really did not give him any face. If it were not for the fact that this kid was talented and was a relative of the Li clan, Pai Lupi would have ordered him to be beheaded. He originally thought that he would just ignore this scoundrel and let him fend for himself in the countryside. He did not expect to see him in Zhang Liang's mansion 3 days later. This made Pai Lupi gnash his teeth in anger. Li Wangyu did not know about this. After he was put down by Chang Yaojin, he saw so many nobles of the Tang dynasty looking at him. He immediately bowed and greeted them. "May I ask which one of you is the Duke of Chongping? This little one is representing my enemy to send the god of Luo painting." Zhang Liang was originally filled with joy because Li Er had come to congratulate him in disguise. At this moment, when he saw Li Wangyu appear, he was also extremely stunned. When he heard Li Wangyu's words, his face also darkened. "Can you stop messing around? This old man only wanted to bully a merchant and take an ancient painting. Why did you, a relative of the Li clan, come here to join in the fun?" Don't look at how Pai Lupi left in a fit of anger. Empress Zhongxuan's words were true. No matter what, Li Wangyu was still a relative of the Pai Lupi. Although everyone knew that Li Wangyu was expelled from the Li clan in Wuxia, who could guarantee that the Pai Lupi would not use this kind of Qilin child in the future and let him return to the imperial family? Did they dare to offend Li Wangyu? Were they not afraid that Pai Lupi would turn against them? Chang Yaojin harbored even more evil intentions and even fanned the flames. He pointed at Zhang Liang and said to Li Wangyu, "Nephew, that is the Duke of Chongping. Quickly hand over the painting. If you're late, be careful that you don't get beaten up again." "Kiske, you were almost beaten up by the Duke of Chongping's troops at the entrance. Haven't you learned your lesson yet?" On the surface, he was talking about Li Wangyu, but in fact, he was giving Zhang Liang a hard time. After Chang Yaojin finished speaking, Pai Lupi couldn't help but look at Zhang Liang, his eyes full of dissatisfaction. Just as Empress Zhang's son said, Pai Lupi was angry at Li Wangyu, but he couldn't bear to see others bully a relative of the Li clan. Zhang Liang broke out in a cold sweat. If what Chang Yaojin said was true and his troops beat up Li Wangyu, then wouldn't he be in big trouble? "Chang Yaojin, you old fool, don't speak nonsense. How could my troops beat people up so casually?" Zhang Liang hurriedly denied, then looked at Li Wangyu with a face full of smiles. "Xiaolang, Kuan, this old man is Zhang Liang. Thank you, Xiaolang, Kuan, for making a trip here. Thank you for your hard work. Please take a seat." His master's words gave the housekeeper a fright. Who exactly was this white-clothed youth? Duke Lu and Duke Yi wanted him to call him uncle, but his master was so polite, calling him Xiaolang, Kuan. The housekeeper felt that his brain wasn't enough to process this, but he didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly invited Li Wangyu and Cho Kuan to the table. The banquet in the Tang dynasty was divided into different meals. After Zhang Liang spoke, a servant immediately set up a table for the two of them and brought wine and food. Li Wangyu and Cho Kuan were also confused, but they didn't dare to make a sound. They could only obediently take off their boots, go to the front of the hall, and sit cross-legged. Li Shimin frowned and stretched out his hand to call Chang Yaojin over. "Jijia, why did you bring this boy here?" "Your Majesty, you wronged me. I happened to meet him at the gate of Zhang Liang's mansion. Li Ziyo came to deliver the painting for Zhang Liang." "Haha, it has nothing to do with me. By the way, Your Majesty, this boy doesn't know anything about what happened that day. It seems that he really drank too much that day." "Noisy!" Pai Lupi glared. Chang Yaojin smiled and didn't say anything more. He took Qin Qiong to the side to drink and watch the show. "Li, what painting did you send? Let me see." Pai Lupi shouted at Li Wangyu. He almost blurted out Li Wangyu's name, but he changed his words in time. Li Wangyu saw that Zhang Liang didn't object, so he quickly took out the painting from the gold-rimmed Nanmu box. He slowly unrolled the painting with Cho Kuan and presented it in front of everyone. When the sketch of the goddess Luo painting came out, everyone was shocked. Chapter 60. When the goddess of Luo's painting was unfurled, everyone in Zhongliang Fu's main hall saw the contents of the painting and couldn't help but gasp. Even Cheng Yaojin exclaimed, Who is this? Why is it sealed in the painting? Uncle Cheng, this is goddess of Luo. Li Wangyu smiled. Fang Xianling, Zhang Sun Wuji, and the other civil officials immediately gathered around and looked carefully at the first realistic sketch in human history. Through the contrast of light and darkness, it produced a strong three-dimensional feeling. At the same time, it made use of the principle of perspective to draw a realistic sketch. This was unprecedented in this era. There is actually such a lifelike painting. How did it come to be? What a strange painting, such brushwork. Young Supervisor Yen, do you recognize this painting? Zhang Sun Wuji asked a young man around 27 or 28 years old. The person he asked was Yen Liben, an artist from the early Tang dynasty. In the 17th year of Zhengguan, Pai Lupi's famous painting of the 24 meritorious officials of the Lingyan Pavilion, was conferred. His work, Carriage Painting, was a famous painting that was passed down in the future. The current Yen Liben was a young supervisor. He was best at painting portraits, which were lifelike and lifelike. At that time, he was known as the Legend of Painting. However, compared to Li Wangyu's Goddess of Luo's painting, Yen Liben's portraits were much more lifelike, but in terms of realism, they were far inferior. At that moment, Yen Liben was already stunned by the Goddess of Luo's painting. He stared at the painting in front of him in a daze and didn't make a sound. Zhang Sun Wuji called him a few times before he came back to his senses. Minister Zhang Sun, I have never heard of this painting before. This is really a shocking work of art. I don't even know how this painting was drawn. It is really a godly skill. Yen Liben then looked at Li Wangyu and Cho Kuan. Xiaolang, Kuan, may I ask who drew this painting? Cho Kuan blinked his eyes and looked at Li Wangyu. He didn't know how to answer this question. Li Wangyu replied without hesitation, this map has been collected by the Qiu family for generations. It's been a very long time. I don't know who made it. He was lying without even batting an eyelid. Hearing this, Cho Kuan hurriedly lowered his head, afraid that he would laugh out loud. I still don't know who did it. It was clearly you who drew it in my house in front of my father's concubine for 3 days. Fortunately, Cho Kuan was not a fool. He naturally would not reveal any clues. Li Wangyu's words had indeed fooled quite a few people. The civil and military officials present only needed to look at the yellowed picture scroll to know that it had been through the passage of time for it to become like this. On the other hand, after Yen Liben carefully examined the goddess of Luo's scripture, although he didn't say anything, he looked at Li Wangyu with a playful expression. While everyone was carefully examining the goddess of Luo's scripture and exclaiming in surprise, a voice came from outside the crowd. Humph, this painting is just a... As the saying goes, literature carries Tao. There is Tao in the painting, but there is no Tao in the painting. If there is Tao but no art, then although the object is formed in the heart, it cannot be formed in the hand. It only has the form, but not the spirit. The painting is precious, but what is the spirit? These words were rather blunt. The meaning was that the goddess of Luo's scripture only had the form, but not the spirit. Li Wangyu was taken aback by these words. Raising his head, he saw that it was the curly-bearded young man who had been playing chess with the others. He had no idea that the speaker was Pai Lupi, Li Shimin. Pai Lupi was one of the greatest emperors of all time, but sometimes, he was like a child who liked to compete with others. There had once been a Hu merchant from the western regions who was skilled in playing the pipa, and had composed an extremely gorgeous and complicated song. Pai Lupi had even arranged for a court musician to eavesdrop and learn from him. After the Hu merchant played, Pai Lupi pretended to be relaxed, saying that there was nothing strange about this song and that his court musician also knew how to play it. Then, he called out the court musician who had secretly learned from him to play, thus proving that the song was not strange at all. Thus, Pai Lupi's personality was sometimes quite childish, making people not know whether to laugh or cry. At this moment, Pai Lupi's competitive nature was acting up. He already disliked Li Wangyu, and now that everyone was praising his painting, he was even more annoyed. Pai Lupi's criticism of the goddess of Luo's scripture was not wrong, strictly speaking. After all, the essence of traditional Chinese painting was the way of painting. A masterpiece had to be elegant, profound, and memorable. It was a work of charm. However, Li Wangyu's Goddess of Luo scripture was more realistic and novel. The two painting methods were different, and they could not be compared. Zhang Sun Wuji and Feng Xianling knew about Pai Lupi's little problem, so they smiled and did not say anything. Even Chang Yaojin was drinking silently and did not agree. However, when Pai Lupi opened his mouth, many people who were praising the Goddess of Luo scripture immediately changed their words. That's right. This painting has no charm and no spirit. It's really not worth mentioning. That's right, that's right. I just felt that this painting was really strange. The brushwork was sluggish, and I couldn't see the essence of the brush and ink. Master Cui is right. As the saying goes, a masterpiece has both form and spirit. It's simple and elegant. It's natural and pure. There's no need to talk about this painting. These words made Li Wangyu furious. Were these people born in the year of the chameleon? The speed at which they changed their faces was comparable to the Sichuan opera. Especially that bastard bearded man. Who the hell are you? Fortunately, Li Wangyu was still sober. He knew that the people in the main hall of Zhang Liang's mansion were all influential people of the Tang dynasty, and he could not afford to offend them. However, he did not say it out loud. He also did not know that the bearded man he called a bastard was the emperor of the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin. After being scolded by the people in the hall, Li Wangyu's face also darkened. Just as he was about to put away the painting, he heard Pai Lupi speak unhurriedly. However, this painting is not completely useless. This kind of completely realistic technique is indeed suitable for portraits. It's so vivid that it's hard to come by. It's a pity that the techniques created by the predecessors have not been passed down to the present day. It's really a pity. Pai Lupi's words made the faces of the group of fence-sitters and ministers who agreed with him suddenly stiffen. They felt that they were showing signs of schizophrenia. Your Majesty, can you speak without pausing? Say it all in one breath. Before, they were still praising this painting. It wasn't easy for them to be thick-skinned and belittle the Goddess of Luo's scripture with you. Now you're changing your mind? What happened to the promise of a monarch? Where did the trust between people go? My heart is so tired. Pai Lupi swaggered to the front of the Goddess of Luo's scripture. He carefully looked at it again and nodded at Li Wangyu. Why don't you sell this painting to me? How much would it cost? Li Wangyu was also confused by this bearded man. Just now, he was desperately belittling it. Now, he said that he wanted to buy the painting. Did he deliberately come to make trouble? His heart was in a bad mood, so his tone was naturally not good. Li Wangyu straightened his neck and said, I'm afraid you can't afford this Goddess of Luo's scripture. Bastard! How can you say that? Shut up! Ruin dares to do this. Do you want to die? Before Pai Lupi could speak, a group of flattering ministers jumped out and pointed at Li Wangyu's nose and reprimanded him. Li Wangyu looked at the situation and knew that this man's identity was not ordinary. He did not dare to say anything else and immediately shut his mouth. Pai Lupi was not angry. He laughed and said, Just name a price. There is nothing in this world that I can't afford. Li Wangyu silently looked at Pai Lupi. His eyes only revealed 6 words. Will you die if you don't brag? Chapter 61. The current situation was very strange. Li Wangyu didn't like Pai Lupi, and Pai Lupi also didn't like Li Wangyu, this bastard. For a moment, the two of them stared at each other for a long time in the main hall of Zhang Liang's mansion. Both of them didn't like each other. Although Li Wangyu knew that this curly-bearded man must be a bigwig of the Tang dynasty, he didn't want to do as he wished. Of course, he couldn't refuse him directly. If he opened his mouth and asked for a sky-high price, he would offend him even more. He had to think of a way to annoy this boastful curly-bearded man. He rolled his eyes and saw the chessboard that the curly-bearded man was playing chess not far away. He couldn't help but smile. Li Wangyu bowed and said, Since this Lang Jun wants to buy the Qiu family's Luotian painting, of course you can. However, the Qiu family is a grain merchant. I wonder if Lang Jun can accept using grain to exchange for the painting? Pai Lupi thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. The Qiu family was a grain merchant. It was naturally better to ask for grain than copper. It was very reasonable. Chou Kuan was stunned when he heard this. He raised his head and looked at Li Wangyu. He wanted to say something, But when he thought of how he was beaten in front of Zhang Liang's mansion for talking too much, he immediately closed his mouth. Xiaolang, how much grain do you want? Li Wangyu smiled and pointed at the elephant play chessboard not far away. I don't want much. Just fill that chessboard. His words made everyone in the main hall stunned. Fill the chessboard with grain? What did that mean? Li Wangyu continued to explain, please put 1 grain of rice in the first grid, 2 grains in the second grid, 4 grains in the third grid, 8 grains in the fourth grid, and so on. The number of grains in each grid is twice as many as the previous grid. Just like this, fill all 64 grids. I want this many grains of rice. Can Lang Jun accept it? These words made the officials and Pai Lupi laugh. This Li Jia Xiaolang was not greedy at all. He used a few grains of rice to give away the goddess Luo painting. Could this be considered selling a favor to Pai Lupi? Chang Yaojin secretly whispered to Qin Qiong. Did this child recognize His Majesty? Otherwise, why would this painting be sold at such a low price? It's hard to say. Maybe he remembered the drunken scene that day. This child was smart enough to give His Majesty some face. When His Majesty's anger subsides, it will naturally benefit him. Qin Qiong also guessed. Not only did Chang Yaojin and Qin Qiong have such thoughts, but many of the important ministers who had participated in the poetry gathering in Xuzhong and Qi also had similar thoughts. They felt that Li Wangyu was giving Pai Lupi a way out and letting Pai Lupi vent his anger. Even Pai Lupi felt that this kid was more pleasing to the eye. Haha, since Xiaolang said so, then I won't be polite. I'll buy this painting at the price you said. Pai Lupi laughed. He turned his head and said to Zhang Liang, Official Zhang, I'll borrow a dan of grain from your residence. Zhang Liang naturally nodded in agreement, but there was a trace of regret in his eyes. It was a pity that such a perfect goddess Luo painting had been missed by him. If Li Wangyu hadn't come to present the painting today, and if Pai Lupi hadn't come to his birthday banquet incognito, this painting would have become Zhang Liang's family treasure. But now that Pai Lupi had taken a fancy to it, even if Zhang Liang was domineering, he wouldn't have any ideas about this painting. Soon, the servants of Zhang Liang's residence carried a dan of rice and began to place the grains of rice on the chessboard according to Li Wangyu's instructions. The officials all smiled and didn't say anything. Some people even made bets on whether a dan of rice would be enough. Anyway, no one was in a hurry. They just watched the servants slowly count the grains of rice as a pastime. Only Li Wangyu sneered in his heart. Hee, a dan of rice? Dream on. This was a problem that all junior high school students in the future knew about. The 64 squares of rice on the chessboard had a total of 2 to the power of 64 minus 1. The result was 184467440737095516115 grains of rice, or 1,800,000,000,000 grains of rice. Li Wangyu remembered that in the future, there were people who had nothing better to do on the internet. 1 kilogram of rice was about 60,000 grains. If one really wanted to install this scale, they would need 280 billion tons of rice to fill the chessboard. What kind of concept was this? In the future, the world's annual rice production was only about 500 million tons. 280 billion tons was equivalent to the total amount of rice produced in human history. With so much rice, Pai Lupi wouldn't be able to afford it even if he sold his pants. Li Wangyu was purely using his advanced knowledge to crush the bigwigs of the Tang dynasty. This feeling of being the only one sober when everyone was drunk was really cool. The corner of Li Wangyu's mouth couldn't help but curl up. In the main hall, the servants were still counting the grains of rice. On the side, the accountant of Zhang Liang's residence was helping with the counting with a counting stick. At this time, the Tang dynasty hadn't invented the abacus yet. It was a calculating tool that only appeared in the northern Song dynasty. The counting stick was a pile of small sticks of the same length and thickness. It was arranged in 2 ways, horizontal and horizontal. The accountant of Zhang Liang's residence was already sweating when he reached the 20th square of the chessboard. The 20th square of the chessboard required more than 500,000 grains of rice. As time passed, the officials and Pai Lupi in the main hall also found that something was wrong. Why was there more and more rice? Pai Lupi immediately asked someone to calculate how much rice was needed. Immediately, a servant brought out a scale and began to weigh the grains of rice. Other officials who were proficient in mathematics began to send paper, brushes, and counting sticks. Together with the accountant of Zhang Liang's residence, They calculated how many grains of rice were needed to fill the chessboard. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, after the time it took for 2 sticks of incense to burn, those officials who were calculating with the counting stick were already sweating profusely. However, the number they calculated was getting bigger and bigger. The person who made the fastest progress was only able to calculate the 26th square of the chessboard. Even if he couldn't go any further, it was already an astronomical number. The servants of Zhang Liang's residence also used the scale to calculate that 1 tael was about 1,000 grains of rice. Thus, 1 tael of rice was about 190,000 grains of rice. This is impossible. According to this number, even all the grains of the Tang dynasty wouldn't be enough. One of the officials who was proficient in mathematics exclaimed as he looked at the counting stick in front of him. Pai Lupi and the other officials were all shocked. They quickly walked to the front of the several officials. It can't be wrong. I just calculated it. The 26th square of the chessboard just now has already exceeded the amount of grains of the entire Tang dynasty. This is a chessboard that can't be filled. The officials responsible for the calculation were all sweating profusely. They all nodded in agreement. This number was really too huge. It was simply impossible to continue calculating. When Pai Lupi heard this, how could he not know that he had been fooled? He was burning with anger. He fiercely glared at Li Wangyu, who was calmly sitting at the banquet table, drinking wine and eating meat. Xiaolang, explain to me. What is the meaning of this? Are you playing with me? Pai Lupi angrily said. The officials who previously thought that Li Wangyu was deliberately giving Pai Lupi a way out were all dumbfounded. This bastard clearly put his majesty on a high pedestal and then ruthlessly pulled down the ladder. Chapter 62. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, began to feign ignorance. Why do you say that, Lang Jun? I only want a little bit of food and have no ill intentions. Why are you so angry? If you think it's too expensive, then forget it. Li Wangyu's words made Pai Lupi speechless for a long time. It was as he said, he only wanted a little bit of food. But was this just a little bit of food? The entire Tang dynasty's food was not enough to fill this small chessboard. It was unbelievable, but the truth was in front of everyone. They had no choice but to believe it. Pai Lupi knew that he was played by Li Wangyu today, but he was unable to vent his anger. After all, the conditions were proposed by Li Wangyu, but none of the officials, including him, objected. This made Pai Lupi, who always boasted of his intelligence and wisdom, feel his face burning. Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and the other officials also felt ashamed. This bastard! He actually played all of them in the palm of his hand. They were so angry that they wanted to beat him up. Li Wangyu was still proud of himself, but he did not expect a tall and sturdy figure to rush out from the side and directly clamp him up. This familiar smell, this familiar formula. This damn Cheng Yaojin actually reached out and grabbed Li Wangyu again, clamping him under his armpit. Then, his large hand slapped Li Wangyu's butt heavily. The huge pain stimulated Li Wangyu to scream. He felt that his butt was about to split into pieces. What made him feel even more humiliated was that ever since his grandfather passed away, he had never been hit on his butt again. He did not expect that after transmigrating to the Tang dynasty, he would receive such treatment again. It was really humiliating. As Cheng Yaojin slapped his butt, he also scolded, "I'll beat you to death, you bastard. You dare to tease your uncles? Today, I'll take care of you on behalf of your father." The loud slapping sounds and Li Wangyu's wailing and howling made the main hall of Zhang Liang's mansion very lively. However, this scene caused all the officials to heave a sigh of relief. Zhang Liang waved his hand to have the servants take away the food, and ordered for water and wine to be sent over. The officials, including Pai Lupi, acted as if they did not see the scene of Li Wangyu being beaten up by Cheng Yaojin. They all raised their cups and drank, chatting and laughing with each other, as if nothing had happened. Feng Xiang, today's wine has a unique taste. Haha, Brother Wuji is right. Come, let's drink. The singers and dancers in Duke Zhang's residence are pretty good. Cheng Yaojin gave Li Wangyu a good beating and kept reprimanding him. Bastard, do you still dare to cause trouble in the future? I don't dare anymore. Duke, please stop. What did you call me? Uncle Cheng. Stop it now. Li Wangyu was completely terrified. Who the F***ck were these people? You can't reason with them and you just beat them up. Barbaric, too barbaric. Li Wangyu had just used his intelligence to crush the officials of the Tang dynasty, but he was immediately crushed back by Chang Yaojin's force. It was really retribution. Cho Kuan the fatty was already stunned. He was born in a merchant's family. Although he was simple and straightforward, he was very good at arithmetic, which was essential for merchants. When Li Wangyu proposed to fill the chessboard with rice, he was the only one who faintly felt that something was wrong. Cho Kuan naturally did not say anything. He just sat on the side and watched with cold eyes. The final result also surprised him. It turned out to be such an unimaginably huge number. The fatty looked at Li Wangyu seriously with his small eyes full of admiration. But before he could express his admiration, he saw Li Wangyu being beaten up by Lu Guogong. Even Cho Kuan couldn't help but sneak a few steps away from the scene, afraid that he would be dragged into it. However, although Li Wangyu was being beaten, Cho Kuan's eyes were full of envy. Li Wangyu did not understand, but Cho Kuan saw it very clearly. The reason why Chang Yaojin rushed out to beat him up was not because he wanted to abuse him, but because he wanted to protect Li Wangyu. This bastard kid used the chessboard to play with all the officials. Even if they did not say anything, they might not hate Li Wangyu in their hearts. But when Chang Yaojin rushed out and beat him up, the nature of the matter completely changed. It was just the younger generation being mischievous. Now that he was being disciplined by the elders, the others would not have any grudges. Cho Kuan naturally did not know that Chang Yaojin beat Li Wangyu for the reason he said, and also to beat up Pai Lupi, the emperor of the Tang dynasty. Chang Yaojin was thought to be a rough martial artist. In fact, Chang Yaojin was born in a Shandong family and received a good education. He was also very shrewd and was trusted by Li Shimin all his life. He was Pai Lupi's most trusted general. Although Chang Yaojin was known as the devil incarnate, in fact most of the time, Chang Yaojin was deliberately given this title by him. His image as a hob was the same as pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. The more Chang Yaojin looked at Li Wangyu, the more pleasing he was to the eye. Especially after Li Wangyu played with all the officials, it made him very happy. He felt that Li Wangyu was to his liking. Therefore, Chang Yaojin jumped out when everyone was embarrassed and beat up Li Wangyu to resolve this farce. "Say, are you still selling this map?" Chang Yaojin stared at Li Wangyu fiercely with his bell-like eyes. Li Wangyu covered his butt with both hands and said with a painful expression, "I'm not selling it, I'm definitely not selling it. It's free, it must be free." "That's more like it." Chang Yaojin nodded in satisfaction, feeling that his efforts had not been in vain. Li Wangyu grimaced and walked towards Pai Lupi with both hands holding the goddess of Luo's painting. All the officials were happy to see this, and Pai Lupi was secretly delighted. He felt that Chang Yaojin's beating had not been in vain. This bastard finally understood how to conduct himself. Li Er was even calculating in his heart whether he should console this kid with kind words, or reprimand him with a stern face, and ask him not to act so recklessly in the future. Under the watchful eyes of Pai Lupi and all the officials, Li Wangyu walked step by step towards Pai Lupi, and then turned a corner. Li Wangyu walked directly in front of Zhang Liang and bowed. "Today is Chongping County Duke's birthday. I was entrusted by Chong En's Cho family to come and present a congratulatory gift, the goddess of Luo's painting. I hope County Duke Zhang will kindly accept it." With these words, everyone was thunderstruck. Zhang Liang's face was filled with fear. "Li Jia Shaolang, don't make a scene. Speak properly. I have no enmity with you in the past, so why do you want to harm this old man? Pai Lupi wants the goddess of Luo's painting, but you don't give it to him. What is the meaning of giving it to this old man?" Zhang Liang looked as if he had stepped in dog shit. His face was incomparably ugly. He stole a glance at Pai Lupi, who was frozen to the side. His face was as black as a Kunlun slave's. Pai Lupi only had one thing on his mind. After he called people in to drag Li Wangyu out, should he chop him into minced meat or slice him to eat? "You've played with me twice and thrice. How dare you?" Chapter 63. In fact, Pai Lupi had completely wronged Li Wangyu. As the saying goes, those who do not know are not guilty. How could Li Wangyu know that he was the current emperor of the Tang dynasty, the wise and powerful Li Shimin? Otherwise, even if Li Wangyu ate a bear's heart and leopard's guts, he would not provoke Pai Lupi. That would be asking for trouble. Li Wangyu just did not like Pai Lupi. In addition, he was beaten up by Chang Yaojin, so he hated Pai Lupi even more. Therefore, even if Chang Yaojin's hint was very obvious, Li Wangyu could only pretend that he did not understand. He pretended to be crazy and gave the goddess of Luo's painting to Zhang Liang. Li Wangyu's words made it difficult for Zhang Liang to accept or not accept. He was completely in a predicament. After a long time, Zhang Liang took the goddess of Luo's painting, with a complicated expression. Many thanks for Xiao Lang's kindness. This old man will accept this painting. Zhang Liang's smile was uglier than crying. After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards Pai Lupi with the painting in his hands. This old man is a crude person. I cannot appreciate this goddess of Luo's painting. I ask Li Gong to accept this painting, so as to avoid a pearl being covered in dust. Because Pai Lupi came here in plain clothes and told him not to make it public, Zhang Liang did not address Pai Lupi as Your Majesty. Pai Lupi did not refuse Zhang Liang's action of offering the painting. He reached out and took the goddess of Luo's painting, but his eyes looked at Li Wangyu. The arrogant emperor let out a cold snort from his nostrils to show his dissatisfaction with Li Wangyu. In fact, Pai Lupi could be considered a very magnanimous emperor. Just by looking at his attitude of tolerating Wei Zhang, one could tell. Even when Wei Zhang had once pointed at his nose and scolded him as a fatuous ruler, he was so angry that he blew his beard and glared at Wei Zhang, but he didn't do anything to Wei Zhang. Moreover, Pai Lupi did not kill any of the civil and military officials who had followed Pai Lupi to fight for the country, nor did he give up his military power. Except for a few muddle-headed fellows who had plotted a rebellion, the rest of them had basically enjoyed all the glory and wealth they could muster. Although Pai Lupi was very obstinate and opinionated when he got old, Pai Lupi was still in the prime of his life, so he didn't have the bad habits of old age. But for some reason, Pai Lupi got angry whenever he saw Li Wangyu. Today, he had been angered by this bastard twice in a row. He felt that Li Wangyu was even more disgusting. So when Pai Lupi took the painting from Zhang Liang, he wanted to anger Li Wangyu. But Li Wangyu ignored him and walked straight back to his seat. As he walked, he shook his head and said, "Hey hi, my heart was originally towards the bright moon, but the bright moon shines on the ditch." Pai Lupi had just found a trace of a sense of accomplishment, but Li Wangyu's words immediately ignited his anger. This bastard, I can't let him off so easily. Is he comparing me to a ditch? Pai Lupi almost used the painting in his hand as a weapon and threw it at Li Wangyu. With great difficulty, he took a few deep breaths and stabilized his emotions. He knew that if he got angry at Li Wangyu, this young man, it really wouldn't be honorable. But when he saw Li Wangyu, he felt that he couldn't vent his anger. Pai Lupi wanted to figure out one thing first. Did Li Wangyu accidentally come up with the chessboard arrangement, or was he really a genius? Pai Lupi casually handed the painting to his servant. He reached out his hand to summon the Minister of Civil Affairs, Dai Zhou, and whispered a few words to him. Dai Zhou nodded repeatedly and looked at Li Wangyu with a smile in his eyes. The Ministry of Civil Affairs was the Ministry of Revenue in later generations. In the first year of Yonghui, because of the taboo of Li Shimon's name, the Ministry of Civil Affairs was renamed the Ministry of Revenue. It had been used in later generations. The Ministry of Civil Affairs was divided into 4 sections. The Unified Branch, the Ministry of Civil Affairs, the Ministry of Civil Affairs, the Ministry of Gold, and the Ministry of Grain. The middle branch was in charge of the statistics and transfers of national taxes. It was equivalent to the National Accounting Department in later generations. The most talented people in the Tang dynasty were all gathered here. Dai Zhou stroked his beard and walked to Li Wangyu's table with a smile. "Xiao Lang, this old man is Dai Zhou. I have a question, and I wonder if you can answer it?" Except for Pai Lupi, Li Wangyu was very polite to others. Especially knowing that Zhang Liang's residence was full of big shots in the imperial court, he did not dare to be presumptuous. He quickly stood up respectfully and bowed. "May I ask what question Master Dai has? I will answer everything I know." Dai Zhou smiled and said, "I have a difficult question. I wonder if Xiao Lang can solve it? Today, there are pheasants and rabbits in the same cage. There are 35 heads on the top and 94 feet on the bottom. How many are the pheasants and rabbits?" After he finished speaking, Li Wangyu was stunned. "Pheasants and rabbits in the same cage? You have the nerve to ask me such a simple 4th grade math question? Do you think I did those questions in the 5 years of college entrance examination, 3 years of mock papers for nothing? Or do you think I, a college student, can't do elementary math? Li Wangyu had already calculated the answer after Dai Zhou finished speaking. This question is very simple. Xiaolang, don't talk big. Dai Zhou frowned slightly. This kind of math question of pheasants and rabbits in the same cage was not something that anyone could solve. At least, there were only a handful of civil and military officials in Zhang Liang's residence who could solve this question. Li Wangyu suddenly thought of a variety show he had watched in his later life. There was a heaven-defying method of solving pheasants and rabbits in the same cage. He could not help but laugh. It's simple. Look, there are 35 heads and 94 feet, right? If I ask all the pheasants and rabbits to raise one leg, then how many feet are left? His words stunned Dai Zhou. Pai Lupi and the other officials who were eavesdropping were also stunned. Ask the pheasants and rabbits to raise one leg? What did that mean? 59 feet. Dai Zhou replied. Then what if I ask all the pheasants and rabbits to raise one leg? How many feet are left? 24 feet. Li Wangyu laughed. Okay, the answer is out. His words made everyone confused. They didn't understand how the answer came out. Dai Zhou looked at Li Wangyu in confusion, waiting for his explanation. The pheasants only have 2 legs. If they raise 2 legs, then all the pheasants are sitting on the ground. The remaining 24 legs are all rabbit legs. So there are 12 rabbits and 23 pheasants. Pheasants, sitting on the ground. Everyone, including Pai Lupi, was dumbfounded. It could be calculated like this? After thinking about it carefully, it was indeed so. How could the problem of pheasants and rabbits in the same cage be solved so easily? Dai Zhou thought for a moment and clapped his hands. Good. Xiaolang is indeed smart. I have another question. Han Xian is training soldiers. 3 people in a row, 1 person left. 5 people in a row, 2 people left. 7 people in a row, 4 people left. 13 people in a row, 6 people left. How many soldiers are there? Han Xian counted the soldiers. The difficulty level increased. It was an elementary level 6 math question. Do you dare to do a middle school math question? Li Wangyu calculated in his mind and gave the answer. 487 people. Dai Zhou gave several math questions in succession, which were all easily answered by Li Wangyu. In the end, Dai Zhou could only sigh in admiration. He felt that Li Wangyu was indeed a young hero. He could be called a genius in mathematics. Li Wangyu was a little unhappy. He had done elementary level math for no reason. If he did not retaliate, how could he live up to his two-faced personality? Grandpa Dai, I also have a question to ask. Xiaolang, please speak. There was a theft in Chang'an City. The patrolling marquis caught 4 thieves, A, B, C, and D. Thief A said, B did it. Thief B said, D did it. Thief C said, I didn't do it. Thief D said, B is lying. The facts prove that only one of the 4 was telling the truth. May I ask, who was the culprit of this theft? When this question was asked, the officials were in an uproar. Chapter 64. Pai Lupi also frowned, seriously thinking about Li Wangyu's question. A, B, C, and D, all of them said different things, and only one of them was telling the truth. But how could they be distinguished? The officials were also discussing. It should be thief B, right? Both of his accomplices said he did it. No, only one person was telling the truth. Someone immediately refuted. Then it was a who did it? This question is really strange. For people said different things, how can we know who is telling the truth? There is actually such a strange question. How can we know who is telling the truth? Under the 3 trees, do you think they won't tell the truth? Li Wangyu's question was not a math question, but a logical deduction question. According to the hypothetical exclusion method, it could be inferred that the criminal was thief C. There was a contradiction between the words of A and B. If A was telling the truth, then thief B was telling the truth. If thief B was telling the truth, then thief A was telling the truth. It could be seen that one of A and B was telling the truth, and the other was telling the truth. Therefore, thief C was the thief who committed the theft. A group of nobles and officials were thinking hard about which of the 4 thieves was telling the truth, but Cho Kuan's small eyes blinked, as if he had discovered something. Cho Kuan looked left and right, then carefully moved to Li Wangyu's ear and whispered. Xiaolang, thief C is the thief, right? His words made Li Wangyu slightly startled, and he looked at the fatty Cho Kuan in surprise. Li Wangyu had always thought of Cho Kuan as a straightforward person, so that was why he looked for him to sell his paintings at Ping Kong Fong. He did not expect that this fatty was not stupid at all, and he was more shrewd than a group of nobles and officials who attended the birthday banquet in Li Wangyu's mansion. He could not help but look at Cho Kuan in a new light. Li Wangyu did not expect that someone in the Tang dynasty could solve this kind of logical deduction question. He secretly gave Cho Kuan a thumbs up, and then nodded slightly, indicating that he had answered correctly. Seeing Li Wangyu's affirmation, Cho Kuan revealed a bright smile. Right now, he was full of admiration for this young man, Li Wangyu. Not to mention Li Wangyu's amazing painting skills. Just coming to celebrate Li Wangyu's birthday today was enough to stun him. Duke of Lu, Duke of Yi, and the other founding dukes had him intimately call them uncle. Especially when Duke of Lu beat him up just now, it was even more intimate. This made Cho Kuan really unable to figure out the background of this wretched young man who sold his erotic paintings at Ping Kong Fong. As for Li Wangyu's mathematical knowledge, it amazed Cho Kuan even more. As a disciple of the Shang clan, mathematics was one of the things they had to learn. Cho Kuan also felt that mathematics was his strength. But when he was still thinking hard about the few questions that Dai Zhou gave him, Li Wangyu gave him the answer. He could not help but feel frustrated. So when Cho Kuan got Li Wangyu's affirmation, he smiled so much that his eyes could not be seen. The fatty almost forgot that he was older than Li Wangyu by a few years, but he was as excited as a youth who was praised by his elders. In the main hall of Zhang Liang's mansion, the officials were racking their brains and the fatty Cho Kuan was beaming with joy, forming a sharp contrast. Many people also noticed the only fatty wearing black. Li Wangyu's question, Chang Yaojin also could not figure out which of the four people was telling the truth. He was confused. He was too lazy to think about it, and directly grabbed Cho Kuan to force an answer. Brat, do you know about it? Hurry up and explain to me. Just who is that damned bandit? Damn thief. These four thieves should be caught and beheaded. Chang Yaojin was not polite, and grabbed Cho Kuan and asked. This. Cho Kuan was shocked by Chang Yaojin, and quickly looked at Li Wangyu for help. Uncle Cheng, don't bully people, this nephew will tell you. Li Wangyu whispered a few words into Chang Yaojin's ear, and told him the key point of the question. After knowing the answer, Chang Yaojin was stunned for a while, and then heavily slapped Li Wangyu's shoulder. Son of a bitch, you are really too bad. Li Wangyu was slapped until half of his body went numb, and he was speechless and smiled bitterly. Today, he inexplicably met this Chang Yaojin, and he was really unlucky. Being slapped in the butt in front of everyone. He did not have any face, and it was better to stay away from this bird in the future. After Chang Yaojin knew the answer, he began to wander around the main hall with a wine cup. Feng Xiang, are you thinking about the question? Haha, this question is very simple, and not worth mentioning. Duke of Qi, are you still thinking about which thief is telling the truth? I, old Cheng, have thought of it. It is really simple. Brother Yuqi, what are you thinking about? Chang Yaojin was such a pain in the neck, and many people wanted to roll up their sleeves and beat him up. His skin was really too thick, and he ran over to extort the answer, and then came back to show off in front of everyone. He was simply not a son. Your Majesty. After all, this question is still a bit difficult. Wahahaha. Chang Yaojin was not careful and walked over to Pai Lupi's side. His words made Pai Lupi so angry that he fiercely kicked him. Pai Lupi really could not figure out Li Wangyu's question, and no matter how he thought about it, he still could not figure out which of the four thieves stole the item. After being disturbed by Chang Yaojin, Pai Lupi simply flung his sleeves, coldly snorted, and turned around to leave, preparing to return to the palace. As the host, Zhang Liang hurriedly chased after Pai Lupi to see him off, but the civil and military officials in the main hall were stunned by the scene of Pai Lupi leaving in anger, and they looked at Li Wangyu even more strangely. Li Wangyu was speechless and thought, why are you all looking at me? It was obviously that old bastard Cheng Yaojin who made the bearded man leave in anger. What does it have to do with me? Many people secretly speculated in their hearts. This Li Wangyu might not be Li Zhou's son, right? Could it be that he is His Majesty's illegitimate son? He actually made His Majesty so angry. But it was fine. Li Wangyu did not know this, and when Zhang Liang came back from seeing Pai Lupi off, he hurriedly took Cho Kuan and said goodbye to Zhang Liang. Today, his main purpose was to help Cho Kuan deliver the map, and since the map was delivered, he did not care who Zhang Liang would transfer the map to in the end, and his mission was completed. Under the strange gazes of the civil and military officials of the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu leisurely left Zhang Liang's mansion. But he did not know that what happened at Zhang Liang's birthday banquet today had quickly spread to the ears of all the influential officials in Chang'an, and almost became a legend. Whether it was the magical Luo god's map, the chessboard arrangement, or the unfathomable arithmetic, they were all talked about enthusiastically. At the same time, the question of the thief disgusted the officials in the imperial court. Not to mention that the old bastard Chang Yaojin especially liked to visit people recently, and whenever he caught someone, he would grin and ask questions about the thief. Recently, in Chang'an, many people had been tortured by the thief, and they hated that they could not catch the 4 thieves and beat them 100 times to vent their anger. The name Li Wangyu was firmly remembered by the influential officials in Chang, and after the poetry contest in Chujiang Pool. Meanwhile, Li Wangyu's poems gradually spread among the Confucian scholars in Chang'an. Many scholars recited the famous lines of the poems over and over again. It was a good story for a while. These were all later stories, and Li Wangyu did not know. After he and Cho Kuan returned to the Cho mansion, he told Cho Yuanliang, who had been anxiously waiting, and finally let his heart rest. The dark clouds that had been hanging over the Cho family for many days finally dispersed. Cho Yuanliang was also very generous, and directly gave Li Wangyu 100 dawn of grain as a reward. Together with the previous 200 dawn of grain, he gave a total of 300 dawn of grain to Li Wangyu. Now, for Li Wangyu, the more grain, the better. He was not pretentious, and after repeatedly thanking Cho Yuanliang, he accepted it without hesitation. 1 dawn of grain weighed 50 kilograms, and 300 dawn of grain weighed 15,000 kilograms, or 15 tons. How to transport so much grain back to Dingzhou village? But Li Wangyu was troubled. Chapter 65. If they used bullock carts to transport the grain, 1 bullock cart could carry 500 kilograms of grain at most. 15 tons of grain would require more than 30 bullock carts to transport. However, the bullock carts in the Tang dynasty were too expensive. They had to carry 100 kilograms, and for every 100 miles, they had to pay 100 copper coins. Hiring 30 bullock carts to transport the 15 tons of grain back to Dingzhou village would cost at least 30 strings of copper coins. Li Wangyu could declare bankruptcy. Actually, he was already bankrupt a long time ago. This child still had a huge debt of more than 1 million strings of copper coins. Although he still had 10 taels of gold, Li Wangyu could not bear to spend half of it just to transport the grain. In the end, it was the Niu brothers who came up with a solution for him. Water transportation. Outside Dingzhou village was the Gan River, and the Gan River was directly connected to the Wei River. In this way, they could use ships to transport the grain directly to Dingzhou village. Although the distance by water was longer, about 180 miles, and they had to sail against the current, the transportation cost was much cheaper than using bullock carts. When Cho Yuanliang heard that Li Wangyu's Dingzhou village could use water transportation, he waved his hand and said that he could use the Cho family's ship to transport the grain for free. Originally, most of the Cho family's grain was transported to Chang'an City by water transportation. This was more convenient. They could directly send a ship from the East Wei Bridge outside Chang'an City to transport the grain directly. In the Tang dynasty, the East Wei Bridge north of Chang'an City was the end of the Wei River's grain transport. There were many sails here, and it was a large cargo port. In the poem, Looking at the East Wei Bridge in the Evening, it was written, Qin has Wu Zhou, 1,000 boats Wei Chu head. It could be seen that the water transportation was developed. After solving the problem of transporting the grain, Li Wangyu was naturally overjoyed. He asked Niu Wu to ride first and return the 3 horses that he borrowed from the Huxian county government. Then, he returned to Dingzhou village and told the village chief to arrange labor in the village to help him transport the grain. After Niu Wu rode back, Li Wangyu and Niu Yong said goodbye to Cho Yuanliang and Cho Kuan. Under the lead of the Cho family's housekeeper, they went to the East Wei Bridge and boarded the Cho family's ship to escort the grain ship back. The grain transport boats in the Wei River were all Shekwa river boats. This kind of riverboat was short and wide, with a flat bottom and shallow cabin. It had a large load capacity, and each boat could carry more than 1,000 stones. Moreover, it was convenient to load and unload. It was suitable for navigation in an open river with stable water flow. Because the journey from Dongwei Bridge to Dingzhou village was a boat going against the current, it was completely dependent on the wind and a few boatmen using long poles to push the boat. The speed was very slow. It was roughly the same speed as a person walking. It would take about 2 days to sail from Chang'an to Dingzhou village. Li Wangyu and Niu Yong counted the grain on the boat, thanked the Qiu mansion's housekeeper again and again, and prepared to call the boatman to set sail. However, he heard a familiar voice coming from the dock. "Xiaolang, wait for me." Li Wangyu looked up and saw that it was Cho Kuan, that fatty, who was riding over. "Brother Cho, is there anything else?" Li Wangyu asked curiously. Cho Kuan rolled down from the horse's back and stepped onto the boat with a smile. "Xiaolang, I want to go to your Dingzhou village to stay for a few days. I wonder if it's convenient?" Cho Kuan's words made Li Wangyu slightly surprised, but he immediately smiled. "Brother Cho is willing to come to my house as a guest. Of course, you are welcome." Li Wangyu did not know that after he and Niu Yong left the Qiu mansion, Cho Kuan immediately told his father everything that he saw at Zhang Liang's mansion today. Cho Yuanliang was also shocked by his son's story. He did not expect that his son could get to know such a person by casually buying a painting in Ping Kong Fong. Although Li Wangyu was only 16 years old, he could not see through his ability at all. When he heard that Lu Guogong actually let Li Wangyu call him uncle and beat Li Wangyos but as an elder at the banquet, Cho Yuanliang could not help but be moved. What was the identity of this young man? To be treated like this by the founding duke, it really made Cho Yuanliang, who was born in a merchant family, feel shocked. Cho Yuanliang immediately made a decision that would make him proud for the rest of his life. He must find a way to be on good terms with Li Jia Xiaolang. He told his son Cho Kuan to immediately take the gold and silver to the dock and accompany Li Wangyu to Dingzhou village. He would do his best to help. He only hoped that both sides could have more incense. Li Wangyu did not dislike Cho Kuan. Instead, he felt that he was very much to his liking. Although the fatty was born in a merchant family and his character was slightly foppish, he was not pretentious. Moreover, although the fatty Cho Kuan was straightforward, he was loyal. That day in front of Cheng Yaojin, he stood up for justice and asked Cheng Yaojin to let him go. The boatman shouted and the boat was slowly pushed away from the dock by several long poles. It slowly sailed upstream. 2 days later, the boat sailed into Gan River. Dingzhou village was already in sight. From afar, Li Wangyu saw many people standing on the riverbank, waiting for them. The leader of the group was a stunning beauty. It was Su Chongqing. Seeing her dress fluttering as she stood on the riverbank and smiled at him, Li Wangyu's heart throbbed. It turned out that someone was waiting for him. The feeling was so wonderful. After not seeing Su Chongqing for a few days, he missed her even more. In a moment of excitement, he could not help but rush to the bow of the boat. He shouted at Su Chongqing, who was on the riverbank, "Sister, do you want to go out?" Su Chongqing was amused by him and laughed. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and shouted at Li Wangyu, "I don't want to go out with children." These words made Li Wangyu stunned. Don't want to go out with children? Damn, this kind of naked contempt could not be tolerated. Do you believe that I won't go to your room tonight? The people around them did not understand their joke. Cho Kuan was puzzled. "Xiaolang, why don't you want to go out?" Li Wangyu. There was no dock by the Gan River where Dingzhou village was located. The riverboat could only dock by the riverbank to unload. There was a gap of several meters between the riverbank and the river surface. It was not easy to transport the food. Fortunately, after the old villager received Niu Wu's notice, he brought almost all the strong laborers and the few old cows in the village. Everyone was busy for half a day before they finally unloaded 300 dan of food from the riverboat. The old villager asked everyone to help transport the food to Li Wangyu's house. But he stopped Li Wangyu in confusion. Why did Xiaolang bring so much food back? In March, there was a locust plague in Guangzhou. This matter was only known to Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing. In the eyes of outsiders, it was unreasonable to transport so much food to the village at one time. How long would it take to eat all this food? Li Wangyu naturally would not tell the old villager that this was the life-saving food he prepared for the whole village. With these 15 tons of food, some wild vegetables, and the food stored in the villagers' houses, it should not be a problem to cope with this locust plague. Moreover, Dingzhou village was backed by the Qinling Mountains and had the Gan River to the north. Whether it was fishing or hunting, Li Wangyu felt that the villagers should not suffer from famine. Hee hee, it's nothing. I don't feel anxious when I have food in my hands. But this is too much. Not much, not much. I think it's too little. Li Wangyu smiled. Old villager. In a while, the villagers who are invited to help will each bring back a dough of food as a reward. We are all villagers. What reward do we want for helping to transport some food? You little child, don't learn bad things from the people in the city. The old villager was unhappy when he heard this. He did not call Li Wangyu and Xiao Lang and directly lectured them. After being lectured by the old villager, Li Wangyu was stunned. Chapter 66. The surrounding farmers who were helping to transport grain heard this and nodded in agreement with the old village chief. That's right, we need to be paid for helping a little child transport some grain. If this gets out, does our Dingzhou village still have any face? Yes, Eunuch Li took such good care of us in the past, not to mention that your family now has you, Xiao Lang, and your family's women and children. If we do something for you and ask for a reward, if this gets out, our Dingzhou village will be scolded to death. Haha, everyone work harder. Help Li Jia Xiao Lang quickly transport the grain home. The words of the Dingzhou village villagers made Li Wangyu sweat. He really had not expected these Guanzhong men to be so loyal. If he gave them a reward, it would make him seem stingy. Fine, if they did not want to give, then so be it. In any case, the grain was being stored for the villagers. When the locust plague came in a month, these would be life-saving grain. However, Li Wangyu knew the Guanzhong men. Even if they were about to starve to death, they would not reach out to beg. If he gave them grain, then it would hurt the pride of these Guanzhong men. In disaster years, when rich families or the main family gave out grain, these Guanzhong men would stiffen their necks and say it was a loan. When the harvest was good, they would return it. If they dared to say it was a gift, they would throw down the grain and rather starve to death. Also, they would do as they said. After the disaster years, they would carry the grain and return it with interest. When Li Wangyu thought of this, he felt a headache. When the time came, if he wanted to give grain to these Guanzhong men, he would have to spend a lot of effort. If that's the case, then why don't I treat the entire village to a meal tomorrow? This way, no one will refuse, right? Just treat it as my Li family moving to Dingzhou village as a housewarming banquet? Li Wangyu thought and decided to treat the entire village to a good meal. Everyone would have a good time. In the future, he would have to rely on the help of the villagers for many of his properties. Treating the entire village to a meal was a way to express his gratitude and also to get closer to everyone. Haha, Xiao Lang, are you joking? There are more than 500 people in the village. How can you treat them? I'm not kidding. Tomorrow, I'll treat everyone to pig slaughtered rice. Li Wangyu recalled the pig slaughtered rice that he would cook every year in his hometown. It was not a big deal for 500 to 600 people to eat together. What is pig slaughter rice? The old villager was puzzled. Li Wangyu smiles and doesn't explain. Old Muramesa, can I trouble you to buy me 2 pigs tomorrow? TSK. Are you really going to treat the entire village to a meal? 2 pigs? That's a lot of money. Don't worry about it. It's settled then. Tomorrow at noon, I'll treat the whole village to pig slaughter rice. Old village chief, I'll have to trouble you to help inform them. Seeing that Li Wangyu was so certain, the old villager nodded and agreed. After talking about the meal, Li Wangyu was in a very good mood. He stood on the embankment and looked around at the scenery of the Gone River, but he noticed that there was a large piece of abandoned land by the riverbank. There were at least a few hundred acres of land next to the riverbank, and there were only a few plants growing sparsely on it, making it look exceptionally desolate. Old village chief, why hasn't this wasteland been developed? The old villager looked at the land behind him and sighed. It's all saline alkali soil. Nothing can grow here. Who would want to develop it? Saline alkali soil? Li Wangyu carefully looked at the land. The color of the soil was mostly white, yellow, and other light colors. There were a few weeping willows growing on the large piece of land. If he was not wrong, this wasteland should be alkaline soil. Weeping willows were also called strange willows. They could not survive in acidic soil. They could only survive in alkaline soil. Li Wangyu squatted down and grabbed a handful of soil. He felt that it was prickly when he held it in his hand. He also took some water from the river and poured it on the wasteland. He observed carefully and found that the water penetrated the soil slowly, and there were white bubbles and foam on the surface of the water. Li Wangyu stood up and clapped his hands. He was sure that this wasteland was alkaline soil. After all, he grew up in the countryside. There used to be a large area of alkaline soil in the village. Later, under the guidance of the scientists at the Agricultural Research Station, they cleaned and improved the soil and turned the waste into treasure. Even after the original wasteland was improved, the food grown on the weak alkaline soil was even more popular. However, it was the early years of the Tang dynasty. Obviously, no one would improve the saline alkali soil. Li Wangyu suddenly felt that he seemed to have found a way to make money. Moreover, he could give out the food legitimately. If he could improve these hundreds of acres of land, wouldn't it be a huge fortune? Moreover, improving the land required hiring labor. When the time came, he would use the food to hire the villagers. Wouldn't it be killing two birds with one stone? Old village chief, where does this wasteland belong to? Li Wangyu wanted to ask if the wasteland had an owner. This land should belong to the county, right? The old villager was not sure. But it's all useless wasteland. It's worthless. Then what if I reclaim this wasteland? The old villager looked at Li Wangyu like looking at an idiot. Xiaolang, this is saline alkali soil. It can't be used to grow crops. Why do you want to reclaim this land? Hey, old village chief, you don't need to know how to use this land. Let me ask you, if I reclaim this land, who will it belong to? The old villager shook his head. Naturally, it will belong to you. The county encourages reclamation. The reclaimed land only needs to go to the county to register. The reclaimed land is exempt from taxes for 3 years. However, this saline alkali soil can't grow crops. Xiaolang, don't make trouble. Li Wangyu did not refute. He just looked at the hundreds of acres of wasteland in front of him and smiled. Sure enough, knowledge is productivity. In Li Wangyu's eyes, this land was a treasure. It was close to the Gone River. Whether it was for cleaning the saline alkali soil or for watering in the future, there was no shortage of water. It was very convenient. However, he still needed to talk to Yang Quan about taking over this wasteland. It was hundreds of acres of wasteland, so it was better to be safe. He didn't want to end up with a master after he finished reclaiming the land. That would be too disgusting. Li Wangyu thought about Yang Quan's promise to reward him with 100 strings of cash if he won first place in the poetry competition. He wondered if he should go to the Huxian County Yamen again. While he was thinking about this, all of the grain had already been transported to the shore. The river embankment was only 1 or 2 li away from Dingzhou village. It was very convenient. Without much effort, the 300 dan of grain was all moved back to Li Wangyu's home by the villagers using wheelbarrows and ox carts. There was too much grain. The family's granary was full, and there was still a lot that had not been moved in. Fortunately, there were few people in his home, so there were still many empty rooms. Even so, the 300 dan of grain filled the granary and the 2 rooms in the front yard. When Li Hang saw that Xiaolang had brought back so much grain after leaving home for only a few days, his old face was full of smiles. Perrin was also excitedly busying herself without stopping for a moment. For the people of the Tang dynasty, having grain was the happiest thing. Not to mention, there was so much grain that their homes almost couldn't hold any more. After they were done, the villagers didn't even drink a mouthful of water before leaving. The Niu brothers also prepared to leave, but they were stopped by Li Wangyu. He insisted that the 2 brothers bring back a dan of grain. A dan of grain was worth more than 3 strings of cash. How could the Niu brothers be willing to take it? Xiaolang, we brothers didn't help you much. How can we take so much grain? If this gets out, we will be criticized behind our backs. Niu Yong insisted. Niu Wu also rubbed his big hands. Hee, we have enjoyed riding horses these days with Xiaolang's help. We also ate and drank well in Chang'an. How can we take any more grain back? Xiaolang, don't say any more. Li Wangyu pulled the 2 brothers and persuaded them sincerely. Brothers of the Niu family, you must take the grain back. Have you forgotten about your 9 fellow soldiers? Take it as a token of my sincerity. His words actually made the Niu brothers somewhat hesitant. The 2 brothers indeed didn't need food, but those 9 disabled comrades who had lost the ability to work did need it. After refusing for a long time, they finally couldn't resist Li Wangyu's insistence. They had to thank him again and carried the grain back. Chapter 67. After sending off the Niu brothers, Li Wangyu finally had the time to introduce Cho Kuan to Su Chongqing and the others. Cho Kuan, the fat man, didn't regard himself as an outsider at all. He greeted Su Chongqing and the others one by one. The fat man also saw that the relationship between Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing was not ordinary, but he was very puzzled. In his opinion, Su Chongqing was too old. She was 24 or 25 years old. In the Tang dynasty, she was at the level of an aunt, but Li Wangyu was only 16 years old. Why did they seem to have feelings for each other? What's more, in the eyes of the fat man, although Su Chongqing was very beautiful, she was too thin. She didn't have a round and smooth body at all. He really couldn't figure out why Li Wangyu liked such a woman. He didn't know that women in later generations were crazy to lose weight. Many people admired Su Chongqing's devilish body. The lyrics of the divine song Calories in later generations sang, "Burn my calories, bye-bye donuts, pearl milk tea instant noodles, hot pot rice, big plate chicken, take it away, don't be polite." These were the thoughts of women. Fortunately, although the fat man Cho Kuan was simple and straightforward, he was not a fool. He would not stupidly say these thoughts out loud. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would inevitably be beaten up. After instructing Li Heng to arrange a room for Cho Kuan, Li Wangyu sent the little girl parent away. Finally, he had a chance to whisper to Su Chongqing. He confessed to Su Chongqing about his trip to Chong'an this time. The only thing he neglected to mention was the erotic painting. He only said that he helped Cho Kuan's family to draw a sketch of Goddess Luo's painting, and solved his family's crisis in exchange for the food. Su Chongqing knew that he must have a little secret, but he was very smart and didn't expose it. He just smiled and watched the little man in front of him talk about all kinds of things in Chong'an. "By the way, Chongqing, our bathroom renovation plan can be carried out." Li Wangyu took out the 10 taels of gold from the package as if he was presenting a treasure. These 10 taels of gold can be exchanged for 60 strings of copper coins. It's more than enough to build a bathroom and toilet. I forgot to ask the village chief just now. I don't know where I can find a kiln to make porcelain. Li Wangyu excitedly talked about his plan, which made Su Chongqing feel inexplicably moved. This little man was really working hard for their family in the Tang dynasty. In the days that Li Wangyu was not at home, she looked forward to his return every day. Far away from the familiar society and her family, Su Chongqing finally realized that in the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu was the only one she could rely on. Although she was surrounded by people from the Tang dynasty, Su Chongqing was filled with a sense of loneliness, as if she and Li Wangyu were stranded on a deserted island. After all, she was not like Li Wangyu, who had received a person's memory. Everything in the Tang dynasty was unfamiliar to her. Su Chongqing only felt that it was really good to have Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu was still talking about something when he felt a warm and moist touch on his cheek. Su Chongqing suddenly leaned over and gave him a gentle kiss on the cheek. A certain someone was stunned as if he was struck by lightning. Although Li Wangyu was not a pure little virgin, it was the first time a girl took the initiative to kiss him. Moreover, it was a goddess. Just when Li Wangyu was about to turn into a wolf, Su Chongqing ran away with a smile. Hee, don't think too much. This is Big Sister's reward for you getting the food. I'll cook for you. Today, we'll eat noodles, braised meat noodles. Hey, demon! You dare to run away after doing something bad. Eat this old Li's stick. Li Wangyu giggled. The dinner of the Li family was an eye-opener for Cho Kuan and also a surprise for Li Wangyu. At the beginning of the Tang dynasty, sitting with one's feet down was not popular. However, sitting on the ground was really not ergonomic. Su Chongqing was not used to it. Therefore, in the few days that Li Wangyu was not home, Su Chongqing actually asked the village's carpenter to help make some furniture for the family. These furniture were very simple. There were no exquisite carvings or complicated decorations. They were not even painted and maintained their natural wood color. A large long dining table with high stools on both sides of the table made Li Wangyu very excited, but also made Cho Kuan confused. How should one sit on such a high table and stools? Cho Kuan wondered if he should take off his shoes and kneel on the stools to eat. Li Jia Xiaolong's furniture was very strange. Li Wangyu's eyes lit up. Without saying anything, he ran to the head of the table and sat down. Comfortable. Chongqing, did you ask someone to make this? Su Chongqing's beautiful eyes were smiling. He nodded and sat down next to Li Wangyu. In the past few days when you were not home, I wanted to do something. I just learned that there were carpenters in the village, so I drew some drawings and asked them to make a lot of furniture. I also asked someone to make a desk for you in your study. In addition, I also asked a carpenter to make 2 beds for your bedroom. If it were not for the fact that everyone was here, Li Wangyu would have hugged Su Chongqing and kissed him to express his gratitude. Of course, whether Su Chongqing would accept his gratitude was another matter. Let's eat! Li Wangyu shouted excitedly. Brother Cho, please sit down. Don't be polite. Perrin and Li Hang quickly served the noodles. Su Chongqing's cooking was absolutely excellent, especially the braised meat. There was no such cooking in the Tang dynasty now. Cho Kuan, who ate the braised meat noodles for the first time, almost swallowed his own tongue. Although Chow's family had no power, they were rich. He had been hanging around Ping Kong Square for a long time. What delicious food had he not eaten? However, Li Wangyu's simple bowl of noodles made Cho Kuan feel that what he had eaten for the past 20 years was as vulgar as pig food. After the bowl of noodles went down his stomach, Cho Kuan was embarrassed and asked Perrin to make him another bowl. Such delicious noodles made Cho Kuan forget about being a guest. Under the astonished gazes of Li Wangyu, Su Chongqing, and the others, Cho Kuan, the fatty, finished 3 to 4 bowls of noodles by himself. Only then did he feel satisfied and put down his bowl and chopsticks while stroking his stomach. The bowl of noodles was a big bowl from Guangzhou. The size was similar to the soup bowl of later generations, but the fatty ate 3 or 4 bowls in one breath. Li Wangyu finally understood how Cho Kuan's round body shape came about. This guy was simply the top foodie in the Tang dynasty. His appetite was comparable to that of their family of 4. Li Wangyu's face darkened. Could it be that Cho Yuanliang felt heartache for giving him so much food and specially asked Cho Kuan to come to his house to eat until he became poor? Cho Kuan looked at everyone embarrassedly. Xiaolang, the food in your house is really delicious. I couldn't help but order it. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes. Brother Cho, if I didn't know your situation, I would think that you were a refugee. If you do this, I will charge you for your food. Cho Kuan was not angry. He took out a gold ingot from his arms and put it on the table. That's good. Xiaolang, my food. Such a nouveau riche behavior confused Li Wangyu. What the hell was this situation? You damn fatty. Do you really think I am a restaurant owner? Forget it, I won't lower myself to your level. Li Wangyu put away the 5 taels of gold ingot without the slightest anger. Well, the things that fall in my Li family belong to my Li family. Chapter 68. On the morning of the second day, Li Wangyu led his family to prepare pig rice. The old villager was leading a young girl from the village with 2 fat pigs. They were here to sell the pigs to Li Wangyu. The girl was obviously malnourished. Her hair was dry and yellow, and she was pitifully thin. But the 2 pigs that she rushed over were very fat. It was obvious that they were well fed and taken care of. Xiaolang. This is Zhao family's little Mississippi. These 2 pigs were raised by her. If you think they're suitable, you can buy her pigs. The old villager pulled Li Wangyu to the side and whispered. Little Miss Zhao's father was also a government soldier in his early years. He was unlucky and didn't come back alive. She and her widowed mother depend on each other for survival. Xiaolang, if it's convenient, you can take care of them. Buying her 2 pigs can also increase her family's income. When Li Wangyu heard this, he felt sad. This widow and her child had suffered a lot of grievances. And if little Miss Zhao's father was also a government soldier of the previous dynasty, then he had been dead for at least 10 years. If that was the case, little Miss Zhao should be in her teens. But he thought that little Miss Zhao was less than 10 years old. She was really too thin. It was obvious that she was malnourished. It could be seen how hard the mother and daughter had lived. He didn't care about avoiding suspicion. He reached out and touched the little girl's hair. His voice was unusually gentle. Little miss, I'll buy your pigs. Do you want copper coins or food? Little Miss Zhao gave Li Wangyu a curtsy in a very restrained manner, answering Lang Jun, if it's convenient, is half copper coins and half food possible? Yes, of course. Li Wangyu nodded and called Li Heng out to weigh the 2 pigs. The 2 pigs were around 200 catties. Little Miss Zhao looked at the tall scale and smiled until her face was red. She went to cut pigweed and carefully fed these 2 pigs every day in order to sell them for a good price to supplement the family. Her family only had the 2 of them. They couldn't do heavy labor. Although everyone in the village took care of them and the Niu brothers often brought them food, little Miss Xiao didn't want to rely on others to survive. Li Wangyu laughed and said, 400 caddies, that's really fat. 40 copper coins per caddy, that's a total of 16,000 copper coins. Little Miss Xiao, I'll give you 8 copper coins and 2 dan of grain. What do you think? Who knew that little Miss Xiao would shake her head? Lang Jun, your calculation is wrong. This was a pig made of wool, so the price could not be calculated according to the price of slaughtered pork in the county town. The price of a pig is less than 20 copper coins at most. I can't accept so many. Her words made Li Wangyu stunned. He did deliberately calculate the price according to the price of meat in the county town, but he didn't expect that the little girl wouldn't accept it at all. Miss Xiao, isn't it good to earn more money? Li Wangyu asked. Little Miss Xiao's head shook like a rattledrum. My mother always taught me to be an honest person and not take money that I shouldn't take. What's more, you're willing to buy my pig. I'm very grateful to you. Li Wangyu could only be in awe of her. Although she was poor, she was able to stick to her original heart and was neither greedy nor humble. It was really rare. Was the quality of the people of the Tang dynasty so high? Li Wangyu could only comply with little Miss Xiao. Then let's calculate it at 20 copper coins. I'll give you 4 copper coins and 1 dan of grain and 5 dan of grain. Little Miss Xiao still wanted to say something. She felt that the grain was too much, and the pig couldn't be sold for 20 copper coins. However, Li Wangyu didn't wait for her to speak. He glared at her. Do as I say or I won't buy this pig. Little Miss Xiao bit her lips. Her eyes were filled with gratitude as she bowed to Li Wangyu and agreed. He found someone to help little Miss Xiao transport the copper coins and grain home. The people who slaughtered the pig came, but they were none other than the Niu brothers. Niu Delang Erlang, you're also cameo as butchers? Li Wangyu asked curiously. What do you mean by cameo? The slaughtering in this village is done by us brothers. Haha. Xiaolang, I heard that today you're going to treat the whole village to some pig slaughtered rice? Yes, I'll have to trouble the 2 brothers to help. Li Wangyu pointed outside the courtyard, where a large pot and stove were already boiling water. Li Wangyu decided yesterday that he was going to treat the whole village to pig slaughtered rice, so he started preparing early in the morning. When they found out that Li Wangyu was going to butcher a pig and treat everyone, the village was as lively as New Year's. The old village head was directing the villagers to bring out straw mats and short tables from their houses and directly place them on the road in the village. The bowls and chopsticks for the dishes were also prepared by each household. Now, they were waiting for the Niu brothers to slaughter the pig. The naughty children in the village came early to watch the fun. The fat pig was dragged to the slaughtering platform and screamed miserably, but it made the adults and children smile. It was rare for these villagers to eat meat all year round. 4 or 5 strong men held the pig down. Niu Wu held a short knife and directly cut the pig's blood. Immediately, a woman came over with a big basin and collected the pig's blood. This was specially ordered by Li Wangyu to use the pig's blood to make blood tofu. After the 2 fat pigs stopped breathing, Li Wangyu directed the villagers to carry the pigs to the side and use boiling water to remove the pig's hair and clean it. After dissecting the pig's stomach, Li Wangyu began to direct the villagers to divide the work. Some cleaned the intestines, some cleaned the pig's head, and some cleaned up the pig's feet. It was very lively. Niu Yong and Niu Wu cleaned up the 2 fat pigs in no time, dividing the pork and ribs into 2 portions. Xiaolang, how do we cook the pork? Should we let the villagers cook? Niu Wu wiped his sweat and asked. Please don't. I will personally cook the pig slaughtered rice today. Li Wangyu quickly stopped him. These Tang dynasty women probably only know how to cook meat. It would really be a waste of these 2 fat pigs. Su Chongqing originally wanted her to cook, but she was driven far away by Li Wangyu. Haha, Chongqing, you don't know how to cook the pig slaughtered rice today. Just watch me. Can you really do it? Su Chongqing was a little unsure. Hee, just watch. When I was in the village for Chinese New Year, my family would cook pig slaughtered rice every year. Li Wangyu rolled up his sleeves and walked to the big stove. His actions gave everyone a fright. Regardless of whether it was Li Hang, Pei Lon, or Cho Kuan, they all did not expect that Li Wangyu was actually prepared to personally cook. Xiaolang, a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen. Cho Kuan did not expect Li Wangyu to cook for a group of farmers. He was a little shocked. Li Wangyu glanced at him and spat. Bah! That sentence clearly says that a gentleman is a beast. Seeing it alive, he can't bear to see it dead. Hearing it, he can't bear to eat it. Therefore, a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen. You eat meat every meal, and you have the nerve to say that a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen? If you have the ability, don't eat it later. Cho Kuan smiled embarrassedly and hid to the side. He wanted to see what Li Wangyu could cook and whether it was as delicious as the braised meat noodles last night. Li Wangyu began to command a group of people to help him. Some of them started the fire, some of them did the chores, and he operated several big stoves at the same time. Pig intestines and blood curd, braised pork, dompa pig knuckle, stir-fried pork, twice-cooked pork, garlic paste, braised pork ribs, stir-fried liver and kidney. Li Wangyu used all his skills, and he was so busy that his forehead was covered with sweat. Delicacies that had never been seen before by the people of the Tang dynasty were constantly served and filled the seats in the village. The aroma of the pork stimulated the adults and children in the village and made them drool. They all looked at Li Wangyu, who was busy at the stove, and waited for the banquet to start. When Li Wangyu finished the last dish and ordered the women to bring it to the table, the pig-slaughtered rice could finally be served. Just when everyone was ready to eat, the sound of horse hooves came from outside the village.